Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 68, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're talking about episode 604, The Substitute, the Locke-centric episode where we see his life after landing on 815 and the side, what is it, flash sideways is?
Side wheeze?
Yeah, flash side wheeze. Yeah, probably. And then we see Locke, the possessed form,
Smokey.
Smokey, on the island, doing what he does best.
Yes. And what would that be, by the way?
What would that be?
Yeah. What does Smokey do best?
What does he do best? Well, I would say so far it looks like a mix between being threatening and being forthcoming.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the person Locke always wanted to be.
Yeah. I think Sawyer sort of makes that explicit.
Mhm.
It's weird. Yeah, I think he is. Locke definitely would like to have been this version of himself.
Yeah. He just why couldn't he?
Well, he
just wasn't meant to.
Yeah, and he didn't have Smokey's.
He was broken, right? What did they say?
Irreparably broken.
Yeah, he couldn't be fixed.
Yeah.
Not even Jack could fix him.
But I think he was also at a disadvantage because he couldn't just turn into the black smoke monster at will. And
does that give you a little more bravado?
I think so. It would me. I'd be a little less scared of people if I could turn into Smokey and,
and bash them against a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my only weakness was a circle of ash.
Mhm.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. That's better than kryptonite.
It is. Because all you got to do is just drop something in there.
Yeah, knock him out of it.
Yeah.
Oops. I broke the rules. Don't tell me what I can't do.
Uh-oh.
You circle of ash. Yeah, so I thought this was a pretty good episode. There was a lot going on, and I definitely like being aboard the answer train.
Oh, we're really on the answer train.
You know, you got Sawyer, who's already no nonsense, in such a low place that he's just like, listen, I'm going to kill you, or I'm going to kill myself,
yeah,
or I'm going to, make a sandwich. One of the three is just equally as likely at this point.
Yeah.
Get on with it, So I like that storyline, and a question was asked, and we pretty much got a good answer for it.
Yeah.
Almost every time. So.
Yes. Yeah, and also, I thought the last episode gave us a lot in terms of new stuff that we didn't know. This episode had not that much to do with the last episode, and it was also full of stuff.
Yeah.
So you're right. We're really barreling towards the end here with big revelations about things. And overall, it's weird. It's weird to have Smokey as Locke on the island, and then flashing sideways to the real Locke in the alternate world.
I think it's you see the dichotomy between the two versions of Locke, and it's the two extreme versions. Because I think the Locke, back in Tustin, he was the guy who didn't crash on the island.
Yeah.
And I think after getting fired, he's pretty much just at the lowest point he can be at.
Yeah.
And it's and then you see Smokey as Locke, on the island who is, after all of these years or decades or centuries of planning, he's as close as he's ever been to going home.
Yeah.
So, you see a more determined person. So it's interesting to see both of those people at the same time, and I bet it's interesting for Terry O'Quinn to have to play those parts.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think he probably likes that. I think at certain points he was frustrated with Locke, how he was portrayed and stuff, and now he sort of gets to have it both ways. He still gets to play Locke, and he gets to play this new sort of enigmatic villain character.
I always just think it's so interesting how, it's the basic bottom line is, John Locke just didn't have what it took.
Yeah.
And I think that's such a, for a character who was a man of faith,
yeah,
for them to basically say his faith wasn't enough,
yeah,
is a pretty bold statement.
It is, yeah.
For one of your major characters.
It is definitely not the arc that you would envision.
No, or wanted.
Or wanted, that's true.
Yeah, I think everyone wanted Locke to get over his issues and be the superhero guy, but
yeah. Yeah, I mean when we first saw Locke, he seemed like that's what they fooled us with in the first flashback, having him on the phone pretending to be a colonel or something and we're thinking the way he came across, we thought he was some kind of military guy or something like that at first. Comes across very very knowledgeable and equipped to deal with the situation they're in and very confident and such. And then we realized he actually had a really pathetic life. Mm-hmm. And that made it sort of more interesting that he was the person he was on the island. But I think towards the end of season 1, things took a turn and he never really got back to that place. And I guess the closest they've been able to do to get him back is just have Smokey be him.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow Smokey is more like Locke was in season 1.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
And I think, and we'll talk about it more, is I think what's interesting in this episode is you see Smokey and Locke blending personalities almost.
Yes.
There's this weird crossover in this meld that's going on.
Yeah.
That I think is ripe for discussion.
Yes. Yeah. I agree.
But yeah, overall, I thought it was a pretty good episode. 4 stars.
Yeah.
Actually, I would probably give it 4.5 or 5 because of one particular scene that I will save till we get there.
Oh, I see.
But because of that, overall I think it's a 4-star episode. But I would, just because of this one scene, I would bump it up to max.
Interesting. Okay, so that's a little teaser. What scene will it be that dropped you down? I'm not. I think.
No. Not that it dropped me down. That if I consider that scene, that it would make me go higher. If you know what I mean.
Oh, there's one scene you really like.
There's one thing I really like
stands out.
That would make it a 5-star.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I thought you meant it would be 5 stars if not for this one scene.
No. Okay. Yeah.
So in general, your general opinion of the episode was 4 stars, but one scene is really good. Okay.
Yeah.
So which scene will it be that you really, really liked? That'll be
there. We go.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Wow. Now we got that resolved. I think I feel the same way. Although I don't think I have one scene that stands out in particular for me. I enjoyed everything. I think Lost is a hermetically sealed world now, that it's gotten so far into the show that it can just resonate with itself, and so it's just these Flash Sideways are just intoxicating with their references to old stuff in the show.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just, I can't believe how much there is to reference now. So they can just kind of float on that for a long time, and it really works if you've been following the show for a long time. Like that stuff really is really interesting to watch. But it also contributes to there's kind of an air of unreality to the Flash Sideways timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just doesn't quite seem real, partially because of how it's this kind of twisted version of stuff that we're familiar with.
You know, the first episode of the season, you know, the 2-part LAX episode, I thought like, you know, the Sideways stuff was just, like you said, it's very unrealistic, and it just seemed like this alternate reality that wasn't quite real. But the next episode, you know, when they get off of the plane and they show you what we've never seen before, which is what kind of would have happened if they got off the plane at LAX, to me it got really grounded. And I'm just like, wow, this is what would happen. Kate would try to escape. This is what would happen. Locke would go back to work. You know, like to me it seemed very realistic and very grounded. Like just these very sort of simple things that, you know, that if you would think, okay, well, what would happen if the plane landed? Well, these very simple things would happen.
Yeah.
You know? But of course, the interesting stuff is, you know, how they're all connected and you know, and particularly connections that they weren't made before the plane trip. You know. Yeah.
It's not just a repeating. They've sort of they've introduced new things. I agree. It's not that I'm saying anything that happens is just outrageously unrealistic. It just doesn't feel like a. I guess maybe because I'm just stuck on what I think actually happened, but it really seems like, and also because of the constant references, it feels a little bit like some kind of bizarre self-referential, imagining of what would have happened if they landed in L.A. Like somebody's dream or something, you know. Somebody's very down-to-earth dream.
Well, I think you're just describing life in general, or reality anyway, right?
I guess so.
So that's
true.
Kidding. I guess I agree with you. Life is a down-to-earth dream.
Yeah.
Prove it. Or disprove it.
There we go. Yeah. It's I guess.
I know what you mean. It doesn't seem quite real, and I think that's largely in part because we don't know how it connects to what we know to be true already. So I think it's kind of a waiting game before it's like, well, this is what you're telling me, you know, but I don't quite believe it until I know how it all lines up.
Right, and I don't know how to think about it because it's playing the role of the flashbacks, but they're not flashbacks for the characters on the island.
No.
So I don't know. I don't even know how to process. Like it used to be when they would cut in and out, you would think, oh, the character's thinking about that, you know, and it would make a connection with what was happening on the island, what happened in their past, the parallel. That was the whole, like, gimmick of the flashbacks from the beginning. But now it's like I don't even know what to think when they cut between those two. Like the people on the island shouldn't know what's happening there, and the people in the Flash Sideways are not heading towards what's happening on the island.
Well,
or are they?
I think, yeah, exactly. Question mark, ... I think, or ... question mark.
Yeah. Get your punctuation.
Sorry.
In order.
I know there's some English teacher listening who was like, wait a minute.
Question mark ... I
got a book to assign. Maybe it might have been.
Oh, yeah, wow. Yeah,
topical.
Exactly.
So, sorry, that was your line. So my script is all out of order here. Let me get my pages in order. Let me,
okay.
Paper shuffling sound.
I'll edit it in.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Modern technology. cut to you splicing together like audio tape.
Yeah.
Just as,
we're the world's only all analog podcast.
Yes. This is crystal clear, 12 kilobit second recording here, guys. Yes, in stereo. We just duplicated the mono track.
We just don't think podcasts sound authentic unless you can hear cracks and pops and all that shit.
Exactly. If I want my podcast to sound like it's coming off of a phonograph.
Mm-hmm. We want to transport you back to the 20s when you're
simpler era. Yeah. When podcasting meant more.
Exactly. Yeah. When podcasts were podcasts.
When podcasts were podcasts. And everybody knew your podcast. Somehow we're going to start doing cheers things, replacing podcasts in every line.
It does kind of sound that way.
Yeah. So back to the topic of the show.
Right.
The point was to splash sideways, and I was going to make a point about something. Oh, yeah, we don't know how it's going to line up. And they're definitely, to your point about it feeling like the flashbacks and how we're supposed to feel about it or interpret them, rather. It is a little strange. And, the big thing is they're making it, they're hinting that, that they are connected.
Yeah.
That these people aren't strangers, that they have this, there's some sense that they're getting from these people, and that there's some sense that they're meeting each other in this other timeline for some grand purpose.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, but I'm starting to believe Lost is a show where they're really big on everyone having a grand purpose. That's just a hint I'm getting. It's subtle. If you really read into it, I think that's what they're going for.
You think so?
It's just, it's a wild theory,
Okay.
It's
I don't know where you're getting that from. I didn't see that at all.
It's like it's like maybe there's two groups of others. Who knows? Who knows? Wild theory.
As far as I can tell, Lost is just a show about lots and lots and lots of coincidences.
The world's most numerous coincidences in one show. Well, I think what is it? What's the saying? 1 time is something, 2 times is a coincidence, 3 times is fate.
Is that a saying? Did you just make that up?
I hope not. It's an awful saying.
Once it's something, twice it's coincidence.
You know that thing. There's a saying like that.
Yeah,
it's
it sounds like it. I don't know.
Yeah, I can never remember. Never remember what it is. But my point being, if there's a lot of coincidences, then that might mean that it's more than coincidence.
Right.
So someone is apparently directing. Someone or something is apparently directing this stuff. They keep saying destiny too much for it not to be relevant.
Yes. Yeah, I'm kidding, of course. Yes, I agree, absolutely. I mean, this episode, the big revelation at the end is that, I guess, some of the people, if not most of them, were pushed to going to the island for a specific reason.
Yeah.
So they've made the kind of vague destiny thing explicit and concrete, really.
Mm-hmm.
Fate and destiny were Jacob drawing them to the island.
Yeah. Is that how you summarize it?
Yes.
I think that's how I summarize it. I guess I'm leaving a little room to see what they have to say in the bigger picture. Because obviously there's more going on than just Jacob and smoking.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think they might be doing something like what Dan did, where where there's this grand fate, going on, but he was sort of running around trying to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if they're going to try to do that with Jacob too, and say, well, Jacob isn't literally just their destiny, but he was operating under some other idea of destiny, and he thought it was his job to make it happen. But it's really something else that's driving all this.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll do another level of that or not, or just say, no, it was all Jacob. There is no grander thing leading.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a little room left. I think, 20% of me thinks they might try to do that, but for the most part, yeah, I think that's, it's Jacob doing everything.
Yeah. I mean, I think Jacob is on some level supernatural, and so, it's still not, totally down to earth what's, the reason why they're there, but, I mean, I think that is supposed to be at least part of the explanation.
Yeah.
But yeah, there does seem to be more on the island than, and that's, I guess, the other big revelation of the episode. There seems to be more on the island than Smokey and Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to be some other kind of authority or something that has the rules and so forth. We don't really get a lot of what those are, but
maybe next season.
Yeah. Oh God. Right.
I can't use that line anymore.
No. And I think I was thinking about last week's episode. It's been a long-standing joke on the official podcast about the zombie season.
Mm-hmm.
And part of me thinks that the whole reason that became such a long-standing joke was that they actually, there was actually discussion about this idea of dead people being claimed, and there, someone probably brought up that it just sounds like a zombie show.
Yeah.
When they're coming, and so I feel like that actually has its origin in something that's really going to happen.
Well, I think it's already kind of happened.
Yeah, exactly.
With Saeed. So yeah, that's what gets me about those guys when they do make jokes. Is sometimes I feel like, it's close to the truth, and they'll joke about it, but it's still close to the truth.
Yeah.
It's like when they were on Jimmy Kimmel after this season's premiere, and Carlton spoiled that for that audience that Smokey was Locke, or Locke was Smokey, and then they're sort of recovering from the spoil, and then Damon says, yeah, and the island is a spaceship.
Right.
Ha ha. But it's just like, man, that's the kind of thing you guys could do.
Yeah.
And you say it in the context that that it's not true, which makes me think it's just it might be true.
Right. Or at least they've discussed it.
Yeah, exactly. Or at least it's because I think they consider what the audience will think.
Yeah.
About certain things, and I think, well, they'll, at this point of the story, the audience might, what is the audience thinking? Oh, well, they're thinking Locke wants this and that this is the grand idea and blah blah blah. So I think they keep track of that. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. And so I guess I think that I guess I'm just agreeing with what you said. You're right. I agree.
Yeah, and the whole thing about the zombie season, like I'll say it again. The whole idea about the war, and if the troops in the war, are, I'm wondering if they're going to be the claimed people.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the people who were on the island are dead now.
Right.
So it'd be interesting if we get some scene of like. Smokey somehow claiming, whatever dead people he could on the island and, sending them to attack the temple. I mean, that would be a zombie scene, if anything.
Yeah.
Something like that I could see happening. But, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how far they go with it. And hopefully next episode we'll be back at the temple and we can see what's up with Saeed.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, although they had plenty in this episode to not make me really upset that we didn't get further development on that.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Because this side of the story, I think, is equally interesting, which is good. There have been times in the show where they've had sort of two camps, and one was way more interesting, and it's kind of depressing to have to go back to the less interesting one. But in this case, I'm happy to go back to the temple, which we probably will.
Well, I think a lot of the interest obviously has to do with answers and questions.
Yeah.
And I think what's interesting in terms of the other group is, Alana, Frank, Sun, and Ben is, and I think this goes with your point, is the fact that Alana has answers.
Yeah.
That I didn't think she would necessarily have.
Yeah.
And I think that helps keep that group interesting and sort of filled in with what's going on.
Yeah. Not to mention they have Frank and Ben.
Yeah, that helps. Are those two interesting characters? I wouldn't call those guys interesting.
Yeah,
I think you mean to say the Sun.
Yeah, and Sun tagging along. Yeah, but I think having those guys around just sort of makes it generally fun to be there, whatever happens to be going on, and then having Alana there actually knowing stuff. Yeah, but it's sort of like in season 4 when they had the two camps. I really think that Locke's camp at O-Town.
The Barracks.
What?
Or New Otherton, as apparently that's the official title.
Right.
God. It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't such a mouthful.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. They're writers. Maybe they like mouthfuls. I don't know.
What are you saying about writers?
I don't know what that means. Now it sounds like I'm saying something ridiculous and outrageous. No, I think. Well, I guess it had its crap moments as well. But I think in general, that camp had a lot more interesting going on than the camp at the beach. In season 4, the camp at the beach was pretty dull.
Yeah.
They had to work to make drama happen there.
Mm-hmm.
And so.
Well, they didn't have any heavy hitters down there, right?
Yeah.
It was what, Juliet and
yeah.
I mean, she's a heavy hitter, but I mean there was
and Jack.
Yeah, it was it Jack and his surgery wasn't around that time?
Yeah, Jack and his surgery.
And I was like, why are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Season 1 again?
Yeah, they just kind of threw that in there, and it didn't. It definitely seemed like they needed some drama to fill the hole.
Yeah.
And because it didn't really affect
the hole where his appendix used to be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically because nothing that you could cut that out, and you really wouldn't lose much in terms of what happens later. Yeah. And I guess the Tempest, that whole thing was probably the most high octane that it got. Yeah. On that side. Whereas the other side gets, Kimi's team showing up and the whole place being blown up and Alex getting killed and the smoking shows up and then they go to Jacob's cabin.
There was a lot going on because they had the stuff on the boat.
The boat was interesting. It was really the beach camp that just didn't hold up its end.
Yeah.
I think that was the weakest part of season 4. And in this case, I think the beach camp is equivalent to the temple.
In this season?
Yeah. But not in the. I mean, just because I think that's the role it's playing. But I think it's better. It's much more interesting at the temple than the beach camp was.
Well, if Saeed being resurrected isn't interesting, I don't know what is.
Yeah. Exactly. And you got this mysterious healing spring, and it's the inner sanctum of the others, and it's a very old place, and so it's tied into the history of the island. I mean, there's just a lot of good stuff there, I think.
Yeah. Go on Wednesdays when it's half off.
Yeah,
Take a tour of the temple. see the history of the island. Don't forget the monkey petting zoo.
Now, they're going to ask you for a donation, but you don't have to donate.
You don't have to donate, but every cent that you donate goes to help the children that were kidnapped by the people who run the temple. Help give them an education.
It's all going to scholarships for Zach and Emma.
Zach and Emma, yes, exactly. Come, bring the kids. Just keep an eye on them. they might steal them. But if they do, it's for the best.
It is. They have a home here.
And don't worry, Jacob wanted it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Jacob, you ask? Oh, don't worry, he's dead.
Yeah, really, I've really started to get the impression that no one has really ever understood Jacob, with the exception of Smokey.
Yeah.
It really seems like no one really knew what he was about.
No.
It was like they worshipped him, but they really just didn't understand him or know him at all.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. I mean, obviously you can look at it in a religious context and try to see if they're making any statements there.
Yeah, it is.
But I definitely think it's interesting how he convinced a whole group of people to follow him and not really know why.
Yeah.
And that's actually what Locke says.
Yeah.
When he returns to the island, when Smokey, that's one of the first things he says is, you guys are following these people and you don't know why. Like let's go talk to them,
Yeah. Yeah, and he makes that point again in this episode. With Richard.
Ricardus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So it's interesting. I mean, it'd be, it's interesting that, Richard in particular never really knew what was going on.
Yeah.
He seems like he's not going to turn out to be that interesting of a character in the end.
Yeah.
Like, I'm interested to see the early beginnings of the island for him, like when he first gets there and what happens and all that stuff, but it seems like he kind of is on the John Locke side of things. Of he didn't quite know what he was doing and why, and he seemed really interesting, but
and similarly to Locke, he was given the ability to not age. Similarly to Locke's being given the ability to walk.
Yeah.
But that's it. Like, he didn't necessarily inherit some kind of deep intrinsic knowledge about the island or anything like that. He's in a way as mystified by Jacob as everybody else is. So he's definitely been demoted. I mean, like most characters on the show who seem to know stuff, over time it's just he really doesn't know as much as we thought.
As they go up the strata of information and who knows what, they just go higher and higher, and all the people with the lower level clearance, just get pushed to the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, he's basically becoming the new Tom.
Yeah.
And I am interested to see his flashback, but I think, for the end game, he's not going to be incredibly important.
Yeah. Although, Smokey says he wants what he always wanted, which was for Richard to come with him.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, I have to assume by the end of the episode, I took that to mean any candidate to come with him.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if he meant specifically Richard.
That's the impression I got at the time. But because I don't think Richard is supposed to be a candidate.
Yeah, he didn't say he was. but I wonder why he would want him to come unless he's a candidate, or unless he has the same qualities of a candidate or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I thought he meant something else, but I guess I don't really understand what happened. What if Richard had gone with him? Like, what would they have done if they would have done exactly the same thing that he does with Sawyer? And then, what would have come out of that? Would he try to convince Richard to join him in getting off the island? And was that the plan? I guess.
I think that would have been the plan.
Okay.
Like when he says, I want you to come with me. Like, I think he means off the island.
Yeah. I guess I just think Richard doesn't want to leave the island as much as Sawyer does.
Oh, totally.
At this point. So it's definitely a better sell with Sawyer. I don't know what kind of life Richard has been around a long time. I don't know if he really wants to just go back to the real world.
Yeah. Trying to see. Yeah, I wonder if there's any names on the wall that we see at the end. That could be Richard's last name.
Oh.
Do you remember the alias he used when he met Juliet?
I think he just called himself Richard Alpert.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Not much of an alias.
No, it's really not.
I guess are we just assuming Alpert's his real last name?
I'm assuming that, but yeah, I very well could. They could always pull an Ethan on him.
Alpert doesn't sound very Egyptian.
It doesn't. That's true. Although I don't think he's Egyptian.
Yeah, I don't either, but just doesn't sound very Egyptian.
Yeah, that's true.
Just making a statement, all right?
Okay, fair enough.
All right, so you want to get into the episode?
Sure.
Why don't we do that?
Yeah, got to do it
What
sometime.
came here for?
Yeah.
I should open my notes. All right, so first scene.
All right, here we go.
We see a van pull up to a modest suburban home. Locke attempts to exit the van from the side door, but the motorized platform is stuck. He hastily decides to pop a wheelie to cover the distance, and then literally falls flat on his face. As he attempts to recover, the sprinklers come on and rains on his sad, sad parade. Someone calls for John at the door, and we see that it's Helen to the rescue. First scene.
All right.
Boom. So we're back with sad Locke.
Yes, but he's a little less sad than he used to be, I think.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah, he's still pathetic, but I think he's less sad.
Okay, yeah, I'll buy that. That's a good distinction.
Yeah, because it seems that he, whatever happened with his dad, whether he still pushed him out of the window or what have you, it appears that, that sounds outrageous that he would get over that, but whatever it was that happened, it doesn't seem like he's hung up on that problem the way he was in the 2004. 2004 is not the right thing to say. In the timeline we're used to, and as a result, his relationship with Helen wasn't compromised, and so he appears to be living a better life than he was, if not perfect. He still seems to have problems, and I guess the point, he still felt this yearning to go on a walkabout, and skips out on a company function to do it, and doesn't tell anyone about it. And so that hints there's still something unfulfilled in his life. He's still very unhappy with being in a wheelchair.
Yeah. Well, I feel like all of that part is the same as, the original Locke storyline. I feel like this was the reveal that this is how he paid for the trip to go on his walkabout.
Oh.
In the original, storyline was that, to me, this is what would have happened if the plane landed. He would have come back, they would have said how was the trip, and he would have told them that he didn't actually go.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of cool that he, that they just give him this simple conflict or problem because he lied to them about it, and the fact that he used that as an excuse to get down there and pay for it, I think says a lot about his character.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll get to that scene, but
yeah.
But yeah, he definitely still has problems,
Yeah, but I guess I'm saying that even though some of those problems from the original timeline don't seem to be there, the one that led to the walkabout is still there.
Yeah.
And I guess you're right. I guess I thought this was like, I guess I thought this was an alternate explanation for why he was in Australia, but yeah, you're right. It could just be that they never. I don't think they ever actually told us.
Yeah, they never told us what brought him there, from what I remember.
Yeah,
so that's how I'm taking all of this stuff to literally be, what would have happened, if the plane landed. And obviously, some of the past in this timeline has to be different for things to work out.
Yeah, and I don't think Helen would have been there either. If in the original timeline, and of course his relationship with his father was fractured in a way it doesn't seem to be here. So I'm not. I think you're right actually to take it that way. I do think that's the basic idea, but it's in the fine details it's different.
Yeah, you have to pick and choose what could really be like this is supposed to be what would have happened or the same, and then some stuff won't be. Like obviously Helen being around.
Yeah.
And, we don't know what is different between Locke and his dad, but something's different between Locke and his dad.
Right.
Later in his office scene, there's a picture of him and his dad in his cubicle.
Yeah. But of course, he did go hunting with his dad in the original timeline and enjoyed it, and
Yeah, but the suggestion would be he's proud of that relationship.
Right.
If he's displaying the picture, and if it was something that caused him hurt or pain, he probably wouldn't have it out unless he's just, that self-deprecating.
Yeah.
That he just wants to be miserable all the time and look at the good time he had with his father that can no longer happen. But but from everything we hear in this episode, it seems like they have a decent relationship.
Yeah. So maybe his dad didn't steal his kidney or something.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, and I always feel like the difference would be he didn't steal his kidney, but I feel like he might still be involved in the getting pushed out the window part.
Okay.
Not that he pushed him, but I could just see that scene and see his dad being there just for the.
I see. Yeah.
Lining up with the timeline.
But that was an outgrowth of the kidney stealing, so there would have to be some. But I guess the way they're writing it, you're probably right. He probably still was involved in some way.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe not necessarily the person who did the pushing.
Yeah. We all know Jacob is the only one pushing people around. Right?
Wow.
See what I did there?
I did.
I'm a professional podcaster, all right? That's how you do it.
Gather and surmise.
Next scene?
Yes.
All right. So next scene, we find John in the tub contemplating where it all went wrong. While Helen is on the phone in the background, she hangs up and comes over to John. She complains about dealing with the details of planning the wedding and suggests she and John get her parents and Locke's father, and they all go to Vegas for a shotgun wedding. Locke reassures her they can handle everything so she can get the wedding she deserves. Helen asks Locke about his conference in Sydney. He says it was boring. Helen finds Jack's business card and tells John she should call him. Locke doesn't think Jack was serious, but Helen contends it might be destiny. Locke likes that word. End of scene.
Oh, that was the end of the scene?
Yeah.
Was there an indication that he likes that word? Did he say that?
Just the look on his face.
Oh, okay.
I'm obviously editorializing here.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't remember. I wasn't sure where you were getting that from.
Yeah, it piques his interest, I think.
Yes, I agree.
Like, ooh, Destiny. I kind of like the sound of that. Because Locke has a history with Destiny.
True. Yeah. He's a big fan. I agree. I just wasn't sure if he actually said so. Yeah, it's clear that they're gonna kind of slow play this going to see Jack thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's inevitable that it's gonna happen, but
I have to say, old Justin would be like, yeah, he'll probably never see Jack. And then I would say, you don't think that, they set this up for him to go see Jack? And you'd go, well, when you put it that way, it seems like it would make sense. And then you'd be like, yeah, I think that's going to happen. So now we skipped all that, and I don't have to, as Locke just a bit, now I don't have to convince you.
Maybe I've finally learned something about storytelling conventions after all these years. This is what podcasting will do for you, kids.
Yeah.
You finally figure out how to understand how stories are told.
Mm-hmm.
And not to assume that something really boring and undramatic is going to happen.
Usually the opposite happens.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have two options and one of them is incredibly dull and the other one is full of drama and excitement, they're probably not going to go with the first one.
No.
So yeah, I guess as I just said, I think it's inevitable they're going to go there, but I don't know what they're going to do with that. I mean, if Jack does the surgery on Locke and then he can walk, then what? I mean, I don't really see what the next step is.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
the next step would be. Oh, what are you gonna say?
Well, I was just gonna say I can see. All the way up to there, I can see how the drama plays out. But, I guess that's the way it is on this show a lot of times, I just can't see what they're going to do.
Yeah.
But in this case, I feel like I can anticipate, all the way up to Lock and Walk again.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what.
Well, and that's at the part where you have to know what are the repercussions of him walking again? What is his motivation this whole time? What does he really want? And if you knew that stuff, you could maybe think about what he does next, or what happens to Jack because he does this.
Right.
All the little things that you don't know what they are, because those are the things you decide in a writer's room what they are.
Right.
So yeah, you can only see so far down the road, but
yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely clear that they will be crossing paths again.
Yeah.
What else?
Even though this episode ends with them tearing up the business card.
Mhm. Well, I love when Helen did that, because I'm just like, well, now you're just forcing Jack and Locke to meet.
Yeah.
Now it's really going to happen. Before it was up to John to kind of do. The ball was in his court, but now it's like, well, fate has to intervene again. So you'll be going to your car in some parking lot or at the grocery store getting an orange. And Jack's going to be there, trust me.
Yeah. Getting an orange, huh?
Maybe getting an orange, I don't know.
Okay. Just wondering if that was intentionally chosen, or if that was just a random item you might get at a store.
Both.
Okay. Good.
Perchance a mango.
All right. That's a good title.
Yeah, it's a good title.
Perchance a mango. Like that.
All right, next scene?
Yes.
Next scene, we're on the island, zipping through the jungle, careening through the canopy, while the signature Smokey honks, whistles, and cranks play.
Honks.
All the way towards the barracks. A loud noise comes from one of the houses, and we see the image of Smokey reflected in the window. We flash back into the jungle, and after seeing a knife on the ground, Locke steps in and picks it up. He looks around and then cuts something down hanging from a tree. It's Richard. Surprise! Locke tells him it's time to talk. So this first little sequence, the Smokey cam, Smokey vision, whatever you want to call it, was what makes me want to give it 5 stars.
Oh.
It blew me away how long we were in Smokey vision, and I'm just like, holy crap, this is the 6th and final season.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was too cool. Like, and I gotta say, like, what I like about the camera work is that it's both, you know, realistic and really cheesy at the same time. It's like, I don't know how they could have shot it any better than if they did it all like CG or something. But like, so I think they did a good job. At the same time, it's just really kind of like, okay, then the camera cranes this way, then it cranes that way, and you guys just sped this up a little bit, and you know, it's not like that fancy, but it really captures, you know, what we know to be Smokey's point of view.
Yeah. Yeah. And as you said, they put in the signature honks and
the honks
and
the beats and the boots. Yeah.
And tick tick tick.
And the augas. And the
boing.
And you know, the classic, hey, I'm walking here. And you know, the Luke, I am your father. So many great sound effects in here.
And the Wilhelm scream. Why not?
Why not?
Ah! Yeah, it's I'm not surprised this is what you pointed out. When I first saw this, it was like, I can't even imagine what it would have been like if we had seen something like this a few years ago.
Oh yeah.
You know, we're taking
it was seminal.
Smokey's point of view, and from his point of view, we're looking in at our characters. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking like Sawyer's just hanging out in that house, and Smokey's floating outside.
Yep. And the door was open too. I love that. Like he has no idea. Like he's not expecting anything bad to happen.
No. And yeah, I was.
Or maybe I should say he's not expecting anything worse to happen. Right.
Things are bad enough.
Yeah.
You don't expect Smokey to just kind of walk into your house.
No.
So yeah, no, I did like how they did it. You know, and they use that sound that makes it sound like he's on some kind of track or something.
That cranking sound is the weirdest part of the sound design, I think, because it does make it seem like he's being like telescoped or like some sort of track or extension, or like it'll run out maybe, you know, or something. Like it gives the idea that it's being extended or something. Like it's just a weird clockwork sound or whatever it is. It's really weird. I don't know what it's trying to convey, but I think that's what's interesting is it's kind of amorphous, like what that's supposed to be.
Yeah, it sounds to me like something, like something's on a chain and someone's got a crank and they're just winding the chain up. And that's like pulling him along. Like that's the impression I get. But I mean, we've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, and how practical would that even be in terms of how he moves? Like,
it doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, so that's what I like about it is it's a familiar sound, but if you think about how it relates to Smokey, it's just you can't really you can't make practical use out of those sounds.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I wonder if there's really going to be an explanation for it. I mean, I wonder how detailed it's going to get.
I feel like they will tell us something because, we find out in this episode that he was a normal man, apparently, at some point.
Not an alien, apparently.
Well, maybe we're all aliens, right? Who knows?
Well, good point.
Who knows who could have come to our planet eons ago and perchance settled with our proto-human ancestors and some of you out there know the rest. But yeah, no, apparently not an alien. Apparently a normal man. So I think it's somehow he seems to have gained that ability to turn into Smokey, and I wonder if they'll tell us, what he actually is. Maybe that'll make sense. Like, he's, when he's in Smokey form, what he really is this. And it'll be like, okay, that's what that is.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything because
me either.
It was ridiculous. But
yeah.
I'm wondering if it'll be as simple as that, or if it's going to be more complicated. But I feel like Jacob is the same way. One day he's frying up fish, on the beach, and the next day he's affecting people's destiny and stuff. So.
Right.
Anything else in this scene?
No, I think that's it. But I agree with you that this is a very good scene. Very. It's very exciting to be at this point in the story.
Yeah, exactly. It's just another one of those little scenes where you just wouldn't be getting it at any other point in the story.
Yeah. It's just kind of surreal. I mean, it's been such a long-standing mystery what Smokey was and what he was about, and we learned more in this episode than we did in the first 5 seasons, really.
Don't tell new Lost listeners that, new Lost fans that, they don't want to hear that.
That's true.
Yeah. I'm going to watch 5 seasons and still not know anything about that thing? I did tell someone that at some point, because, when you talk to people who, obviously a lot of people who haven't been watching Lost know that it's the last season, so, so when they know you watch it, they ask. They ask 3 questions, which is, have they explained the numbers yet? And did they tell you what the smoke monster is? And those are the 2 big ones I always hear. Yeah. And it's always yeah, kinda, is the answer.
Yeah.
But yeah, with Smokey, I'm that was the first big mystery. And it's they're just now kind of telling you now what's up with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm but there's way more, there's tons of other things in between that are interesting. It's not that's what you watch the show for. No,
for long periods of time you forget about Smokey altogether. It's not even about Smokey, really. He just kind of pops in as a cameo, really. Yeah. It's only in the first season where Smokey is a really, a constant threat. I think in later seasons he'd usually just appear in 1 or 2 episodes.
Totally.
And just kind of play an ancillary role.
A judgment here, a judgment there.
Yeah,
Tree explosion here,
Yeah.
Make someone hide in the little tree stalks there.
Yeah. Maybe take their picture. Who knows?
Yeah, a little photography.
He's a big fan of flash photography, apparently.
He loves it. Don't tell him what he can't do. He will use his flash.
Yeah. I also think in season 1 they might have had a different idea about Smokey than what they've come to at this point. Because in season 1, we hear Smokey's footsteps, and we haven't heard anything like that since season 1. You
mean it's Tyrannosaurus Rex footsteps?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Part of me thinks they really did envision Smokey as some kind of prehistoric monster.
I think with the initial vision of the show and the pilot, I definitely don't think that they thought he was what he is now. I think if anything, they were trying to convey like he was big or powerful or something, with that sound design, but they probably thought he was more on the lines of a monster than some cognizant being.
Right. And also, even though in the last episode, which is also the one where we hear the footsteps, we do see Smokey for the first time, but it's different. He's this tiny, tiny wisp of smoke that you see float by in the background, just tiny and just a wisp. And then we see him in season 2, and he's this giant thing, but he's still pretty thin. He's still you fly through him, and also he's more he's smaller. Once you get to season 3, I think at that point he acquired his final form, which is this sort of lighter colored smoke, more gray, less black, and thick too, like thicker, not so thin. They don't fly through him anymore.
Yeah.
So he kind of looks different, and he's bigger too. He's gotten a lot bigger. Like he used to be, of such a size that, he could just face down Echo and like be on the level with him. But he's now like this giant thing who can take on 10 guys at once.
Yeah, I mean, in that scene when Ben summons him or whatever, like that was a pretty crazy scene shot too, when he comes over the little fence or whatever it is, and he's just this long train of smoke.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's probably the first time we've ever seen him that big.
Yeah.
And it was like, why is he huge like that?
Yeah.
Like, what happened? And then he's just kind of been like that ever since.
Yeah.
So I don't, you summarized his progression pretty well, and I haven't heard anyone else do that, but I'd have to wonder if we're supposed to believe he's gaining power over this time as he comes closer and closer to his plan or something. I don't know how much we should read into that.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, part of me thinks they just tweaked how they wanted him to look. Of course, bigger makes him look more threatening. And so it plays better. If he's going to take on 10 guys, it plays better.
Maybe a bigger budget?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, as the show's been successful and stuff, yeah. Yeah, but it also seems like they wanted to make him more substantial, less like wispy where you could just kind of walk through him. Like now he's this very thick, cloud that you don't feel like you could just reach your hand in.
Thick like whole milk.
Yeah. He's gone from skim milk to whole milk.
Yeah, that's the metaphor I thought you were going for.
Yeah, thank you. I needed a metaphor. That was it. Yeah, it's just, since we're getting so much about Smokey, it made me think about how he was earlier in the show, and I do think they've kind of changed his role over time. But I do think they had in place what they were going to do with Smokey probably in season 3.
Yeah.
Because I think by that time he looks more or less like he does now, and they showed him judging someone, and that's where they started the plot with Locke being dead. So I think back then they did have in mind that Locke would be dead. They knew he was, even though they didn't show us, they knew he was in the coffin, and they knew that Smokey was going to take him over. I think by that point it was in place. I mean, it's hard to know, but that's what I'm guessing based on what we see.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
So anyway, history of the smoke monster.
There it is. So at the end of this scene, Locke just tells Richard that it's time to talk.
Right.
So what I like about this scene, that was the last thing we talked about. I like that we basically get the idea that that Locke, Locke comes out of the statue, attacks Richard, drags him to the jungle, puts him up in the tree to keep him there so he could go see what Sawyer was up to.
Yeah.
And see Sawyer was, busy.
Yeah.
And then came back to try to get Richard on his side.
Yeah.
So I kind of like how they showed that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess Alana later says he's recruiting, and so I guess that he had his eye on Richard and Sawyer, and maybe if he could convince them both, he would have them both help.
Mhm.
If that were possible, but I guess Richard seems to kind of know who Smokey is, or at least know more about who he is than most of the characters do, and so he's not from what he knows, it seems that he's not willing to join him in whatever his plans are.
Mhm.
But we'll get to that. I'm getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I have to guess that he, I wonder if Richard would have said yes if he would have just been fine and not gone after Sawyer also.
Mhm.
But it depends on how well, I wonder how well he knows Richard. Like, if he just knew Richard would say no, or,
Right.
if he's coming from that place. But all right, let's go to the next scene.
Okay.
So we flash sideways. Locke rolls into work and goes to his sad little cubicle at his job at the box company. Randy enters and welcomes the Colonel back. He asks John about the conference, but already knows John didn't go. Randy starts to probe John about why he was there, and John tells Randy where he was is private. And Randy says Locke is fired.
Ouch.
I really liked his response to him saying it's private. He goes, "Oh, hey, no problem, John. You're fired." Let's get off my back, man. Just get the hell out of here. Oh,
hey, your business is your business.
Exactly.
I don't want to pry. Just get the fuck out of here.
Exactly.
Yeah, fucking Randy Nations. What a character.
Yeah.
Once again, the show's just resonating with itself. He's such a. I love that Lost has this population of really, really, really background characters that they've carried through the whole show.
It's really cool how they can bring somebody back who was on in like one episode and they did like one thing, and they come back one more time and it's the biggest thing ever. Yeah. I'm telling you, if we see Claire Psychic again, if he just happens to be in Los Angeles.
Mhm. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that.
And he's not a psychic. He's like a lawyer who prosecutes fake psychics.
Exactly. Oh, yes. God, it seems like you're writing the show. Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, we've already seen the psychic again. They already did that gimmick in season 2, but I think, we haven't seen him since then, and this would be the time. And, I think your vision is something very much like something they would do.
Yeah.
Because I somehow tie that into to Claire's story.
You weren't supposed to raise him, Miss Littleton, but you're supposed to care for him and love him, which is the same thing, I know, but I wanted to state it differently. Because as you see, we're in an alternate timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, I should have told you that. Whoops. Now we got a meta character.
Yeah, now that, wow. I wish we got to see that. But the thing that's cool here is that Randy he's still an asshole, and yet he's totally justified.
Oh yeah, that's what's great.
It's like you can't blame him for what he says here.
Nope.
I mean,
that's a pretty big violation that Lowdown did. Like he, not only, I mean, he lied about going on a company trip, and I gotta say, didn't even do as good of a job as like a teenage girl could have done, covering up the lie.
I know, there was a whole plot on Dexter about him faking going to a conference, and he made it a point to pick up his badge.
Exactly, that's what you gotta do. You gotta go check in and register. Yeah, you have. That's number one, folks. Register at the conference you claim you're going to.
Yeah. It's going to be obvious you didn't go if you never pick up your stuff.
Exactly. Go get pick up some brochures and some literature.
Yeah.
Give someone your business card. Do the groundwork for the lie you're trying to tell. If you care about getting away with it.
Yeah. It's like he really thought he could just skip everything and they'd never know.
They would never find. He could just tell them it was boring and he didn't learn anything, and they'd be like, "Oh, okay, bye."
Yeah.
Really, Locke? Come on.
Yeah, and he should have come up with something better to say than that.
Yeah.
Like I think that's they sing it in fucking Australia. Like come up with, even if it was boring, like come up with something to say about it. It'll seem like they wasted their money if you don't.
Yeah, when he says it was boring and he didn't learn anything, and they just your company just sent you to Australia.
Yeah.
Like, what? Like, it's okay to lie sometimes.
Exactly.
It's time to lie. Like, oh, it was great. I learned a lot, and
Even if he really went, and that were true, that it was boring and he didn't learn anything, I feel like he shouldn't have said that. Like that's
exactly.
You really just don't want to succeed in the job you're in.
And he's like, what does he do? He processes box orders or something? Like, that's a pretty good vacation for him to go to Australia.
It is, yeah. He really lucked out, and if he played it right, he probably could have got away with it. But oh, Locke. No matter what universe it is.
It's not one of the ones where he's a winner.
That's right.
It's like I don't know, it's like some weird version of Sliders. Where he's always trying to find a universe where he's a winner and he can never find it. And little did he know, the one universe where he was a winner, the fence didn't squeak. The Sliders reference, all you Sliders fans.
Yeah.
We're out there. I know it.
Oh yeah, plenty. I've never seen it, but I know they exist.
You're missing out.
Yeah, one of these days. I'll catch up.
All right. So Locke gets fired. I love that little line of let's just call it my vacation week. I thought you wanted that week, for your wedding.
Yeah, it was weird when he said that. I thought that was going to turn into a conflict, that he would offer to give his vacation week for this, and then he wouldn't have a week for his wedding. And then, I envisioned this whole drama that really didn't happen because he just got fired.
Yeah, it wasn't like, oh, will he be able to have his wedding that week now that he, may or may not get that week as vacation also? But it's like, oh, that's not a conflict because you're fired.
Yeah. Yeah, that was, yeah, and it doesn't work to just say, I know I used the company's money and just didn't, went on a vacation for myself, but let's just pretend it didn't happen and call it my vacation.
Yeah,
I just think it's a little late for that. Yeah, you're saying that because you got caught. I mean, if you wanted to be your vacation, you should have taken a vacation.
Yeah, exactly. Not have the company pay for you to take a vacation.
Yeah, and it's even more pathetic because, as we find out, he didn't go on the walkabout. Exactly the same thing happened when he went there. They said they couldn't do it, probably, for the same reason, the insurance and stuff like that. And so not only did he lose his job, but he didn't even get to go on the walkabout.
Oh for 2, as they say.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Locke is over infinity.
Ooh, that's a lot.
It is.
Wow, over infinity. You're just really not. No matter how many you win, you always will lose.
It's true. He's not going to catch up.
He's not. All right. So next scene.
Yeah.
We're back on the island. Locke gives Richard some water from his canteen and apologizes for attacking him. Locke says he wants what he always wanted, for Richard to come with him. Richard asks why he looks like John Locke. And Smokey / Locke. Oh, I don't know if you've noticed. I've been trying to say Locke for Smokey and John for the sideways John.
Oh, okay.
Just to make the distinction. I could call Locke Smokey, but I feel like, there's also Smokey as a smoke monster.
Right.
So Locke just means Smokey Locke.
I also think, Smokey is kind of a nickname, and now that he's become this full-fledged character, it doesn't seem like Smokey is the best name for him.
Yeah, totally.
I want something real to call him, and there really isn't anything right now. So I think calling him Locke and the Flash Sideways John that's a reasonable solution.
Yeah, I'll try. Hopefully it's consistent, but
Yeah, it should be clear. I mean, if we're talking about events on the island, we can't mean anyone but Smokey Locke.
Yeah.
Unless we're talking about the funeral.
Unless we're talking about the body, yeah. The dead body, which I make reference to. But anyway.
Yeah.
So Richard asks why he looks like Locke. Locke says because John could get him to Jacob, and since John was a candidate. Richard says he has no idea what Locke is talking about. Locke is surprised that Richard has been following Jacob's orders all this time without knowing why. He offers to tell Richard everything if he comes with him. Richard says he's not going anywhere with Locke. Locke warns Richard that people don't often get a second chance. Suddenly, Locke sees a young boy in a tribal others-like clothing standing in the jungle, blood on the boy's arms and hands. Richard turns but doesn't see anything. Then Locke tells Richard he'll be seeing him sooner than he thinks. Dun, dun, dun.
Uh-oh.
Obvious threat. Obvious threat detected.
If you do good, you'll see me one more time.
If you do bad, you'll see me 2 more times.
Yeah. So it's this part here. What I've always wanted.
Mm-hmm. For Richard to come with you?
Yeah. Like that makes it sound like this is like an old thing.
What do you mean?
That, I mean, it seems like, I mean, this thing he does with Sawyer and these candidates, I mean, that just can't go back that far. I mean, these people haven't been alive for that long, So whatever he's doing with Sawyer, I feel like it can't be exactly the same as what he's doing with Richard.
Well, I think the candidate thing can go back as far as they want it to go back. I think that's integral to the core conflict on the island. I think, I mean, because what we find out, at least in Sawyer's case and in John's case, was that they were candidates to be the protector of the island.
Right.
Which is what Jacob was. So, I mean, that's a pretty long-standing thing.
Yes.
Now, the thing with Richard, I think, is a little different because I don't believe he ever calls Richard a candidate.
Right.
And it seems like if Richard was going to take over on the island, he would, he would have by now, or
yeah.
Or potentially, although Jacob wasn't dead, so there was no need for him to.
I guess, well, that's true. But I guess, that's the other thing about the candidate thing I don't understand. If Jacob never died, then, I mean, if everyone else just died before Jacob, then it doesn't even, why were they even candidates to begin with? I mean,
well, I think that's the thing. I mean, I think Jacob was trying to find people who could take over to protect the island, and presumably he was testing them or watching them being tested, and a lot of them did die. They, either that meant they didn't have what it took, or that meant that, just by happenstance they died.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be important who's left alive.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably what he was trying to keep track of and all that stuff is who, because he didn't know who was, that's the thing, they're all candidates. He doesn't know who the finalists are going to be.
Yeah.
So it seems like he's just trying to keep track of them and pushing them and doing other things to find out who amongst them is ready to be America's next top model.
Right. Yeah, so I might be reading too much into this, but I guess this thing, going from the you, me, and why do you look like John Locke, and what I've always wanted, I'm getting the sense that there's history here.
Oh yeah, there's definitely history.
That that when Richard came to the island, like he knows who this John Locke character is to some extent. I mean, he recognizes him. And in a way, most other characters don't seem to, and so I just get the sense that when he came, something happened with Smokey, whatever he was at the time, and this relates to that.
Mhm.
In a way that Sawyer's story just doesn't have. I mean, he's never had any personal interaction with Smokey before.
Well, I think definitely. I think Richard goes back so far on the island that he was potentially back around when Smokey was just a regular guy.
Yeah.
So I think that makes the situation different, but I think Smokey's ultimate goal is to get off the island.
Yeah.
And so I think they're both, he's after both of them to service that. So I think they're connected in that sense. But I think there is definitely a personal connection with Richard because, the same as there would be with, the Losties and any other group of people who were on the island at the same time.
Yeah.
And had to interact with each other,
Yeah. But I guess I get the sense something specific happened when Richard came to the island.
Mm-hmm.
That
well,
maybe
I think something did. I mean, I think he was, Locke was probably around when, Smokey was probably around when Richard got turned into whatever he got turned into.
Exactly. And it's some kind of conflict between Jacob and Richard and Smokey, whatever he was at the time. So if it really came on the Black Rock, then I guess it was Smokey as the guy we saw at the end of season 5. And maybe that's who he's thinking of. But yeah, I assume we'll find out that whatever that is at some point this season. But you're right. I do think the candidate concept probably goes back farther, and he does want. And so I guess I'm thinking when he said he wanted to go home, since he was just a person, he really just means go home the way everybody else wanted to go home in getting off the island, just going back to where they used to live. Literally, that's it.
Yeah.
So it's not, home is not some crazy realm that we can't imagine. I'm guessing. Mm-hmm. It's just wherever he used to live.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like, really simple and boring. So whether or not that'll be the case, I guess we'll have to find out.
I mean, it's a little weird because it's probably been a while, and wherever he used to live is probably quite different now than it was when he left it. So I don't know if he's really thought this through. But
well, a lot of times in shows and movies, a character wants to go home, and it is just to wherever they used to live. But then it's like it's for another reason. It's not so they can just go be sentimental. It's so they can get the item they left behind that means the most to them, or so that they can do some other thing to get some other goal they didn't mention before.
Mhm.
So I think it'll
like
be
their father's gold watch or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Just random example.
Yeah. Maybe stop for a Pop-Tart. So I think I think that kind of thing is probably what's going on here. He wants to go home, but it's not. Oh, I had a nice house. It's maybe something more specific than that.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's. I guess I'm just saying. it seems like whatever he meant by home is not necessarily a completely unknown kind of place.
Mhm. It's probably on Earth.
Yeah, it's probably on Earth. That's the point. That's all.
This Earth.
This Earth, indeed. Yeah, good point. Not the fake apocalyptic Earth.
No.
That was once populated by people who may or may not have been Cylons.
Yikes. I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
I don't either. I'm just making shit up.
Okay, well, you're drunk. That explains it.
Anyway.
All right. So next thing.
Oh yeah. So one more thing about this.
Oh, okay.
It works. It works. I have a problem with it, but a little part of me died inside when Locke says, "You mean you've been doing everything he told you all this time, and he never said why?"
Oh.
I do think that's a point of the show, and it works, and yet it really feels like, it really feels like I'm being jerked around when they do something like that. Because it's like, yeah, this whole show, no one's had a clue what was going on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, literally no one.
Yeah, not even Richard, folks. Not even Richard knew what it was all about.
Yeah. It's like, really? He's never had a clue about anything this entire time? I don't know. To me, that's just a little depressing.
Well, to me, yeah, I agree. It's depressing, and I feel like it's analogous to the whole revelation of Locke and his character and how he's destined to be pathetic. And it seemed like, this whole time on the island, it seemed like the conceit is that there were these people who were convinced to follow Jacob, blindly follow him because he displayed some sort of power or ability to convince them, and they didn't know why, but besides that they were protecting the island. And we saw, how many times did we see the concept of protecting the general concept of protecting the island or protecting certain people, and have people doing things for those goals and to not really know why.
Yeah.
Or how what they're doing is really impacting the events. And so that happens a lot on the show. It's I'm doing this to protect the island. Ben stopping Kimi, trying to stop Kimi's team from getting on the island. It's sort of inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. It's like Jacob was alive back then. He could have done something.
Right.
He apparently didn't want to or something like that. So it definitely is all the little things that were going on, which when we were dealing with them were huge, big things. In the grand scheme of things, really wasn't that big a deal.
Yes. I think that's what bothers me about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like all the stuff you've invested in the show so far, in terms of the overall story is inconsequential.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I don't know. I mean, it works because it's kind of the point that Jacob kept everybody in the dark, and I kind of like it on a level, but yeah, at the same time, I just, I hear that and it's like, oh, here we go.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is, it works because it makes sense. We were never around people who knew things. We were around people who claimed to know things, who thought they knew things. Ben knew a lot.
Yeah.
But he himself was just never in a position to know what we have found out recently. And, when it starts with him pretending to, talk to Jacob in the cabin just for Locke's sake, it's like, that's a pretty bad sign.
Yeah.
When you find out, okay, he just made that whole thing up. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and that we still don't even know what happened in that cabin. Ben says he was as surprised as Locke was, or John. I believe him, and okay, so what did happen?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we had an explanation back then, but now it seems up in the air.
Yeah.
I guess I I guess I'm okay. I'm okay with, none of the characters sort of knowing everything, but really the implication here is like they knew nothing.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, they did know a lot about the smaller things.
Yeah.
I think it's just the bigger stuff they didn't know about. They didn't know why. They knew what they were doing. They just didn't know why.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess I just feel like someone should have asked that question.
But that's my point is they seem to have made it a point to show how when you have faith, you don't ask why.
Yeah.
You just sort of say, well, Jacob healed me, so I need to do this.
Yeah.
It's obviously for a good reason. I need to protect the island because he healed me, or
yeah,
he's got this power or quality, or did this thing, so therefore that is the proof of why I need to do this. But it doesn't explain the reason behind the actions.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, that's kind of how Locke took the fact that he could walk again on the island.
Mm-hmm.
He took that as a sign that he was meant to be there, and he had a special connection with the island. And
mm-hmm. Which should still be true, but at the same time, it seems like it might not be true. So
yeah.
Because
I mean,
Jacob, presumably is why he could walk, but they paint Jacob as this person who didn't seem to have much interest, but at the same time seems to has to have had an interest.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
It just seems like he's very fickle.
Very fickle. He makes it a point to do certain things, but most of the time he just seems to sit back and let things play out.
Remember when Locke's voice was taken away?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he had to do the sweat lodge thing.
Mm-hmm.
What was that about?
Oh God.
Was that supposed to be Jacob punishing him, or was that, Smokey doing something?
Yeah, was a polar bear really Smokey?
Oh, man, the one who got Echo?
Yeah.
Was that after No, that must have been before he told Echo to confess, because afterwards he killed him.
Yeah, it was right after that he told Echo to confess.
Oh, okay, so he was like, okay, well, I'll just pretend to be a polar bear, and that'll make you confess.
Yeah.
And then he got rescued, and he was like, weren't you scared by that polar bear? You should confess now.
Yeah, what's it going to take?
A polar bear just drug you to its cave after you survived an implosion of a hatch. So, won't you confess, please?
It's really not that much to ask.
It really isn't, but I guess it was.
But apparently so, yeah.
It's too much.
Yeah, I think I'm going to interpret that as Wow. I was going to say pure hallucination on Locke's part, but that seems like that can't quite be right, because it really did seem to tell him that Echo was kidnapped by a polar bear, and he really shouldn't have known that.
He also couldn't talk.
He also couldn't talk, that's true. And so, it does seem like, and Boone appears to him, which again seems like it very well could be a hallucination, and yet the stuff he says suggests like it's external. So so I guess I would say that's the island or something. But whether that's separate from, I guess I do think that's separate from Jacob and Smokey now, based on this episode. There really is something that I might call the island. Maybe that isn't even the right word, but some other entity besides the two of them. And I guess I would want to put it on that. Wild guess.
Okay.
But really, I just wish that episode would go away.
Yeah.
That's, if there's one episode of all of Lost that I could take back, that might be it.
Which episode was that?
Further instructions.
Oh, yeah, further. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Well, what are you going to do?
Yeah. It was weird because everyone was complaining about the Hydra Island drama, but I really think the Hydra Island drama was way better than that.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know, even the glass ballerina was better than
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that part was pretty bad.
Yeah. It isn't the worst episode of the show. It's just one that I wish wasn't there.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't work on any level.
On a comedy level?
Okay, maybe it works on a comedy level.
Maybe.
But I don't think that's what it was going for.
Yeah.
Oh, any theory about why the boy appears bloody?
The bloody boy theory. Well, first let's talk about who the boy might be.
Okay, that's worth talking about.
Who do you think? What do you think?
I'm taking. What did you say?
What do you think? What do you think he is?
For the moment, I'm thinking the boy is somehow a representative of the island, the whatever higher entity on the island is presiding.
Okay.
Not necessarily that it is that, but it's some kind of emissary for that.
Well, okay, I could buy that, but I feel like even if the boy is just representative of the island, what is his identity? You know, why does he look like that?
Well, kids are creepy.
Who is he supposed to look like? So you don't think it's anyone on the show or anything connected to? You think it's just a kid?
Yeah, I do. Okay. I could be wrong about that, but I do think it's you know, I think very knowing kids are scary.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's just effective to have this kid appear and really kind of boss Smokey around and not at all be intimidated by him. Like it's interesting to watch. More interesting than if they had a grown man do it or something.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe he really is intended to represent someone. I don't know. Do you have someone in mind?
I think he is intended to represent someone. My current theory is that he's a young Jacob.
Oh, I see. But
either,
that's okay.
Either some sort of island apparition of young Jacob, or or they have, Locke has some sort of connection to, because I think the blood was significant. I think I don't know what it means. Maybe
That makes me think of something else. Is it possible that Jacob could have been claimed, and that's why he kicked him into the fire? Or is that just too crazy?
I think that's too crazy.
Okay.
I mean, could he have been claimed? Yes. But, that would suggest he was claimed a long time ago.
No, I meant after he was killed, could he have been claimed?
Oh, you mean could he have been claimed and that's why he threw him in the fire?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. I think that's a reasonable assumption. I mean, I don't mind saying I believe that. It
would be kind of crazy for Jacob to get claimed by I don't even know what.
If he was, that's the question though. Was he just? It's like was he a regular enough person to be claimed? And I kind of don't think he was.
I kind of don't either, but
just in terms, but the fact that he's, I think a related question would be, did he reappear on the island? Like maybe Locke thought putting him in the fire would prevent. See, I always assumed putting him in the fire, Locke was thinking would prevent him from returning in any form on the island.
Mhm.
And I think he was just wrong about that.
Yeah.
But you could go a step further and say he was trying to prevent him from being claimed, because maybe Jacob could have reclaimed his own body.
Okay. Oh God.
You know what I mean? And sort of been back to his regular seat of power, maybe. I don't know.
I see. God, that'd be weird. Yeah, 'cause I was going to say, if that's really true, that really does seem to separate the claiming from Smokey.
Mhm.
If he's the one doing the claiming, he shouldn't worry about Jacob being claimed.
Yeah.
I don't know that he was. I'm not. I don't really buy the theory, but the idea of seeing Jacob again makes me wonder about that.
Yeah. I feel like, the boy has blood on his hands. I think that means something.
Yeah.
And the next time we see the boy, he doesn't have blood on his hands.
Right. And now Richard apparently can't see him.
Richard can't see him.
But Sawyer does see him.
Mhm.
I don't know what that says, but I think there's some kind of clue there.
Well, I think to me that's a connection to Sawyer being a candidate, Sawyer being in line for Jacob's role. I want to assume somehow that's a young Jacob. I don't know. I feel like that's fitting. It also could be some weird time-shifted version, like.
But is it really young Jacob, or is it just, the island taking the form of young Jacob? Like, when you say it's young Jacob, I mean, how much of young Jacob is it? What do you have in mind?
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking the form of young Jacob.
Okay.
That's why he took that form. But I guess I don't think it is really young Jacob.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because then, I would wonder sort of how that works. But the form of is certainly plausible. I mean, I don't know, depending on how far back Jacob and Smokey go, he may have even known him when he was that age.
Yeah, exactly.
And
they're probably brothers.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to make all this work, just make them brothers.
Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. And, Lost is pretty literal-minded in general. So probably saying that they're just doing something for atmosphere may not be the best theory.
Yeah, exactly.
They usually do things for some purpose, story-wise, and they're usually pretty explicit about what things mean. So
yeah,
I think your theory has merit. It does seem like it seems like Smokey should maybe have some connection to whoever it is.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed to recognize him. He chased after him. But it seems like someone, like you said, someone of higher authority who knows the rule. But at the same time, I feel like Jacob knows the rules, so it could be someone on the same level.
Yeah.
And it's an obvious parallel to Smokey appearing as Alex to Ben, telling Ben not to kill Locke.
That's right.
So I think that's pretty interesting to see. I guess we skipped ahead. We see that later. But
right. Yeah, and it's definitely. Oh yeah, you're right. This isn't even the scene we were on, are we? Is it?
Yeah. It continues later. Yeah.
In this scene we just see the boy bloodied. And but the idea of Smokey sort of having visions and actually, even though I agree he kind of recognizes, he knows who this is and stuff, he's still somewhat I think he's still somewhat what's the word? Troubled by this appearance.
Yeah.
And it's weird to be in the position of sort of Smokey having to deal with a troubling presence in the woods.
Well, it's one of the most consistent things in the show. the new person, the new most powerful character, not really, knowing everything or being subject to something bigger than itself,
Yeah.
And on top of that, I think, on top of that reveal with Smokey is the idea that the whole, their rules, but at the same time, he can apparently break them.
Yeah.
There are rules, but rules can be broken.
Yeah.
So it's not a straight a cut and dry delineation of like power and stuff.
Right. Yeah. If you break the rules, you don't just get instantly struck dead or something.
Yeah. Well, more specifically, the rules can be broken. It's not like these rules instituted by some higher being that keeps, is preventing him from killing Sawyer.
Yeah, along the lines of what apparently happened with Michael's gun not working or something.
Yeah. Or like with Ben, with Alex getting killed.
Mm-hmm.
Like the rule was, whatever, we don't know.
Yeah. There's definitely a question about the connection between these rules and the rules that Ben and Widmore were talking about.
Yeah, but just the idea that there are rules, but they're not constraints, I should say. They're not something that can't be overcome or you can't choose to break.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They don't have the force of physical laws or something.
Mm-hmm.
They're just things that the island doesn't want you to do.
Yeah.
And if you do them, perhaps there will be problems for you.
Perchance a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess we can at least say that.
Yeah. All right, what next?
The next scene? Do you have more about this scene?
No, we'll come back to it. I mean, we've already talked about the...
Although, I did want to note the thing Locke said. You sure about that? Because people seldom get a second chance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That line jumped out at me for some reason.
Oh, it's a pretty big line, I think. Well, I immediately think of Echo.
Yeah.
And all of the other people that Smokey has met who he killed instantly without, giving them a second chance.
Yeah.
But I like when he makes these threats because they're not blunt,
Mhm.
And you wonder, will he get a second chance?
Yeah, you do. You do.
He's not saying he won't get one. He's just saying it's rare.
It's true. Yeah. You're the odds are against you, but who knows?
Mhm. And I think that's definitely scarier than just saying this is your last chance.
Right. Yeah. No, I think the way they played Smokey is great. He's clearly seems to be the villain, but he's definitely ambiguous. I mean, there's things about him that it's hard not to like. I think he's so forthcoming, and he seems to have the attitude that that's how they should have been this whole time. And Jacob seems to have been very uninterested in being forthcoming with people.
It's like he's a character that comes on the show and he goes like, "This is how the show's been going? What?"
Yeah, exactly.
If I was in charge, this would have been totally different. I would have told you guys everything in season 1.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and it's hard not to appreciate that, I think. I hear that and I think, right on. Right on. What's up with all the secrecy? Yeah,
I mean, they could have played it where he goes, "Oh, because John was a candidate," and Richard's like, "A candidate for what?" "Oh, that's right. Jacob didn't tell you." "Well, let me tell he could have come from a place of course you don't know. We don't tell, everyone doesn't know this stuff.
Right.
You didn't reach the level or you didn't whatever. They play it totally like, what? He should have told you that. Shame on him.
Yeah, exactly. And it calls into question. I mean, it even makes Smokey seem like, some kind of heroic figure who's opening their eyes. Like, You're following this guy, and you have no idea why or what he wants or what the purpose of what you're doing is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, think about it. Take a look at yourself.
Yeah, and I think that's what's interesting is, like I said before, is they're definitely trying to play around with the idea of who, they've been doing this from the beginning. Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy?
Yeah.
The others keep saying, we're the good guys. We're the good guys.
Right.
And then,
right, and even Bram's crew said that.
Yeah, like Frank said, the bad guys always say they're the good guys.
Right. Yeah.
I wonder if Bram still thinks he's on the team that's going to win now that he's dead.
Yeah, his team really. Okay, well, we'll see what his team is, but his close team really didn't win.
No. And Alana's lucky she didn't go in there.
It's true. Yeah. She's under contract.
She's a series regular. Season regular, yeah.
Series regular doesn't go into the temple when Smokey's attacking.
No. Unless they get to hide in the corner.
Right. Unless they're Ben,
yeah.
But if she had gone in there, she would have been on Bram's side, know, and Ben wasn't. So he was okay. So yeah. No, and it's good she's around because everybody else would be just totally baffled right now.
This episode makes me think about, they talked about why Smokey chose Locke, and he said, I knew he could give me access to Jacob, but I'm still wondering why Ben had to kill Jacob.
Yeah, they haven't.
Doesn't seem to explain that.
Yeah.
I hope we'll figure that out.
Yeah. I mean that part was pretty clear. He used the fact that Locke was supposed to be the leader of the others to get access to Jacob. I think we got that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the other part that we don't understand and that they still haven't really told us.
Yeah.
Why couldn't he do it himself? And why did Ben need to do it? And what was a loophole? I mean, we still don't know that. And it does seem like he's explaining it, but it's I don't know. That part was clear.
Do you think the loophole is that only the leader of the others can see Jacob? And so he had to be the leader of the others?
He had to become the leader of the others? It's weird, though, because it seems like he still couldn't kill him.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe he just had to. But on the other hand, I mean, he meets with Jacob in the first scene. I mean, it doesn't seem like, I don't think he was leader of the others at that time, if the others even existed. Yeah,
and that's really what the loophole is. The loophole should be. It should be from that scene. It seems like the loophole should be. He figured out a way to kill Jacob.
Yeah.
But in the scene where he kills Jacob, it seems like the loophole is the fact that he's in Locke's body.
Yeah.
Or the fact that, or something to do with Ben,
Yeah.
Yeah, we still don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, did it have to be Locke? I mean, if Locke never came back to the island, I would think the others at some point would have to have another leader.
Mm-hmm.
And, if Smokey
could... It probably would have been Cindy.
Oh, God. That hurts. And whoever that was, if he... what am I trying to say? If he got
he or she,
if he got whoever that was to kill Jacob, I mean, it seems like it still would have worked.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Or if he impersonated that person, if he was able to take over that person.
Yeah, if everything was the same, but it was a different person except for Locke, it seems like it still would have worked. But
yeah.
I want to feel like the loophole has something to do with being in Locke's body. Because that was the biggest thing he did.
Yeah.
You know, because he said, do you know how much trouble I went through to get here or whatever?
It's not clear what the trouble was.
Yeah.
I wish I could understand what the trouble was. Because he doesn't seem to expend a great deal of effort to appear as someone.
And, like, Jacob was the one who was partially responsible for everyone getting back to the island, so it's not like,
right.
Smokey was like, oh, I had to arrange all these things to happen for them to get back to the island so I could get Locke's body. So I don't really know what trouble he went through. And
what, if anything, did he have to do with Ben killing Locke, which was pivotal for this plan to work?
Well, okay, and again, we get in that time loop of Locke only knows he's supposed to die because he tells Richard to tell him he's supposed to die.
Right.
So, and that has to,
and if they only knew, if Richard and Ben knew what they were dealing with at the time, they could have realized that, the path that they were sending Locke down was the path where he gets murdered, and it wasn't by Locke himself.
Yeah, and that's what's interesting is they both, Richard and Ben, sensed that Locke was different.
Yeah.
And that's been a theme with this new Locke, and but Sawyer's the only one who realized that he's just not Locke, and maybe it was because he did admit he's dead.
Right.
So at a certain point you have to say, okay, well, what the hell are you then? But yeah, Sawyer was the first one to be like, well, I know you're not John Locke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the loophole thing, I feel like it's really not that complicated, but I just can't put the pieces together. Maybe there's just some integral piece missing for it to make it all work. Because it seems like that's over.
Yeah.
Like, okay, they did it, and it's done, and now he's stuck like this, and so we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah. 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 Well, and I guess the other strange thing is, if Ben hadn't killed Locke, Locke would have killed himself. So, I mean, it's like he would have died anyway. Although, I mean, I guess Ben could have saved his life, probably, but decided not to. Like, since him being dead was, the key thing that makes this work, it's weird to me that whole drama seemed to have not that much to do with Smokey.
Yeah,
it's like Smokey lucked out that happened.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm reminded of that all the stuff Ben was doing off of the island all that time, and then the whole stuff with hiding Locke's body, and Jill at the what was it, a butcher shop or whatever, and it's just like, what did those people think was going on? I mean, did Ben tell them, okay, well, I left the island, and some special people left, and they need to get back, including this. Like, it seems like if he explained the situation, which he seems like he would have. I don't know. It seems like it would have been a bigger deal. Because it was like, what happens if we, don't get this done? Well, God help us all.
Right.
And like, well, it didn't seem like what you guys were doing was that important in terms of what you were trying to accomplish. It was important in terms of Smokey.
Right.
But, the people on the island were already fine.
Right.
And all of them coming back did was ruin everything.
Right.
As Sawyer would quickly tell you.
Yes.
So it's just strange that they went that Ben, as a representative of the others, and getting help from the off-island others, including Miss Hawking. I don't think did Jacob care?
Right.
That they were doing any of this stuff? I mean, and this ties in again to the island and how did they get back? What flashed them off of the plane? Was it Jacob's power that flashed them off the plane, off of 316, or was it the island? you know. That's
yeah,
a question.
it actually seems like Jacob just kind of, you know, latched on to something that was already taking place.
Mm-hmm.
Like Ben and this Hawking and all of the, you know, the off-island people, all the stuff they were doing, it seems like they just did on their own. And
oh, you know what? This has to be said. The other perspective here is Christian, who was also telling people
yeah,
they got to come back. So if that's Smokey, then that will be his influence. You know,
yeah,
that's a clear,
true.
direct example of the work he had to do to get all this to happen, if that's supposed to be Smokey.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
and considering
true.
that you know the show really starts with, you know, Christian telling Vincent to go wake up Jack, if that's Smokey too, then you know his job started the moment they got on the island.
Yeah.
At least. So you know, it's the seeds are there for these explanations, but it's like you can't really connect them until they, you know, tell you if that's it or not.
Until they make it clear. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then, I mean, the problem with that is, or at least
No,
my
there's no problems. There's no problems.
Oh, okay. Never mind. My problem with that is that it totally seems like, you know, I mean, it's very convoluted, as every plan on this show really is convoluted for the most part.
What?
You know, but okay, you know, looking past that, it really seems like it really benefited Smokey in a big way. More so than I can tell that it benefited anyone else, including Jacob and the Oceanic Six and the people who are already on the island. But Jacob still did something. I mean, he did push some people to get on the plane. So he wasn't against it. And so I guess I don't really understand what he wanted to happen. I don't think what he wanted to happen was what did happen.
I feel like it was he wanted them to come back to the island. Okay, I can buy that. I don't think he knew what Smokey was planning. But I guess for me the big, like, I can make peace with pretty much all these elements except for the, like, you know, what is the mechanism that allowed him to take over Locke? Was it just that Locke was dead? You know, just a dead body that would give him access to Jacob. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, if Christian could have gotten an audience with Jacob, would he have just walked in and hi, I'm Christian, I want to see Jacob?
Right. Yeah.
And I have to say, you know, like we kind of talked about before, there's this weird connection between, you know, Smokey and Locke, and they seem to be melding personalities. Christian seems like really Christian, and not some other person. You know, Saeed seems like Saeed and not some other person.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if those things are all connected, if being claimed just is some weird, you know, some spark of life that reanimates, you know, whatever dead person, but it's dark or something, so it changes them, but somehow they're keeping their original personality.
Yeah.
Or they're all pretending.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
Me either.
I don't know.
What I do know is the next scene.
All right.
So we're back at the statue. Ben enters to find Alana crying, looking at the bodies of her dead team. She tells Ben to tell her what happened, and he warns her she might not believe him. He tells her that Locke turned into a pillar of black smoke and killed everyone. She asks if Locke killed Jacob, and Ben's mouth says yes, but his throat gulps no. Gulp. Ben tells Alana that Locke kicked Jacob's body into the fire, and she proceeds to collect some of it. Ben asks if Alana knows why Locke took Richard into the jungle, and she says that Locke is recruiting. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh.
I love when she said that. He's recruiting. It's kind of my Saeed voice. I got to work on my Alana.
Yeah, there's a fine line between British and any other accent, apparently.
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Any other accent is in danger of merging into British.
Yeah. I think for, maybe for Americans, British is the gateway accent.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
That reminds me, speaking of British actors, the guy who plays Saeed, whose name escapes me now.
Naveen Andrews.
As soon as you say it, I'm going to remember is Naveen Andrews.
Sorry.
It's just one of those brain things where I want that word and it won't come to me.
Oh, yeah, no, I know.
But I was watching this clip of him. I guess he, was like, behind the scenes, and he was answering questions from the internet or whatever, and he had like two questions sort of that he answered similarly. It was about the action and the fighting sequences, and both times he made reference to the fact that he likes them, but they're tough to do. But what's even more tough physically is that he sort of like gets into them emotionally, and that he intimated that like they're kind of seductive emotionally, and he kind of like the power of doing those fight scenes was kind of scary to him, that he would like lose himself in that, in the violence.
Wow.
I thought that was, yeah, exactly. That was really interesting. He was just making reference to I don't know, he just seemed like he was like he had to like not let himself go too far. So anyway, I thought I'd bring that up. It was interesting. I think that those clips are on the ABC site, in their new little clip section or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should see that. That's wow. I would not have guessed that.
Yeah.
I always thought scenes like that were like just kind of fun,
just really
like
technical.
Like I've heard a lot of people say it's like dancing or something,
Mm-hmm.
like that. They just do this like complicated routine where they move their body around and. But he's getting into it like it's...
Well, there's different fights, and the fights that Saeed usually gets into are the really big physical, like...
Yeah.
You get knocked into this, they knock you into that,
yeah.
You hit them with this thing, and then they kick you with that, and it's just like, it's not martial arts, like, where it's more...
right.
Dance, can be more choreographed that way.
Right. Yeah. But I kind of like that he's internalizing it to an extent that he's actually starting to sympathize or something with Saeed's actual state of mind.
Yeah.
What it's supposed to be. That's wow.
Naveen, what are you gonna do, man?
Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah, God, I hope he doesn't turn into a zombie.
Too late.
Good point.
So Alana says Locke is recruiting.
Right.
For the army, that they'll need for the war, right?
I guess so. Is that the point?
Hey, Jack said, how long will it take to train an army?
Oh my God!
Don't forget that.
Oh my God!
And this is what he was talking about.
The answer is 5 seasons.
But yeah. Yeah, this is probably not what he was talking about. But
it really wasn't.
It really wasn't.
Yeah, I know, and I want to bring in at the end of that episode where Smokey kills Echo and he says, "You're next."
Mm-hmm. Oh, when he's like, "You're all next" or something.
Yeah.
Or you're next, and you don't know what he means.
He said we're next, I guess.
Mhm.
Meaning all of them that were there.
Mhm.
Like, here, finally, now, that's coming true.
Yeah, which they keep saying his ultimate, or his sort of default task is just to kill everyone on the island.
Mhm.
Like, people keep saying that, so I have to believe that's true. He's done that. I mean, he's just sort of blindly killed people. So
yeah. He's on a mission now, so that's what leads me to think he's just going to try to do what he wants to do, and if people get in his way, he'll kill them. But I guess I don't know how he intends to accomplish his goal, so it depends on what that entails, how much he'll have to kill. And I guess it's not clear to me that he needs to go to war. But I guess that makes the most sense. If there's going to be a war, I don't know who else is going to be involved.
Mhm.
So yeah, I guess that's right. The others were barricading the temple and preparing like there was going to be an attack, and I guess I probably believe that's going to happen at some point.
I think it's interesting that Alana knows why Locke took Richard.
Yes.
She must. It seems like she knows more about him and what's going on than he does. So
Richard?
Than Richard.
Yeah, you're right.
So it seems like Jacob, for whatever reason, told Alana more stuff, or somehow she found out more than Richard ever did.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily more, but in terms of these specific things.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean we saw Jacob pay a personal visit to Alana, and I think the big difference between his visit to Alana and his visit to anyone else is she knew him.
Mhm.
She knew he was Jacob, and there it wasn't like this is some random guy.
Well, that's what's weird. It doesn't seem like she knew him, but it reminds me of when he encountered Locke. At the height of some incident, he was really hurt, from falling out of a window, being pushed. But yeah, it was weird that he came to her when she was, injured.
Yeah.
But yeah, she definitely seemed to already have known him. So it's like, well, how did she get injured and why? And why did you let it happen if you could have stopped it? And so I'm wondering if if before that she knew everything she knows now, or if that was the beginning of her really knowing everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because it could have been she knew Jacob and she knew he was special or interesting or something, but didn't know the whole story.
Mhm. Yeah, so he recruited her basically.
Yeah. I mean, that's what he seems like he's doing anyway, is recruiting people.
Yeah.
Which in this job economy is a good thing to hear.
Wow. A little topical humor. Why not?
Why not? Exactly.
Yeah, I really like the idea of being some kind of pawn of island entities as a lucrative job opportunity.
Yeah, I think as long as this guy benefits and pay time off, I say take it. As long as they cover relocation costs, right?
Right.
If you can get it. Company car, maybe if you can get it.
Mhm. Wow. Never thought about it that way.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, what else did I want to say about this? Oh, of course, Ben lies about killing Jacob.
He didn't lie so much as sidestep the truth.
Okay, well, sure.
Because I mean, it was all Locke's plan.
It's true.
And Locke is the one who kicked him into the fire. Now she didn't say, did Locke stab Jacob?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is what I think Ben's lawyer would use.
Or Ben himself.
Or Ben himself, yeah.
Acting as his own lawyer.
Yeah, I like to represent myself.
I think he'd do a quite good job, and he could probably convince people.
They say a man who represents himself has a liar for a client.
And he does have a bit of defense in that Smokey actually did threaten him directly with annihilation if he did not follow what Locke told him.
That is such a lackluster threat, annihilation. You must be scared of that. My grandmother tells me she's going to annihilate me all the time. And I'm just like, Granny,
Granny,
get off the roof, all right?
Wow, Granny's kind of scary.
Yeah, she's really scary. We had to put her in a home. It was too much. And now it's sad.
Yeah. Thanks.
From horror to comedy to
the
sad.
mood swings are crazy here. I can't handle this.
That's my grandmother. Now you see why we put her. Couldn't handle it. Oh, it all comes back full circle. Very sad.
It really does. So anyway, my point was that I think in the end, Ben really killed him because of his own personal problems.
Wait, Ben what?
Ben really killed Jacob.
Yeah.
Because of his own.
What about me?
Yeah, his own sort of insecurities about himself and needing to be recognized by someone, and issues going back a long way. I think that's really what pushed him over the edge. But on the other hand, he really was literally threatened if he didn't follow Locke's orders. So I think that's a fair defense. And yeah. Locke, clearly, it was Locke's initial idea to kill Jacob. Locke wanted to kill Jacob. We know he wanted to kill him for a long time. And, Ben is sort of like his hitman or something. It's really, in a way, more Locke's responsibility, even though Ben actually did it.
So you're telling me Ben is Locke's hitman the way Saeed was Ben's hitman?
Yes, I am telling you that.
Are you telling me this is a parallel theme we're dealing with here?
I didn't mean to be telling you that, but now it appears that I was telling you that.
Yeah, and I'll also say this in terms of recurring themes, not reoccurring, just for all the English teachers out there.
Thank you.
Is this idea that we'll talk about later, because I'm skipping a little bit, but the idea that the island doesn't need protecting, that there are protectors who protect it, but it doesn't need protecting. And I feel like that's a direct correlation between pressing the button or not.
Yes.
So you have, a similar situation of, well, do we need to press the button or don't we need to press the button? Do we need to protect the island or don't we need to protect the island? Yeah,
exactly. We got to go back to the island to save them.
Yeah. They're already safe, guys.
We got to tell the lie so we can protect them all. I got to kill all these people to protect them all.
I got to save all these people to protect them all. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're right. It's very much. I guess that's a running. When you look at the show overall, that's definitely a running theme. They like that idea of this nebulous mission that you have to do this, but do you really?
Because you know why? Because that situation always comes back down to your choice, and that's choice directly leads to your destiny. So it's like that's why these things I think are all related, because it puts you in a position of having to choose. Jacob can tell you what to do, but or what should be done, but you have to choose, and therefore it's more important that way.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a good catch. Yeah, so Ben doesn't lie about kicking him into the fire. It was a nice a nice thing where you can sort of lie and then tell the truth, and then it makes you seem more credible.
Yeah, that's why I say he sidestepped the truth, because he got to the truth in the end, but he skipped the one little part where he had something to do with it. Yeah. He probably senses that it wouldn't necessarily be a good idea to tell Alana exactly what happened. I agree with you, but I was just going to say, she probably would buy it if he said what you said earlier. Like, he goes, well, I stabbed him, but Locke threatened me with annihilation if I didn't. I feel like, we don't need him to say that, but I feel like he could have said that and she wouldn't have shot him dead on the spot there, maybe. Yeah. Right. Even though I don't think that's the whole truth, it is at least a plausible story that she might believe. And it's it's good enough. But yeah, still though, I mean, she was clearly allied with Jacob on some level, and I think whatever she did, whether she murdered him or whatever, it's still not something she wants to hear, I think. Yeah. And so I think Ben wisely sidesteps it. For her own emotional security, right? Yeah. He's just thinking about her. He is, exactly. He's so caring and empathetic, that Ben. Like Dr. Phil. Yeah, he really is. He's the island's Dr. Phil. He is. Never realized that, It's one of the things. That's why I'm glad we do a podcast. I really never. I would never pick up on these things. And Jacob is the island's Oprah. Right. Right? I guess that's the obvious next step. I don't know. Gives you free stuff. Doesn't want anything in return. I don't know. Oprah to me. No. He's got a magazine that has him on the cover every month. Every month. Every month, folks. All month. 12. Weren't you on the cover last Oprah magazine. I wonder who. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, right indeed. Oh, yikes. People who have their magazines and it's called their name, they do that, and I don't get it. It's like, isn't it good enough that it's your magazine? Like, do you? It really should be. Like, why don't you be on the cover every month, but with other people? Sure. I think that would be more interesting. Yeah. Like, who's the person you want to interview or whatever the big feature story is? Take a picture with that person. Yeah. Not you in another, spring dress or something. I don't know. I don't know what she's in. I don't either. But she's always in something different. Carving pumpkins this month and... Yeah. Yeah. And it just seems like that should get exhausting after a while. Yeah. We have to take my picture again. Don't you have 1 million of them? It's a Thanksgiving theme. We've already done that 20 times. Well, this time we'll do Thanksgiving mixed with blackjack. So we can have 21 in here. And somehow thematically it'll work better. Hey, guys, it'll be the Thanksgiving in Vegas, issue. It'll be that'll be the interesting thing to do that year. Take the family to Vegas. Thanksgiving in Vegas. Wow. Yeah. Thanks, Oprah. We never thought of that. Never would have thought of it. So, you ready for the next scene, huh? Let me make sure. I think so. Yes. Oh, one more thing. What do you think she's going to do with the ashes? Any thoughts? I would assume like we've seen the other ashes. I mean, let's talk about the ashes. Are those ashes the bodies of dead leaders? Dead protectors? Some kind of explanation for what the ashes are, why they work. I see. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't think about that. God.
my signature line.
I wanted to press the button or the buzzer or the word of the day or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I really hate that. That's my catchphrase, but oh well, I said it,
yeah,
so
like,
it's my own fault.
It's like having a catchphrase of "I'm so stupid."
Exactly. Exactly.
It's a little better than that.
Just a little.
Well, I guess I'm a stupid idiot. It's like, why is that my catchphrase? Why do I say that a lot?
Yeah. I can't really blame anyone though. It's not like people made me say it. It's not like I get a script where they tell me to say that.
You're right. It's not like that at all. Turn to page 7.
Yeah. That would be hilarious if this entire podcast were scripted.
Paper shuffling noise.
That would make this moment very meta.
It would.
Okay. So I think you might be right, but we'll see. I don't have any other thoughts, but I thought we should bring it up.
Okay, yeah, I'm assuming in terms of how she's going to use it, for protection, the same way we've seen it used before, maybe as proof of some, she'll take it to Dogan and say these are his ashes, and there might be some ritual or something, or, less plot-oriented, but more like character-based that they'll do with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right, next scene, huh?
Okay.
The next scene, we're at the barracks. Locke enters Sawyer's house to find the aftermath of a raging hootenanny.
Is that what that was?
That's what it was. Locke goes to the back bedroom to find Sawyer sitting near the hole in the floor, drinking Dharma whiskey. Locke says hello. Sawyer says, "Thought you were dead." Locke says he is. Uncomfortable silence.
During the commercials, of course.
Well, during the commercial is the part where, Sawyer gets up and walks to the kitchen, and then, Locke goes to the living room and waits for the commercial break to be over.
Right.
So that whole time they were uncomfortably silent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of like the opposite of Jack instantly running out of a room.
Dude, when I saw that again in season 5, oh God, what is his name?
Jack?
No, I keep wanting to say Ben, and his name is not Ben, and it's not Frank. Dan. That's why I want to say Dan.
Oh, Dan. Yeah.
Yeah, it's when Dan comes back in the 70s. He comes back on the sub and he rushes to talk to the gang, and he tells Jack that they weren't supposed to be there and blah blah blah. And then he's like, "I can't talk now. I gotta go." And then the next cut is, we come back to that scene, and Dan and Miles are in the car trying to leave, and Jack comes out and goes, "Wait, what are you talking about?" And it's like, you're just not asking him that? It's been 2 minutes since you said you weren't supposed to be here.
Yeah. Or my favorite, when Jack goes to see Claire's mom, and
that's a good one.
And
too.
she tells him who's Aaron, and we never get to see what happens. It's just a great ellipsis in the show. But from what we hear her say later, he blinked twice and ran for the door.
Exactly. Yeah, he was like, what? Oh, okay, gotta go now. Like, he didn't even have a classy exit, you didn't have anything to say. It was just like, boom, gone. Nothing suspicious here, sorry.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure she won't think anything of this.
Yeah, this strange man who was on my daughter's plane where she died came to me and said, everything we did for Aaron. Like, nothing's going on there, I guess.
And also, she knows Jack is related to Claire.
Yeah, totally.
So it's even more curious, I think, for him to just kind of run in there and then run out with no explanation and referencing some character she's never heard of.
I wonder if we'll get any explanation of the coincidence that Mrs. Littleton had the same lawyer as Ben's lawyer, and that was the whole connection between Kate meeting up with her and being able to give Aaron to her and all that stuff. And I wonder if that had anything to do with Jacob at all.
Oh yeah, he's my lawyer.
I want to see a montage of all those Ben lines that are like that, because he has some of those every now and then, like 2 or 3 times a season. He'll just say a line like that where it's just the weirdest line, and I don't know what it is. It's always some kind of like you're waiting for him to say something, and then he says it, and it's just I don't know. It's something weird, like he's my lawyer. Why do you think it's had to kill him?
Yeah. That's my favorite. I love that line. The look he gives to the side is so great.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. He talks out of the corner of his mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. Yeah. What do you think about you? Like he, elbows him, wink, wink, honk, honk.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like he's half joking.
Yeah. It's a little dark humor there.
Yeah. Yeah, he kind of means it, but he's kind of also joking. It's great.
Yeah, it's like, this is why I say we should kill him, guys. Come on.
Hello.
Do you think I was just doing it because I'm a bad guy? No. All right, well, that's not much in this scene. We kind of pick back up on this storyline after the next scene.
Right, the commercial break.
Yeah, so, so we're in the living room of Sawyer's house. Sawyer pours Locke a drink and says cheers, to being dead. He says he doesn't care if Locke is dead and tells Locke to get out of his house. Locke says that it's not Sawyer's house, that Sawyer just lived there for a little while. Sawyer asks Locke who he is because he sure isn't John Locke. Locke asks why Sawyer would say that, and Sawyer says it's because John Locke was always scared, even when he was pretending he wasn't, and that this Locke isn't scared. Locke tells Sawyer he can answer the most important question in the world: why are you on this island? Sawyer says he's on this island because his plane crashed, his raft blew up, and the helicopter was one too heavy. But Locke says that's not why he's there, and he can prove it if Sawyer comes with him. Sawyer realizes he's going to need pants. End of the scene. I think they did a really good job with, I've been a fan of Josh Holloway this season and Sawyer's reaction to losing Juliet, and they did a good job with his little his hootenanny here. The
hootenanny seems like such a lighthearted word for the depressed, drunken stupor that he's in.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think if you have a hootenanny by yourself, then it's depressing like this.
Oh, okay.
No.
It's a one-man hootenanny.
Yeah, a one-man hootenanny. That's not fun. But no, the whole, the set design and, even how, dirty he was and just drunk and just so totally depressed. It's fun to watch. I liked how they played it. And he was, I love that they've put him in such a dark place that he's able to react to Smokey the way he does. Oh, it's so great. It's so great for someone to be like, hey, what's up? I'm dead. And then someone to go, okay, I don't care.
Yeah, he honestly doesn't give a shit. It's fine with him.
And I think it's not just his state of mind, but it's also, he just saw Saeed come back from the dead.
Yeah.
I think he's totally on the page of crazy shit on this island can happen. I don't need to know why.
Yeah, he's referencing that with talking about the time traveling and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
He went through that, and like you said, he just saw Saeed come back to life, and it's just like, you can't.
Like,
you can't,
you're just back from the dead. That's all.
Yeah.
Like, okay, impress me. He's gonna do Shania Twain. That don't impress me much. Now, if you're Brad Pitt, maybe.
Yes. So you came back from the dead. Okay.
Oh man, you gotta love it.
Yeah, I'm really glad she did that song. It's really the perfect thing to reference when you're just not impressed by something that really should be impressive.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you've been time traveling. Well,
But I like that he's kind of hospitable. Like he pours Smokey a drink, and
yeah, he's like, hey,
here's him out.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I'll give you a drink, but you just got to get the hell out of here. Like,
yeah.
I don't mind being hospitable. He's a Southern boy after all.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Some kind of Southern hospitality thing.
Yeah, but he's like, yeah, but then you need to just leave.
Yeah.
But Locke's whole thing about, this isn't Sawyer's house and all that, it dawned on me, or I was thinking that, how does Smokey know all this stuff that he knows about these people?
Yeah.
Obviously he's been invested in what's going on the island, but I'm just curious how he knows, he knows everybody's names, he knows, when he sees Quan written on the cave wall, he says, well, I don't know if that's Sun or Jin, so he knows as much as it seems like anyone else does about them.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
But
although I guess if he's Smokey, then he can read their minds.
It's also, yeah, I guess so. It's also, it struck me that he knows about Sawyer's time traveling adventures.
Yeah, definitely.
I guess that he knows to some extent about it because he was the one responsible for sort of manipulating Locke while he was time traveling. So he obviously knew to some extent that stuff was going on. But we didn't ever see Smokey in the 70s, so it wasn't clear to me that he knew that had happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, if he really can't just read people's minds, then that would explain it. But I don't know what the explanation is. I kind of thought with Locke, somehow becoming Locke gave him this connection to him where he, knew everything about Locke and, including his dying thoughts and stuff like that. That's... I thought the explanation was that he became Locke, but yeah, it does seem like he can sort of do more than that.
Yeah, I guess that would explain some of the stuff he knows, if anything that Locke knew. But obviously, it seems like he knows more than that in terms of the Losties.
Yeah, and Locke didn't actually know that what happened to Sawyer and
yeah, he didn't know that stuff.
Juliet, and he never found. He just left them behind, and marched off to his death.
Oops.
Yeah. When he said the most important question in the world,
oh man,
I was like, man, what the fuck are you going to back that up with?
Yeah, and I was thinking, well, he's not going to tell us what the question is.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought, they're teasing us.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, why are you on this island? I'm like, okay, I can see that being the most important question in the world for Sawyer.
For Sawyer, exactly. That's the part he leaves out.
Mm-hmm.
When he said that, it sounded so grand. Like, wow, the most important question in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to hear. But yeah, for Sawyer, I think he's probably right.
Well, I think for any of them on the island.
And any of them, yeah.
I think it's the most important question for any of them that were brought to the island.
Right.
Is why.
I think it's kind of a question they've been asking themselves for a long time. Oh, God. Why?
Movie reference.
Yeah.
Well, and he's definitely been asking himself that for a long time. I think he's been contemplating, the events that led up to all this, during his whole drunken stupor phase here. And he tells them why he thinks he's on the island, which were the sort of three big opportunities, that he had to avoid being stuck on the island. The first was the plane crash. The second was the raft blowing up, and the helicopter. He leaves out some other things like, he was on the sub recently.
Mm-hmm.
He could have gotten off on.
Yeah.
And he could have got on the sub the first time they got to the 70s.
Yeah.
So he left out, those little things. But I did like to hear, it was nice to hear Sawyer's point of view of, his sort of timeline of attempting to get off the island.
Yeah. It might have been a little harder to explain what happened on the submarine in in the concise way he explains all the other things.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because it was a little more. It was a little more, I don't know, complicated. The reason why he left the sub.
Well, yeah, and even the plane crashing was complicated. The why the raft blew up was complicated. Like,
mm-hmm.
It wasn't like it just blew up. It got blowed up.
Right.
I like this scene. I like this Sawyer and and that whole thing of but you ain't scared. Love that line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you are. I just know you're not scared.
It's good because I think it's character building for Smokey because it tells us how he appears to characters we know, and I think that tells us something about him.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this whole plot line with Smokey and Sawyer really, the fact that Sawyer's sort of hit rock bottom to such an extent that, he really is going to team up with Smokey by the end of the episode. That's since I know that the Lost Riders are Stephen King fans, I can't help but think this is very reminiscent of things that happen in, for example, The Stand. The sort of villain of that book has a similar thing. There's a character who sort of hits rock bottom and he recruits him and uses him for his own purposes. And this is very reminiscent of that.
Well, and I would say specifically, if there was anyone around Sawyer, I think he wouldn't have chose. If Kate was around, if Juliet was around, if there was anyone around him to tell him something different or tell him not to go with him, he would have probably listened. But
yeah.
Locke at this point is the only one who can convince Sawyer he's got answers, and that's all Sawyer wants at this point. He doesn't really care about the people who are left. Like, protecting them isn't a priority anymore.
Right.
He spent 3 years trying to, spent 3 years trying to protect them, and I always thought it was kind of sad and lame in a way when in season 5 when they stumble upon Rose and Bernard and Sawyer was like, why didn't you guys contact us? We could have brought you in. We had Jen out looking for you that whole time. And they're like, yeah, we know. We avoided him. And I'm like, God damn it. This was us caring about you guys, trying to make sure you were all right and taken care of. And then, you're avoiding our help this whole time. I just thought that was, I like that story with Rose and Bernard that they left on their own. But from Sawyer's perspective and their perspective, it's so crappy. Yeah. It's like that's what they get for caring is nothing, is avoidance.
Indifference, yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like that probably affects him too, of he did a lot of that work, lying 24/7 for 3 years to not only keep them safe at the barracks, but to allow them the freedom to explore the island, which had hostiles on it, and to, track every sector of the island waiting for John to return. that was a lot of dedication
Yeah.
that I think very few other people would have even attempted.
Yeah.
You know, if it was Jack, he wouldn't have waited for Locke. You know? Like, how long are we going to do this? No, we're done. 5 minutes is enough. You know, and I just, you know, it's just been cool to see Sawyer evolve as a character and his role in the show evolve, because I think it's pretty crazy how, you know, I was surprised in season 5 how much of a role he played, and I think it's pretty interesting how big of a role he's playing now.
Yes.
You know, Sawyer is now in a position to become the new Jacob. No one would have believed that any other time. Like, if you would have said, yeah, I think Sawyer's in line to be the next Jacob. What?
Right.
You know, no one would have believed that. So it's pretty cool how he's...
Yeah,
how
you're
they
just
made
making
him.
crazy stuff up there.
Yeah, right.
That's
yeah,
what
cool
that sounds like.
How they've brought him to the forefront of what's going on in a very specific way that's not like the other people.
Right, right. And it's a nice turn, because his original arc was kind of complete. I think the con man who comes to the island and does everything for himself, and you know,
he's
it's
got
kind of
stash and he won't share with anyone.
Exactly. He's basically antagonistic. He just plays around with everybody and looks out for himself, and you know, gradually sort of turning into someone who's more sympathetic and sort of becomes the hero for a while. And in season 5, very, very much so. He was much more a hero in season 5 than Jack was, I think.
Yeah, totally.
And but then, you know, as a result of what happened, he loses Juliet, and he was very invested in that, and you know, this is you know, the fallout from that is now it seems like he's gonna be actually kind of aligned against everyone again. In you know, for in a different way though, like, you know, just sort of as an outgrowth of what happened.
Yeah. Well, and you know, I think they needed someone to be on, I don't want to say the dark side, but to be on, you know, Smokey's side.
Yeah.
So we get to see what's going on from that perspective.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's interesting Ben isn't the guy.
Right.
You know, Ben, it's weird because Ben was a Jacob follower who, if you want to view as the good guy, Ben is a bad guy.
Yeah.
But isn't sort of aligned with Smokey, who seems like should be the bad guy if Jacob is the good guy. So it's weird.
Right. Yeah, and Smokey, once Ben killed Jacob, Smokey showed about as much interest in Ben as Jacob had.
Ooh, don't tell Ben that.
I know.
He might get stabby.
For some reason, I don't think he's going to be able to stab Smokey, but which is a little odd. I still don't understand why he could stab Jacob, but nonetheless, yeah. You're right. I think Ben is still in shock, and it hasn't really sunk in that he's sort of been abandoned again.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he realized that he was used that whole time, and because that's what's weird is, you know, Alex told him to do whatever Locke says, and so, you know, he's taking that, you know, obviously it's a threat on his life.
Yeah.
The annihilation part. But I think he's taking that as a sign of interest from whatever is telling him that. Okay, well, this thing wants me to follow him, therefore this thing is interested in me.
Right,
and, you know,
right.
And then he finds out that the thing is, you know, is Locke/Smokey, but he's summarily abandoned after that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like he has no further use for him.
Yeah, I think I'm interested. I can't wait to see Ben realize, oh my God, I was used, and then off to the side.
What about you, part 2?
Exactly. What about me again?
Yeah, it's a good point. It never occurred to me that Ben would be involved with this. I guess
Involved with what?
I guess. Well, it does seem like. I mean, Ben doesn't seem to have been a candidate.
Yeah.
So maybe that's part of it.
Is if he wasn't a candidate, why was he a leader?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's still not clear how he became the leader.
Yeah, I feel like those are they're just separate things.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the leader of the others is different from candidate.
Yeah, and they're not necessarily related. They're just
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even convinced that. I mean, I don't want to get too crazy with this, but I'm not even convinced that the others were really authorized by Jacob in any way.
Well, I feel like they have to have been. Richard. I mean, with Richard being in the picture, he's obviously connected to Jacob and has been doing stuff. I think that lends itself to believing the others were supposed to be doing what they were doing. And the fact, he was getting lists and they were, telling him to do stuff. I mean, building the runway, just some of the stuff they were doing, it seems like it should have been Jacob authorizing them to.
Yeah.
But again, there is this idea that they're painting that, because you paint ideas, is that they really didn't know.
Yeah,
they really had little connection to him, and what little they did know was not the big picture.
Yeah, maybe the thing I want to say is that he did have them do things, and he used them, but that's it. Like, he used them for his own purposes, but I don't get the sense that he took a great interest in them personally.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of seems like they latched on to him,
mm-hmm.
And he was willing to use them, but it just, I haven't been convinced that he was really in touch with them on any level, or that he tried to, tried to cultivate their lives or culture or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, I just, I want to believe that, and part of me does, but my response to that would be, well, he brought them to the island, right?
Yeah, okay.
So why do you bring people to the island unless you're invested in what's going to happen to them when they get there?
Yeah.
And there's evidence that he was invested in some of the people that came there. So it seems like he didn't care. At the same time, he seems like he should have.
Yeah.
He's the perfect deity, right?
Right. Yeah.
But wait, why were there only one set of footsteps? Well, that's when you were walking alone, because I was off the island.
Oh.
Sorry, I was discussing people, all right? Gotta love it.
Oh, you know what I read that really shocked me? Where was that? It was probably on Lostpedia somewhere. Although I don't remember specifically now where. Oh, it was on the Lostpedia page for the others. Apparently, I think on the season 2 DVD, there's actually either one of those like transition scenes where they show something from the show, either something like that, or one of the special features or something like that. They weren't clear about exactly where it was. Anyway, supposedly on there's a shot where they show that time when the others passed Echo and Jen, and we see them and they're barefoot and stuff. And apparently in one of these, there's actually someone in the back who's brushing the ground with some leaves or something to cover up the footprints.
Okay.
And that actually appears to be the explanation for why they didn't leave footprints.
So are you saying this was in that original scene you can see that, or they showed that scene again, and in that version you can see that?
Yes, the second thing. Exactly.
Okay.
You don't see it in the show, but they showed something on the DVD where...
Oh, and they decided not to show them. So that's how they're untrackable or something?
Yeah, they just covered up. They had someone in charge of covering up their footprints.
So the explanation of the whispers and the explanation of the footprints is that, hey, they make noise when they talk, and hey, they make footprints when they walk.
Yeah.
And someone just covers them up.
Yes.
Oh, others, you're so realistic and practical and down to earth.
Exactly. Yeah, the resolution to the mystery is like people make noise when they talk, and and people leave footprints, and so if they don't leave footprints, it's because they intentionally cover them up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even back then, you know, they didn't have in mind, you know, the others being supernatural necessarily.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not convinced that they didn't have that in mind in season 1.
That's true, yeah.
But
you know, and again, you know, the whole dressing up thing perplexed us forever.
Yeah.
But I feel like we now that we know the temple is there, I feel like we can put that to bed.
Yeah. Although it still bothers me a little bit. It still feels like I guess the idea is that
I think Tom just couldn't grow a beard fast enough.
I guess the idea is that Ben was kind of in charge of that phase.
Mhm.
And Ben actually seemed like he tried to modernize the others to some extent.
Corporatize, please.
Yeah, okay. Whatever spin you want to put on it. But the appearances are misleading. It seemed like they were pretending to be something they weren't, but it was more like they were pretending to be something they used to be.
Yeah.
And would be again as soon as Ben lost his position.
Mhm.
So anyway, I just thought that was worth throwing out there because it actually seems like a resolution to the footprints mystery.
Yeah, wow.
And it's probably been on Lostpedia for years. I just happened to read it.
Well, there you go.
So, yeah.
As I always say, reading is fundamental.
Yes. You do always say that. I wish you would stop.
Well, I can't. It's too fundamental.
Oh, okay. Well.
Now, you just need to go make reading something else, and, you know, then solve your problem.
Mhm. Yeah, fair enough.
So next scene, eh?
Okay, yes.
So we're outside of the box company.
Right. Yeah.
Locke's box company in Tustin.
Right.
Which isn't very far from where I am.
Oh.
Yeah, I could drive there and realize I wasted gas because Lost is a TV show. There's no point in me driving down there. So John attempts.
And they don't even shoot it there.
They don't even shoot it there. Yeah, it's just a name.
Yeah.
Place. John attempts to get into his van, but a Hummer is parked too close for his automated lift. I didn't know what to call that thing, so I just called it that.
Yeah, I don't know what to call that thing either.
Yeah.
It really doesn't work very well, though. Because it breaks every time we see him use it.
Well, it broke at one time, and then the other times, like, he could never deploy it, right, or something, like...
In this scene, it looks to me like it actually, it should be hitting Hurley's car, but it actually breaks before it can.
That's what was weird about that, because I thought it was like, yeah, I thought Locke was like, okay, well, screw it. If you're going to be parked too close to me, I'm going to just deploy this thing.
Yeah.
And it's just going to scratch your car up, but I'm still going to be able to get in.
Yeah.
But then I thought, okay, well, it's just going to hit the thing and stop, which it seems like it does. But then, yeah, then it doesn't look like it's actually hitting it.
Yeah.
So and I guess we're supposed to believe. Yeah, let me finish the scene. So.
Okay.
So John attempts to deploy the lift anyway, but is befuddled again when it doesn't work and throws his keys in anger, like a tray of dishes.
Right.
Pause for laughter. He beats.
Thank you.
He beats on the Hummer, making the alarm go off. A very lucky fellow enters, and it's Hurley, who is the owner of the Hummer. John yells at Hurley for parking so close. Hurley apologizes and suggests John use the handicap parking spot, but John says he can park anywhere he wants. Hurley tells John he owns the company and introduces himself. John tells Hurley he was just fired, and Hurley gives John the number to a temp agency he owns so John can get hooked up. What a job. So, yeah, so the maybe you're right. Maybe we're supposed to just believe it just broke before it even got down that far. That's lame. It's very coincidental. It would break, inches before it would have been stopped anyway.
Right.
Maybe they just didn't want to, scratch up that Hummer.
Mhm. Yeah, it could be.
But
it just left me with the impression that his wheelchair lift was just really, really unreliable.
Yeah. Yeah, it stops right before it hits the Hummer, and then he tries to make it go more, and it doesn't go anymore. So yeah, it's dead, and it's that thing isn't reliable at all. And I love how he throws his keys, and he's not going to be able to get them back.
Right? Yeah, that's what I thought at the time.
Yeah.
God, throw something else, please.
Even someone who isn't in a wheelchair will have a hard time getting keys that have been thrown under a car.
Yeah. I've done it. It's not easy.
You better hope you have a hanger in your trunk, right?
Yeah.
Because it's hard to hide those things.
Yeah. It's really not fun crawling under a car. I don't know why cats do it so often.
Cats?
Cats.
Yeah, no, man. Cats love under cars.
They do. It's their favorite place to be.
Yeah. Oh, look, I'm under here. I'm awesome because I'm a cat. They love it.
That's exactly what they're thinking.
That is what they're thinking. I know what cats think. They'll tell me what I don't know.
You have a remarkable insight into cat psychology.
Well, it was my major in college.
Oh, okay. Well, that seems to explain it.
Ipso facto.
Mhm.
What else in this scene? So it was cool to see Hurley be nice and awesome, and it was some sort of monumental thing to see Hurley introduce himself to Locke in this timeline.
Yeah.
It was interesting. Don't touch each other. This universe will implode. Who knows what the rules are?
Yeah, and it reinforced my impression of Hurley as, this sort of executive or something.
Mm-hmm.
I guess because he hasn't had disasters happening to him.
Mm-hmm.
He's really embraced his role as this, mogul, basically.
So you're saying this Hurley won't freak out if he has to distribute food to people?
Right.
Yeah, he can handle that.
I think he can handle that.
If he has a group of supplies and he's the one in charge of distributing them, then he'll be able to handle that. He won't just eat all the peanut butter.
I think so. So. Yeah.
I think you're right.
Yeah. He won't pretend that he's resolved it by giving a few things out, but then we find out later he's really hoarding half of it.
Yeah.
And then he's just going to destroy it.
He did destroy the other, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Hurley.
What the fuck, Hurley?
What was going on there? Come on.
He was full of shit in season 2.
Sorry, Hurley, you're full of shit. You heard it here first, folks. Early season 2, full of shit.
Yeah, this really reminded me. Did you see that episode of Mad Men where Don meets Conrad Hilton.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what this reminds me of.
Oh, really? Why?
Yeah. I guess just the whole like chance meeting with the like big shot, and then they do you a favor.
Mhm.
You know, even though the meeting is kind of initially tense.
Yeah, I can. What else happens in that scene? I like that Hurley offered to talk to Randy.
Yeah. And Hurley also worked for Randy at the Chicken Shack or whatever it was called, Mr. Cluck's.
Oh, that's right.
And then he gave him a job inexplicably.
Mhm.
It's weird. It's like, I hate you so much, I'm going to employ you.
Well, I don't remember the timeline on that. What was when did he win the lottery, and when was he working at Mr. Cluck's?
He was working at Mr. Cluck before he won the lottery.
Yeah, I remember that. So, but I mean, I'm wondering how much, like, was he there a long time, or was it like Randy wasn't that bad of a douche, so by the time
Randy was the one who fired him.
Oh, yeah. Well, do you think he fired him in this timeline?
Although it was justifiable, he fired him because he was, I don't know, he was eating all the chicken or something.
It's such a, like, early Lost idea for Hurley. He was eating all something.
It really is. I'm really glad
it's
not about that anymore.
Yeah, it's Lost. It's not about Hurley's eating habits anymore.
Yeah, they really couldn't get past that in the early part.
Yeah, it was Dad, and it was Dave making him eat everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it was his food stuff on the island, and yeah, there's a lot going on with food.
Yeah, I think after Dave, they stopped doing that.
Yeah,
that was like the culmination.
Right.
But yeah, this is, I mean, this is going to be, I don't know, this is probably stating the obvious, but I think that a running thing in these Flash Sideways is the characters.
Who's going to meet who when?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's they're clearly going that way. And it's sort of like in the flashbacks when they cross paths, but it's like they would have crossed paths some more anyway or something like that.
Yeah, I get the sense some iconic song is going to play, and they're all going to look knowingly and go to the same room and look around at each other and realize they have all been to the island. That's what I think is going to happen.
Oh, my God.
Never been done before, so.
Woo! Wow.
Maybe they could use All Along the Watchtower. It's a good one.
Ah! Yeah. Wow. I'm afraid to comment.
Yeah, it's a minefield of spoilers.
It really is.
It's best to just move right along.
Good point. Yeah. Things of that nature.
Yeah. Okay, I'm ready for the next scene.
Yeah, me too.
So we're outside of the statue. Son, Frank, Ben, and Alana discuss what to do next. Alana says they should go to the temple. It's the safest place on the island. She tells Son that if Jen is alive, he'll be there. And she tells the group that they need to bury John's body. And then they all lament that she's right.
God damn it.
God damn it. We were hoping we'd just leave him out here to rot.
Let the crabs crawl in his head.
Some more. Yeah, did you see that shot of the crab in his head?
It's such a creepy shot.
It's such a great shot because it's like they timed that crab jumping off his head with him covering his face up. And
yeah.
I don't know if that was a real crab or not. I don't know how they did that, how they made that work. Or it was just like a fake crab on a string or something. Just yank it off his side. I don't know, but it
looks convincing to me, but yeah, you're right.
I mean, it looks real, but at the same time, it's such a either they planned that or they just got lucky and the timing is right. But it looked interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, someone asked Greg Nations about it. They asked if that was actually Terry O'Quinn in that.
It's not.
In that shot. Yeah, I doubt it is. But they had a link to a little, whatever they call those things where they play the same clip over and over again.
A loop?
Do you know what I'm talking about? It's a specific thing though. Like I don't. There's a name for it. I just don't know what. Like I've seen it a lot. I mean, it's an old thing, but like it'll be a clip of video, and it'll just play over and over and over and over again, repeatedly.
Where? What do you like online?
Yeah.
Like a video someone makes.
Yeah. Like commonly, I see it. If it's a forum or something, someone will have it in their signature or something, and it'll be some repetitive action or something.
Oh, you mean a short little like animated clip thing?
Yeah.
But
a lot of times it would be real video.
Oh.
As in this case.
So it's just.
But there's a name for. I've heard people call it something. I just don't remember what it is. It's a very. I mean, it's old. I mean, people have been doing this for a long time. But it's just like a little repetitive clip that just plays over and over and over again automatically. You know, you don't play it; it plays itself.
Like an animated GIF, right? But it's a video.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Well, I mean, if it's, GIF is just a picture file, but you're saying it's actual video, or is it really just an animated GIF?
It looks like video. I mean, I guess they could take screen grabs and string them together or something.
Technically, animated frames is video.
Yeah.
So, okay, I thought you meant, like Flash video or something that's literally not. I guess you can't have video that's not a sequence of images, but as opposed to an animated. The word you're looking for is animated GIF, then, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like a JPEG, but it's just a GIF file.
Well, the difference for me is it plays on its own, and it's always a very short clip.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what I thought you were talking about, but I thought you were saying something different since it was video, but yeah, it's just an animated, clip of images.
Yeah.
That just repeats, yeah.
And it just, endlessly loops, and you don't do anything. You can just look at. Anyway, it was of that crab crawling off his head, and I got really creeped out by watching it. And actually, I didn't notice it the first time I watched the episode, but when I watched it the second time, since I had seen that, I paid attention, and it's well done. I like how they did that.
Mhm. Well, they like how they did it too.
I'm sure they do. So Alana knows about Jen.
Oh yeah.
So she's to some extent familiar with some of these people, I guess. Not quite sure why or how. But it looks like they're going to the temple, so oh, Frank. He's getting pretty ripe. I can imagine. It's been a while.
Yeah, and it's definitely been a while.
He really didn't resurrect. So I guess they're going to go to the temple and then meet up with the people who are there, and then I don't know what.
I just want to say I was thinking about Locke's body and not being resurrected, and versus Christian being on the island and his body being missing. I just had a crazy theory of maybe, I wonder if during the first plane crash, Day 15 crash, if maybe any weirdness happened there with time shifting or anything like that. Like maybe his body wound up in the past.
Oh, I see.
Just wild conjecture.
Yeah. Actually, I'm wondering, how did they discover Locke's body originally?
They said they found it in the plane cargo hold, I think.
Did they say that?
Pretty sure they did, yeah.
Okay. I mean, they never showed us that. They just had this crate all of a sudden. And we didn't know what was in it for so long. I sort of forgot how they originally found it. So they were just kind of digging through the cargo hold of the plane, and they just happened to come upon it. Is that right?
Yeah, Richard says, where did you find him? Alana says, in the cargo hold of the plane we came here on, in a coffin. That was in the finale last year.
Okay.
Last season. So I think they were just probably looking for supplies and stuff and all that, and they saw a coffin and they looked in it and.
So then they realized that the Locke they were seeing was something else and set out. Okay. Good.
There you go.
The show did the work for me. Nice when that happens. And she's right. He is at the temple. Or at least he probably will be. Unless Claire captures him. I guess that could be a problem. We'll see. It'd be weird if Claire captured him. Are you gone? Yep. That's the... Oh, I had something prepared. Oh, no.
Hello.
Fuck. Hey. Didn't get to my story. It took me too long to realize that you were gone. And then I opened up my thing, and then there's this big ad in front of it. And
well, what did the ad say?
Well, it was for Best Buy, if you must know.
Oh, are they having an interesting sale?
I didn't read it carefully, but I presume so.
Well, here, let me hang up again. And
I just desperately tried to close it because I knew the time was running out. But then you said hello as soon as I closed it. So.
Well, I'm pretty quick these days.
Yeah, you're definitely getting better.
Yeah, I don't know what used to take so long before, why you had time to do news stories before.
Yeah, it used to be like a minute and a half.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, calling back in the taxi is pretty quick.
Yeah.
Maybe, they used to have you enter your PIN code, and now you don't have to do that. But that didn't take that long. So.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah.
Anyway, as the kids say.
Yeah, it makes it seem like there's some kind of time lapse going on.
Well, I think time runs differently on your side of the barrier.
That must be.
On my side of the barrier, so.
Yeah, something like that. The light scatters a little differently.
Light scatters a little differently.
Just a little. Basically
all right.
impossible.
Well, we have the, wait, where is, oh, that's later. Okay. Well, this scene's, not much going on here. Anything else?
Yeah, no, that's about it.
All right. So, next scene, Locke and Sawyer will walk into the jungle. Locke asks Sawyer why he isn't with everyone else at the temple, and Sawyer suggests they don't talk. The blonde kid appears again, and Sawyer asks who he is. Locke is surprised James can see the kid. The kid runs off and Locke chases him. Locke falls to the ground, and then the kid approaches him. The kid tells Locke he can't kill Sawyer due to a term we've never heard before, the rules. Locke tells the kid not to tell him what he can't do, and then quickly tries to find some dishes to throw. So what's going on here, dude? This is what we've been talking about with this Locke seeming to have qualities of the original John Locke.
Right. Okay, I'll give you my read of this. It's not too crazy. For me, I think that that Smokey, that is, he's demonstrated that he knows Locke inside and out. He said a bunch of stuff before we knew who he was that was very much internal to Locke. And then, we find out he knows what he was thinking when he died. And he even expresses a kind of admiration for him. And, gives him his own little eulogy, I think. And so I think Smokey, in sort of getting in touch with Locke, kind of picked up on some of the things he liked about him. And I think he sort of picked up on his little catchphrase, and he likes it, so he's using it. I mean, that's what I think's going on. Okay.
Well, I think you're wrong. No. I guess I have a little bit of a different take. I mean, I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but I feel like, I definitely think there is something with the connection that he has to Locke's memories. But I want to take it as this is something he has consistently been trying to do, in terms of the loophole is, don't tell him what the rules are, don't tell him what he can't do. It's sort of Locke's line, but he's not just saying it because Locke used to say it, but that he's saying because it's a philosophy he's subscribed to before. So I'm wondering if that means that he and Locke have this connection that he didn't really know about, or there's a deeper connection, not just that Locke could get him access to Jacob, but that on some level they're actually really similar. So that's kind of my take.
I see. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. This is another example of the show, being very referencing itself, and I think of all the things on the show, I mean, we got Live Together, Die Alone, and Don't Tell Me What I Can't Do. I mean, it's like, if there's one line you remember from the show, I mean, that's one of the big ones, and so I think they're kind of referencing that, and I think he means it. I mean, I don't think he's just saying the catchphrase to say the catchphrase. I mean, I think he wants to express that exact idea, but I think he's been influenced by Locke. I think that that was Locke's original phrase because of Locke's personal situation where he kept being told what he couldn't do, and I think Smokey finds himself in that situation and reaches for the defiant thing you say in reply to that.
I agree, but I guess I just take it a step further with the idea that this isn't the first time he's been told what he can't do. He was told he can't kill Jacob, and he found a way around that. So I feel like that connects them in a much deeper way of having this same idea of not being wanting to told what their limits are. And actively trying to pass them.
No, I think that's right. I mean, I feel like I don't disagree with that. I mean, that's what was behind the line to begin with, and I think he does share that with Locke, and that's sort of what I was trying to get at. But are you saying it's anything more than that? I mean, do you think that Locke's personality is somehow impinging upon?
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, and that's what I was saying before about.
See, that's what I don't think. Like, I wouldn't take it that far, But
yeah, I think there's something like with with these entities who have been claimed really seeming like themselves.
yeah.
And I'm just wondering if we're seeing something that we didn't expect with Locke, with Smokey taking over Locke, and that he's having to share Locke's personality. Like it's not just his personality only.
I want to take it like a Vulcan mind meld kind of thing, where when you
I'm sorry, that's a Star Trek reference. I don't get that.
when you sort of share someone's consciousness on that level, sort of holistically, you can't help but kind of become them to a certain extent. Like I feel like that's kind of happening, but it isn't. It isn't as though the spirit of Locke is taking him over or anything like that.
And that's the kind of thing I want to keep on the table.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there's no reason not to have that interpretation. I'm just not ready to go that far yet.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, I liked it. It was when he said it. It was like the show is just getting so. I don't know what to do with those moments because there's just something so uncanny about seeing Smokey yell, "Don't tell me what I can't do."
Yeah, specifically in this scenario where you didn't, we didn't know there was going to be more rules.
Yeah.
Like more rules and someone else who's telling somebody else what they can't do, and and I think that's again surprising that on this new level of knowledge and power on the island that we're at, still appropriate to say that line.
Yeah. Yeah.
So again, this kid.
Yeah, and I guess Smokey. It appears he's been trapped to some extent. You might even say handicapped. And, and doesn't like being limited in that way. I mean, I think your reading of that is totally spot on, and I think thematically or character-wise, that's what's going on. Absolutely.
Yeah.
The plot or the actual whatever that's gonna however that's gonna impact the story, I think is up in the air.
Yeah. So this kid. No blood on his hands this time. It's weird how Lost stages things to me. The kid runs away. Locke chases him, only to fall, which is not something I think Smokey would do. That was a very Locke-like moment, just to fall flat on your face, like we saw John do in the other timeline. And then just for the kid to come up to him and to deliver a message, and it's like, well, why were you running?
It allows the kid to tower over him. That's one thing that makes it kind of more effective. Like if you were standing next to the kid towering over him, the kid wouldn't be as threatening. Yeah,
that's definitely true. But you got to wonder, why would he trip?
Yeah.
Is it just, well, he's just a man and he's just trying to run and he tripped?
Yeah. I mean, I think at the moment, when he's in John Locke's body, he is to a certain extent limited.
Yeah.
And I also think he's kind of he's in a state where he's distracted, and he does seem concerned about the appearance of his kid. I mean, I don't think he's completely in control at this point.
Yeah, that's all true. It's just weird to me to run after the kid only for the kid to tell you something and the kid to leave, and it's like, well, what did you think you were going to get if you caught the kid? Like, if he knows who this kid is, he should have some idea why the kid is there, right? Like, I don't think this kid's just appearing every day to him.
Right. I agree.
So it seems like, oh, I'm going to chase you, but it's not because I want something from you. It's because you want to tell me something. It's just the way they stage things. It's just weird sometimes, and it's.
Yeah.
It's just a weird. I mean, it gets them alone, of course, and all that. And, and that's really the big thing, so that Richard can come and talk and all that stuff. But it's weird when it's just like, well, you ran after him just so you could fall and be told something and then shout something, and what did you think you were going to get out of that? Like,
So you're thinking he shouldn't have run after him?
Yeah, I'm just saying it seems like he only ran after him for a very, what's the word? Contrived reasons.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. They get, I mean, a lot of things come into place because this happened, so it is contrived.
Yeah. On a TV show, no less. Can you believe that?
Right, I know. What the fuck? That never happens.
I miss the good old days. Right. So where are we?
Oh, so you can't...
Oh, the rules.
Yeah,
what?
you know the rules. You can't kill him. Sawyer?
So, I'm assuming you mean Sawyer. Why can't he kill him? He can't kill candidates?
Yeah.
I don't think that's true.
That doesn't seem true at all. Tell Ben that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, the way he crosses off Locke's name at the end, gives the impression that's what happened to all these other candidates who are crossed off.
Yeah.
And he even insinuates to Sawyer at the end, you can do nothing, see how it plays out, and your name might get crossed off too.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's since Locke was dead, I think that's sort of suggesting that could happen to a candidate.
What could happen to a candidate?
That they could be killed.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, I think everyone on that list had been killed. Anyone who had their name crossed out was dead, I think.
Right,
so,
right.
So definitely I think candidates can be killed.
Yeah. So
maybe the rule is that Sawyer gets to choose those three options, and that he can't, Smokey can't kill him because, Sawyer has the right or whatever to choose.
Yeah, and I guess
three.
I was thinking that Smokey can't kill him, not anyone can't kill him.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's really what it is. It's specifically Smokey can't kill him.
It's just like he couldn't kill Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Ben could do it, which it's weird because it seems like Smokey should be able to do what they can do, but he's subject to rules that other people aren't apparently.
But not really, because don't tell him what he can't do.
Well, okay.
So.
I mean, he's going to try to defy him. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But, okay, I mean, he may be able to violate them, but he's at least supposed to follow him in a way that it appears they're not. Like, they don't even seem to know about them.
Mm-hmm.
He's told he knows the rules.
Do you think Smokey was brought to the island?
Yeah, I do. You don't?
I don't know. Did he say he was brought by Jacob?
Well, not necessarily by Jacob, but I do think he was brought to the island.
I'm just wondering specifically, is that the root of the issue, is that he was brought to this place, sort of trapped there by Jacob, and that's why he's been pissed off all this time? I always assumed Smokey was more of a native force on the island,
mm-hmm.
but apparently not.
No.
So I'm wondering if when we see Smokey and Jacob on the beach, when he's talking about bringing people to the island, like he was one of them that he brought there to do whatever, But it seems like the difference is he was maybe brought there early and had direct contact with Jacob, and so Jacob told him what all this was about.
Yes. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, at some point he found out what it was all about.
For some reason, I want to say that him and Jacob were both brought to the island at the same time. I don't have any particular reason to think that.
I feel like if Jacob brings him to the island, that gives him the motivation for wanting to kill him. Otherwise, if they're brought at the same time, the motivation for wanting to kill Jacob is that he's just annoyed that Jacob keeps bringing people to the island.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. That story makes more sense. But I guess I got the impression that they were more on the level with each other.
Mhm.
And so that made me think that they went back and had some kind of shared history. Not necessarily Jacob bringing him, but it does seem like Jacob was holding him there or somehow preventing him from doing what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
So, part of me wants to think that they both came, but the island chose Jacob over him, but trapped him there or something like that.
What, the island that doesn't need protecting?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the island favored Jacob over him, and that's sort of the source of the antagonism.
And the other thing, too, is Jacob can leave the island.
Right. That's true. Good point. I didn't think about that. Fuck.
I'm going to get a buzzer.
Yeah, I really do. I should have prepared.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here with all the rules, and you can't kill certain people.
Yeah, and did Ben and Wedmore's rules have anything to do with this? Or
maybe
is that just their own thing?
I feel like it could be. It's very close to being connectable. All you have to do is tell me that Ben and Widmore were candidates, and that it's connected.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They both were leaders of the others. Presumably, they could have thought that they would, not get Jacob's spot per se, but be in that line or something like that. So
yeah.
But I can't wait till the end of the season to find out who made the rules and why and what are they and all that nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, all we can really infer from this is that there's some other entity that's still around, that's not Smokey on the island that, is still, even though Jacob's dead, this entity is still insisting that he not do certain things. So that almost makes it seem like Jacob really wasn't responsible for the limitations that Smokey had put on him.
But he wasn't responsible?
Yeah, although he did want to kill him, so it does seem like Jacob should have done something that would make him want to kill him.
Eat all the oatmeal?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Let's see. Yeah, the rest of this stuff with the kid, I'm just going to have to wait to see what happens. I can't really imagine. Unless the kid is somehow Jacob or represents Jacob. It's either that or, it's the island.
Yeah.
Some third party. I read somewhere online, I don't know if it was our forum or some lost forum or something, but the concept of, I guess the Trinity concept or something, but just the idea of or sort of that idea of three main powers at work here. How do they describe it? It was the Protector, the Destroyer, and the Creator. So I guess you'd have Jacob the Protector, Locke the Destroyer, and the island as the Creator or something like that.
I see. Mm-hmm.
I feel bad I forget where I read this. I feel like it was on our forum, but
I don't remember reading this.
Yeah, I didn't see it on there, so I don't know where I read it, but it was someone was making the claim. Their point was that that's why none of the explanations of what was going on in the cabin make any sense and stuff like that is because there's actually three people involved.
Oh, now that sounds like I did read that on the forum.
Yeah. Was it on the forum?
That's starting to sound familiar.
I don't read a lot of places, so it was ours. Or
I don't either. That's why I think that's probably where it was. Yeah. Or maybe that was something else I was reading. I was reading something that made the claim that it was all Smokey.
Including Jacob?
Not including Jacob.
Oh.
Basically, everyone but Jacob was Smokey.
Oh, okay. I thought you said like he's doing everything.
That'd be great. He's,
wow.
He wants to kill
One-man show.
himself, and he conspires to find a loophole so he can kill himself.
Hey, he's stuck on this island. He's just entertaining himself, all right?
He just, like, single-handedly created the entire drama of the show.
Hey, he's got a job in Hollywood, right?
I guess so. The point it was saying that Christian was Smokey, and the guy that Hurley saw in there with Christian was also Smokey, and
So the pan Smokey theory.
Yeah, the pan Smokey theory. the guy who was in the cabin when Ben and Locke were there was Smokey. Basically, everybody was Smokey except when it's obviously Jacob.
Mhm. Now, my question for that theory would be, how do you explain Jacob leaving the map to the little thing for Alana for the statue? How do you explain that?
Yeah, that's a problem. I don't think
if Jacob was never in there. And that's the thing. I mean, you have to also explain with that theory, why does Ben think Jacob lives in that cabin?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
If he never lived there, then why would anyone think he lived there?
And Alana apparently thought that as well.
And that's the first place she went.
Yeah.
So I think that's what makes that really weird is, well, if Jacob was never there, why are there people who think he lived there?
Yeah. I always reach for what I'm about to say as the explanation. It may be wrong, but part of me wants to think that there's a bit of a that maybe whatever vision they had for the cabin originally has changed. And
not that it was different before theory.
Yeah,
explanation.
This is one of my favorite theories, but it helps me. I know it's been true at least a few times.
Mm-hmm.
So I just read, and I guess I feel like whenever they burn it down, that's definitively ending the cabin on the show.
Yeah.
And it really feels to me like a lot of times when they want to get rid of something, they'll blow it up or kill that character or whatever and move on. And so I feel like they knew they had that cabin established and they had to deal with it. And so they showed it, they explained that he wasn't there, and they burned it down, and that's it for the cabin.
Yeah, totally. I think that's how you're supposed to look at it.
And so, I think maybe whatever we saw in season 3 was, I mean, maybe they didn't fundamentally change their plans, but maybe they just they were going to have it play out in a slightly different way. The idea of Jacob living in the statue came later, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it's a radical change, but they just decided that was a cooler location for him than the cabin.
Yeah, but then they go say he always lived at the cabin. I mean, he always lived at the statue. And it's like Richard didn't, Richard never thought he lived at the cabin. So I agree. I mean, I think a lot of times when things get confusing, it does seem like it's because information changed. Yeah. That's at least a reasonable answer. But I'm curious to see what they end up saying about it. Yeah. I mean, there probably will be a final answer, because even if that's what they had in mind originally, they still, I think, come up with some explanation for it, Mm-hmm. There's still some reason, even if it's not the original reason for, what we saw there and why he left the thing and why people thought what they thought and why Richard never knew. And, I think there is an answer for that. Yeah. We just don't know what it is. But I guess what I'm saying is I think the reason it's so confusing and seemingly incoherent is writing changes. Yeah, okay, well, add it to the list. Wild guess. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll get the full behind-the-scenes story. Yeah, maybe next season. Yeah, right. That'll be a mantra. Next scene? Yep. So we're back near Sawyer in the jungle. He's screaming out for Locke. Richard comes out of the jungle and urges Sawyer to come with him to the temple. Sawyer says he wants to stick with Locke since he has answers. Richard tells Sawyer, Locke will kill him, and that he wants to kill everyone on the island. Then Richard runs back into the jungle just before Locke comes back, and Sawyer asks Locke if he found the kid, but Locke plays aloof. The end of the scene.
Yeah. You know, I'm starting to feel like this is a running thing on the show, like, you know, because they've done this a few times. You know, he just wants to kill you. He's going to kill you and everyone you know. They're going to kill everyone on this island. You know, don't trust that guy. It was just a matter of time before he tried to kill you. Like, if we run, they'll kill us all. Like,
if we stay, they'll kill us all.
They have a history of saying these things, and it's not quite convincing that it's true.
Well, especially since Richard's probably only saying that because somebody told him that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what evidence he has that Locke wants to kill everyone on the island. Now, it doesn't mean he's wrong. I just want to know, does he believe that because Jacob told him that?
Yeah.
You know, Jacob's biased.
Right. I mean...
Or biased.
I think my sense is that Smokey will kill people who prevent him from doing what he's trying to do. But my sense is that he's not going to go out of his way to kill everyone.
Well, I mean, if you look over the seasons, he's killed indiscriminately.
True.
People who did not seem to be in his way at all. So I felt like that's evidence of him just wanting people off the island.
That's true. But I guess I get the sense he's on a mission now and won't necessarily just kill people at random.
Yeah, I feel like at this point his goal isn't to kill everyone on the island, but I feel like he probably still wants everyone dead. And, I mean, the fact that he was going to kill Sawyer, or at least this kid thought he was going to, he didn't deny it.
That's true.
I think
don't tell me what he can't do. He doesn't say, I wasn't going to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think it does seem to suggest that if he could go home, but on the way home he could somehow make it where everyone dies, that he would do that. Yeah,
I think that's probably right. But I guess I don't see it as his primary mission.
Yeah.
I think, you know, he wants to get home and that's the central thing. But I guess it just you know, it just reminds me of the whole thing with Abaddon. You know, with Hurley freaking out and then Ben telling him it was just a matter of time before he killed you, and I find it hard to believe.
Oh, you mean when he told Locke that?
And I'm just honestly not sure. Yeah. When he told Locke that. I'm just honestly not sure if the show wants us to think that's true or not. Like,
well, Ben said it, so I'm thinking he was lying.
Good point.
Yeah.
But like some of the time, the way they portrayed him, he definitely seemed like an intimidating, frightening character, and I'm still not sure what we're supposed to think about him.
Whitmore or Smokey?
Abaddon.
Or Abaddon. All right.
What's the final analysis? I mean,
the final analysis is he was a nice guy.
Just
he was
a helpful,
fairly benign.
nice guy, right? I mean, what the fuck?
Dude, I remember we had this conversation in that scene about Abaddon and you know, but he pushed Locke close to the stairs.
He did.
He's so ominous.
They tried to suggest that there was something scary about him, I think.
And what was my response to that? That it was just atmosphere for the scene. And that's pretty much what it was. Like, he only seemed, the bottom line is, he seemed to only have Locke's best interests at heart. You know, convincing him to go on the walkabout and all that stuff. And I think they played him ominous the same way they made Hurley freak out about it. But it was scary. He's asking questions about this stuff.
Yeah.
But I think you know, that's an overreaction because he wasn't a big threat. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, all that stuff
I'm
with Abaddon
just
and
wondering
Whitmore,
if they actually, when they wrote that, if they want us to think that he was a threat or not.
I think they want us to be unsure if he's a threat or not. I mean, in that scene, I think they wrote it for atmosphere. They wrote it to be ominous. They wrote it so we don't know how to take it, you know. It's more interesting that way. Yeah. But I think, I was trying not to let that fool me, and I think at the end of the day, it's like, well, he didn't really have any ill will towards them at all. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can pin on him.
Now, you can say he, helps in the team to the island, the freighter team.
Even though we only saw him...
Exactly. We only saw him hire the good guys.
Yeah, hire the good guys, exactly.
Yeah. So, but Whitmore did admit to hiring Kimi's team, though, at some point.
True. But it isn't clear if Abaddon was ever... So, for me, Whitmore is not as ambiguous as Abaddon. Like, I think he's not always evil. He's not the worst person in the world, but he can be a bad guy, no question, in my mind. He can be a bad guy, and I think that's clear on the show. He wanted Ben to kill Alex and Danielle, and he, did not object to, Alex being killed later. Mm-hmm. And some other more ancillary things. Hardcore guy, I think. He can go far if he wants to. But not quite as bad as Ben. But anyway, Abaddon, there's just no evidence. Everything we see him do seems okay, and so but the way they portray him points us in the other direction. Mm-hmm.
So this seems like a perfect time for this new phrase I came up with. Looks can be deceiving. I like that.
I like that.
I think it works.
That could really catch on.
I hope so. Everyone tell your friends, looks can be deceiving. You should use that all the time.
Yeah. I know they like living in that zone. It's just frustrating to me when I'm just not sure how they want us to take something. So the point I'm trying to make is, are we supposed to, once Richard says this, are we supposed to then be nervous for the rest of the episode that he's going to kill Sawyer?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think he does try to let Sawyer die in this episode.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think he tries to kill him, but I think he tries to let him die. The ladder situation.
Okay.
Ladder fiasco, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, again, it's like the way they play it, it's ambiguous. He sort of seems to help. He sort of seems to lead him into falling. I'm not... Now, Smokey, as a whole, of course, you can pin things on him. He's not... His blood is on his hands, or whatever he has. So there's no question in my mind about that. It's just when they show Richard saying this, I feel like that's supposed to set the seed in my mind, and yet I never feel like Sawyer's in danger except from the very natural thing of falling from the ladder. Mm-hmm.
Well, because you trust Locke just wants to give him the answers.
I guess so, and maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe I trust Smokey too much or something.
Well, I think the fact that he doesn't deny wanting to kill Sawyer should diminish your trust for him.
That's true.
Because the whole time you never thought he had that idea.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, I guess I'm just willfully ignoring what's in front of my eyes.
I think it's a little thing called hope. You hope that he turns out to be the guy who has the answers, who doesn't want to cause any drama.
That's a good point. I want to know the answers, so I don't want Sawyer to run away with Richard.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's part of it. And I watch this and I'm just thinking, Richard, you're overreacting. It's not that bad. Calm down.
And what's interesting again is, Richard doesn't really know what's going on. Like what I think is interesting in so many of these scenarios about who knows what is, all it takes is knowing one little bit of fact to to you don't have to know the big picture, but if all he knows is like this one fact that, Smokey was created to kill everyone on the island. He might not know about anything else, but if he knows about that, then that's important enough to back up his claim.
Yeah.
But what he could know is, more amorphous things that are just more conjecture or just secondhand information he heard, or so it's like you don't know what he knows, so you can't trust his information. And they play it down the middle of the field. They want you to be confused about what to do.
Yeah.
Or people's motivations.
Yeah.
It's just more interesting that way. It makes a couple of idiots like us talk on the podcast about it for hours and hours.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I agree. I need to try to be a little more perceptive about what they show us and not sort of live in my own world of what I want.
Yes.
I've had that problem repeatedly. It's just the thing they're clearly trying to tell us, I never quite believe.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's a hard thing to learn when you're watching a show. I think is how to watch it in the moment of the show, in the world of just receiving the information like the characters do, but also like sort of stepping back and looking at the big picture and what they're trying to set up, and then of course knowing 5 years worth of Lost style storytelling. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do this season, is apply what I know about the show in terms of how it's going to play out.
Yeah.
But of course there are curveballs and stuff. Is we're not going to see everything coming, of course, and we don't. Hopefully we won't. We don't want to see things coming. You want to guess it and be right, but at the same time you don't want to guess it and be right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah,
I think just one more example in season 5, in the Jeremy Bentham episode, there's that shot where Locke's doing his thing, and then they cut to the background and we see Ben there, looking, from a street corner or something. And I think
when he goes to see Walt.
After he sees Walt, that's right. And I think we're supposed to think, ooh, oh shit, it's Ben. He's there. But like, for me, when I see that, I'm thinking, so what? Like, I know what Ben goes on to do, which is continue Locke's mission. And so it's like, I don't even see Ben as a threat when he shows up there. And it's just weird the way they shoot it. I feel like what I'm supposed to think and what I do think are really far from each other.
Yeah, and that's the power of, visual storytelling, is you can just see something and react and can be completely wrong about the reaction. I mean, I think in that's really just telling us that he's following Locke. Yeah. And that ties into the fact that he knows his hotel room, and he's able to, and he knows what Locke is doing. He's going around to all the people who got off the island and stuff. So. Yeah. But yeah, I mean that's a staple of storytelling. Is the expectation and what the audience is thinking at a certain point and how you play with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's just. It's because of what we knew already about what happened after that. That just the way that should have played, it just didn't for me. I couldn't see it as a big scary thing. Even the first time, even when I didn't know that he was about to kill Locke, like it still to me didn't seem like some kind of scary thing that Ben was following Locke.
Yeah.
It was just interesting. Okay, what's going to come of this?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay, so anyway, one of these days I'll learn. So when Richard says this here, I guess I need to believe him.
That's one way to look at it.
And Sawyer, I guess Smokey's going to use Sawyer, but he isn't necessarily going to, be loyal to him.
Smokey's not going to be loyal to Sawyer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely not going to happen.
Yeah.
You mean, what do you mean by loyal to him?
I mean, we can't necessarily count on Smokey to, you know, protect Sawyer.
Oh, yeah, no.
You know, he doesn't have Sawyer's best interests in mind.
Not necessarily. I think, if anything, that's second on the list. You know, it's not his primary goal.
Yeah.
Like I said, I want to believe that if Richard had agreed to go with Smokey or go with Locke in the beginning, then he would have never come to James.
Okay.
That's what I want to think.
Okay. I mean, he did sort of go in front of Sawyer's house before he talked to Richard.
Yeah. Now, I mean, my answer with that would be that he's, you know, like Alana says, recruiting, so maybe he wanted multiple people. But if he only wants one person, I feel like it was Richard, number one.
Richard rather than Sawyer, yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I like Sawyer, but I'd probably take Richard, too, if I were Smokey.
Well, yeah. One's less drunk, right?
Yeah.
At this moment. You want to go to the next scene?
Yes.
So we're back at the temp agency. Well, not back, but we're at the temp agency. Where Locke is being interviewed for a temp job, and he gets annoyed by all the personality questions. He demands to see the supervisor, who just so happens to be Rose.
What the fuck?
Locke tells Rose he wants a construction job, but she doesn't think it's a good fit. She agrees to let him try it for one day, but then urges him to be more realistic. He asks her, what does she know about being realistic? And she reveals that she has terminal cancer. She says she was in denial, but is back to living what life she has left, and offers to find him a job he can do.
Don't tell me what I can do.
I kind of like this scene. I thought it was interesting how much of an ass Locke was. You know, like these very basic questions that I think you'd be expected to put up with in a job interview.
Yeah.
He's just like, no, we're having none of this. It's just like, wow, you're in the position of wanting a job, and you're telling the person who's interviewing you, like, you're not going to do what they want. And matter of fact, go give me your boss.
Yeah, tell that shit to the proletariat. I'm John Locke. I get what I want.
Yeah, it's interesting for someone who's, supposed to be sort of meek and pathetic that he's also, like, no nonsense or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to take from that, but I thought that was interesting. And his little line about when Rose was like, okay, I'll, what did he say? He says, I want the construction job, and she's like, yeah, I don't think that's a good fit. And then she's like, and then he says, well, Hugo Reyes told me to come down, and, you guys hooking me up with the job. I just liked her line of, well, that's true, and, he's my boss, so if he said that, I can make it happen. I just like the idea that that they're willing to just, like, sidestep all of the procedures, I don't know, of their job just because, like, if Hugo said it, I will make it happen, I like that she's not being, she's being cautious, but she's not being, like, resistant to what's going on, and and he just comes in and just gets shit done. It's like, you leave, get me your boss. Hey, you, her boss, get me a job.
Right. Yeah. But Rose is, although she'll do it, she actually wants to get Locke a job that'll work for him. She is still trying to sort of do her job the right way.
Yeah, totally.
She's trying to negotiate the fact that he wants to do this job that he really is not going to be able to do very well, with the fact that he's got, the owner of the company behind him.
Yeah, exactly.
He's sort of playing the politics of it pretty well, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a surprising scene, and of course, the woman at the beginning is the egg psychic from that Hurley episode a long time ago.
Trisha Tanaka is dead.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Who just lost all credibility when she cracked that egg. I stopped believing her as soon as she did that, because I've just never seen an egg put into a psychic stew.
Yeah.
Just not believable.
Can't tell a fortune without breaking a few eggs.
There you go. Why not? It's weird that they brought her back. It's such an obscure character.
It's such an obscure character. And it seems like, again, somehow someone Hurley came across in the previous timeline. He ends up getting them a job at one of his companies.
Yeah, that's right. I guess that's the reason. That's the explanation. Yeah. Hurley's weird like that. Like, even people, like, he had a bad experience with her. Like, the whole point of her thing was to, like, trick him into thinking that the numbers weren't cursed.
But that's the thing. Like, he shouldn't have encountered her in that way this time because the numbers weren't cursed.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So I don't know if he just went, jovially to see her in something and it was about something else this time, or if he met her in some other circumstance.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Or maybe he never met her before. I mean, maybe she just...
He just happened to get a job there.
Well, the same kind of like they're all sort of drawn to cross paths.
Yeah.
And she was, in this timeline, just happened to work there.
Yeah.
That's what's cool about a show like Lost, where people are, the mantra is that everyone's connected. And, there was a short-lived ABC show called 6 Degrees that was kind of like that.
Yes.
And you get this inherent drama and coolness where if you just say all these people are connected, or and then all you have to do is just show them meeting and stuff, and it's just interesting because it's like, ooh, look, they're meeting in this instance, and
yes,
oh, look, this person just met that person, but they don't know that they know 5 of the same people, and things like that.
Right. And, see any number of Robert Altman movies for further examples of this. Just being inherently good drama.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird how that works. And I guess Pulp Fiction
should we start
as well.
Should we start with Prairie Home Companion?
Yes, let's start there.
Let's
not. Let's stop there.
Oh. Thought you might say that.
Yeah. No, sorry.
Pulp Fiction, same way.
It's just, I don't know, maybe it just gets at something that is just appealing about a great number of people with going about their lives in a random way, somehow, through circumstances being connected.
The strangeness that we're not all alone in this galactic void.
Yeah.
Is that appealing somehow to humans, you think?
I think so. That there's order in the chaos.
There's order in the chaos, and that our lives mean something.
Yeah. And
why is that attractive as a concept?
We affect other people's lives as well.
Mm-hmm. And we have the ability to affect them in positive and negative ways.
Even if we're not aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think, there's...
Circle of life.
Yeah. There's something...
Simba had it right all along.
Yes. That's right. He was wiser than we knew.
And prouder than most people give him credit for. Because he was a lion, and they're known for their pride.
Right, that's why.
Why? Because a group of them is called a pride.
I was going to say that, but you did. Well done.
I like to answer my own questions. It's quicker that way.
It really is. It saves us all the trouble.
Yeah, it does. What does it save us? All the trouble.
We might have had the wrong answer, so you jump in with the right one, and I
make everyone look good.
Yeah, exactly. We can all go home satisfied.
Especially me. All right, what's going on? So Rose has cancer. She never visited Australia, presumably.
Right.
To see the healer who told her to go to somewhere. Oh, wait, that wasn't in Australia. Was it in Australia?
That was in Australia.
It was?
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
That's why she was in Australia.
That's why she was there, but he says, I bet there's another place for you, and that place is the island.
Right. There are many, many energy places, and this one isn't for you.
This one isn't for you.
Perhaps one day you shall find the place which shall heal you.
You know, I wonder if that's the kind of little detail that I want to remember to talk about at the end of all this is the idea that there's other energies, other places.
Mm-hmm.
And once we see the big picture, I wonder if that'll still make sense.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That sort of got lost. I mean, I think...
It got what?
Oh, dear. Did I just...
Something needs to happen where doing a Lost podcast and stay lost.
It wasn't intentional, but I'll say it was. Back in season 2, I did get that impression that the idea was that there's all these strange pockets of energy or something in the world, and Dharma happened to discover one of them, and so, maybe it was particularly powerful or something, and they decided to study it. And actually, I don't think that's far off from what actually happened. But
yeah. Well, that's what they tell us was going on.
But it made the island seem like one among many, and I think I think now it's more like the island is special.
Mhm.
So yeah, we will definitely have to go over that.
Yeah.
There will be a lot of things to revisit once we get to the end of this.
One or two.
Show. But yeah, it's strange to have Rose have cancer again. It's like a lot of things in this alternate universe are better, but not everything.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's the idea. Some people's situation got better when they went to the island.
Yeah. I guess the difference for Rose is that she sort of accepted it.
Mhm.
Or maybe she always had accepted it, but Bernard didn't accept it. Maybe he accepts it or something.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, that was the big thing with Bernard.
Yeah, he was the one that really led her to go to the man in Australia.
Well, maybe that's the whole thing is they still went and did all that, but the guy was maybe exactly the same thing happened. The guy said, "I can't heal you here," and they just took that as well. Now we just that was our last hope, and so now we just have to be realistic.
Yeah, because she still was in Australia, so
yeah. They were on the plane, so
yeah. So it's probably. That's probably still the explanation. It's just they didn't land on the island, so the next step didn't happen.
She just went back to work.
To the
temp agency. Who knew?
They never really said what she did before, I guess.
Yeah, Bernard was a dentist and she's a supervisor.
Yeah. I had no idea. I was really surprised to see her show up.
I'm sure someone's going to run into Bernard. Who needs a dental cleaning? Who do you think could break a tooth or need a filling or has an excuse to go see a dentist anytime soon? It's got to happen, right?
Yeah, I think I think how can they resist? We've really never seen Bernard be a dentist.
Yeah.
If I were them, I would want to get that in at some point.
Mhm.
So, yeah, who could that be? I don't know. Sawyer, maybe?
Sawyer, yeah, I'm thinking maybe Sawyer. Maybe he gets his tooth knocked out or
yeah, that's what I was
chipped
imagining.
or something or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe Jack will see him on the golf course.
Jack, yeah, they could do that.
Golfing it up.
What happened with Jack? Oh, yeah, they lost his father's body. Okay.
Check the golf course, Jack.
Yeah.
Bernard will help you find it.
Yeah.
When someone tells you should do something, you really shouldn't ask them what they know about doing that, because chances are they know about doing that very intricately. It's like, be more realistic. What do you know about being realistic? Well, I hope you're sitting down for this, but I have terminal cancer. Like, they've done that, so many times. It's such a setup,
Yeah.
You should do this. What do you know about that?
Yes,
well, here's the 5 things that I know about doing that.
What do you know about lying, son?
Mm-hmm. Oh, God. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's a classic. They should put that in the lost cliche pile.
Oh, totally.
What do you know about X? Well, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. I'm not just saying that. I'm an expert at this subject. Like Dan, what do you know about about science, about physics? Well, I'm actually a genius. I don't know if that
really
counts,
should have
but
say that, Sam.
It should have been Sawyer. Give me your shirt. What do you know about physics? That was probably the worst Sawyer line of that whole season.
Give me your shirt.
What? Why are you demanding his shirt out of the blue? I know you don't have one, but why is he the one who has to give you his? And does that make any sense?
It really doesn't. It really doesn't.
I don't have a belt either. Give me your belt. Okay, huh? But then my pants will fall down. They're really going to help us?
Then give me your shoes.
In fact, give me your body. Let's just trade bodies here.
I'm getting tired of this one.
Yeah. Yours is more scruffy.
Mm-hmm. Scruffy, yeah.
So, next scene?
Yes.
Let's find out where we are. So
Sawyer
we're back in the jungle. Yeah, we're back in the jungle. Sawyer asks Locke if he reads books, and Locke says, who doesn't? Sawyer tells him a lot of people don't read books.
Yeah.
Sawyer tells him his favorite is Steinbeck and recounts the tale of George distracting Lenny and shooting him when he least expected.
Spoiler alert.
I know. I hope you guys have read that.
I actually didn't know that was the ending.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh,
Did
it's
you?
good, too. Yeah.
I really did not know. I knew what the book was about, but I didn't know that was the ending. And I'm actually kind of upset that I got spoiled on that.
Well,
I would have liked to read that at some point.
You had a couple decades to read it.
I know I'm way the fuck behind. It's like Citizen Kane or something, but
yeah.
I haven't yet, and it's a little disappointing, but whatever.
Yeah.
What
it's an excellent movie.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To
It's
extend
an
the
excellent.
time by 60 minutes,
you don't
press
exist.
R8.
I thought I did. There's an excellent movie version of Mice and Men with Gary Sinise and John Malkovich.
Oh yeah, I've heard of it. I never saw it.
It's worth seeing. I mean, if you don't have time to read the book.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
Well, you got spoiled.
Yeah. It was just, I don't know. It seems like something that everybody knows. It's like, there's some things where the ending is like the most famous, like the ending of The Wizard of Oz or something. I think there's very few people who know about The Wizard of Oz that don't know, what happens at the end. But
everybody dies when the hot air balloon collapses.
Yeah, right. But I really didn't know that.
Yeah.
Seems like I would have picked that up at some point, but oh well. Sawyer uses it to make a
make a great point. Sawyer pulls out a gun on Locke and wonders what would happen if he shot him in the head. Locke says, "Why don't we find out?" Sawyer asks what Locke is.
Yeah, if someone says that, it's like, okay, well, it's probably not going to work.
I don't want to shoot you as much anymore for some reason.
Yeah. Why don't we find out? All right.
Yeah, now we're gambling, and I told myself I wouldn't gamble.
Yeah.
So Sawyer asks what Locke is. Locke says he's trapped and used to be a man like Sawyer. He also says he knows what basic human emotions are like. Locke tells James that it would be a shame to turn back since he's so close to the answers. Locke walks on, and then Sawyer puts his gun down. I honestly think, part of me thinks if he got shot in the head, then he'd just be dead. And then part of me thinks he would turn into Smokey.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of think that since someone on Bram's team shot him and the bullet just dropped to the ground or something, and then he went and turned into Smokey.
Didn't shoot him in the head, though.
That's true.
But I do wonder, because I feel like he might be able to turn into Smokey, whenever he wants, but if you killed him before he did it, he might just be dead and not be able to sort of do anything about it.
So he's just bluffing.
I like I said, I don't know, but I kind of want to think both ways.
I mean, since Jacob was killed so easily, it is tempting to think that why would he be different? But he's convincing to me. I mean, I guess I take the one shot that was taken at him, not failing, as some kind of evidence that it's not that easy to shoot him.
Yeah. But I think that's why they say in the head specifically. Like, he doesn't say, what happens if I shoot you?
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to shoot you in the head.
Right.
What I really liked about this, the whole of mice and men thing was cool, but I love how he's telling the story, and the scenario is really similar. That's why he brings it up, is, Locke, like George, is trying to show Lenny this thing that's beautiful, or this thing that he wants, or the ultimate whatever, MacGuffin, or whatever you want to call it, and sort of leads him to this thing, but of course wants to kill him, which is sort of what Locke wants to do. Yeah. But this whole time Sawyer's telling this story, you're saying, oh no, he's realized that Sawyer has realized that he's Lenny and Locke is George. But then he turns the tables and he's like, I'm not going to be a Lenny. I'm going to be George.
Yeah.
I read that story. I'm going to choose who to be in this.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Because I mean, we know from the previous scene that he's thinking about killing him. So we go, oh look, this is the same scenario, but Sawyer, luckily having read that book, is able to know that scenario. Right,
and this is also, I think, a reference to the scene with Sawyer and Ben in season 3, where Ben shows
totally
Sawyer that they're on the Hydra Island, and quotes of Mice and Men to him. When he brought it up, I was instantly like, that again.
Yeah, and I definitely remember that scene, and the same idea of, them walking up to that vista and looking out to see the island and all that. And
yes. Yeah, and I guess that's what was going on there, too.
So he didn't want to kill him, but...
He didn't want to kill him, but he did have that sting on him, or at least that was the claim.
Oh man, don't remind me of that heart monitor thing, and I'll make your heart explode. And oh man, that was bad. That was so bad. And what was it? It was the whole thing with the rabbit, and then, but it was just a trick, and he gave the rabbit something that would make it die.
He shook the rabbit in the cage.
He shook it. Oh, it was crazy. Look at this rabbit.
That was actually one of the scariest scenes in Lost ever.
I agree. When he shook that cage, and it's like, that rabbit is about to explode.
Yeah. It did not look like a normal rabbit.
Mm.
I was
Rabbits
not...
shouldn't have red eyes.
No.
They just shouldn't.
No. Not at all. I think Ethan in season 1 and that are the scariest things in the show.
Not even Smokey.
Not even Smokey. Smokey. Smokey has been an interesting presence, but I've never actually found him as scary as I found those things.
Yeah.
He's actually a bit scarier now that he's talking.
Like a baby.
Yeah. That's so true.
Oh my God, it's
That's
talking
so true.
now.
I mean,
it's learning language from us.
He just seemed like, yes, exactly. He just seemed like just a wild force, like a tiger or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's scary in a way, but not as scary as an intelligent force.
Because you can potentially outsmart a tiger, and you know what his limitations are.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what Smokey felt like to me in the earlier part of the show, and that's why he didn't scare me as much as Ethan or Ben.
Or Baby.
Or Baby.
Yeah.
Talking baby, that is.
Talking baby, yeah. Well, when they're not talking, they're learning, so.
It's so true. They're
like a Furby.
Just sucking it all up. So they can spit it back in our face.
Mm-hmm. Because they don't like mashed peas.
They really don't.
They like mashed carrots a lot better.
Well, they're just better.
Well, what are you going to do? Babies have taste, too.
It's true, yeah. Just because they're a baby, you think they can't appreciate fine cuisine?
Why do people hate babies who have good taste? I'll never know.
Me either. Know. It's a mystery to all of us.
Well, add it to the list.
Mm-hmm. It's a long list.
That is a long list. You know what else is a long list?
The next scene?
What?
Are you ready for the next scene? I want to say a little more.
Okay, what do you got?
About this scene. So here's where we find out that Smokey was once just a regular person, I guess. So that tells us something. He does say that Of Mice and Men was after his time.
So I guess that means he's older than when that came out? Yeah,
although it isn't that old. I think it's something like the 20s or 30s or something like that.
Yeah.
Still, though, it's older than most
37.
people on the show. So anyway, at some point he was just an ordinary person, and he came to the. I mean, that's definitely a revelation.
Mm-hmm.
It actually kind of brings him down to earth in the way Richard was when we found out that he was.
I'm like this because of Jacob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's sort of like Smokey's like this because of Jacob and or whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, his life before may have been very interesting, but he's not. His origin is not different, really, from anybody else's.
Yeah. Except he came from outer space.
So So I don't really know what to do with that. I don't know how to try to date him, or try to speculate on exactly when he came or why.
Well, he was there when the Black Rock came, which was middle 1800s or something like that.
Right.
Mid to late 1800s. So.
Yeah.
I think it's strange, I like to pick apart dialogue. He says Of Mice and Men is after his time. So it's like he knows, it's like he never read it, but he knows of it.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that weird to me?
Well,
I don't remember why.
I don't know. I mean, I take that to mean, he hasn't been engaged in the literary world.
Yeah, exactly. That to me, I guess that was my confusion was if he hasn't heard of it, how does he know when it came out?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like he knows it was after his time, but it's like, well, are you just saying that? But how do you really know if you don't know what it is?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in context he's saying that if he doesn't know the book, he presumes it's after his time.
Oh, he knows all the books ever written ever.
Yes, before his time.
Mhm.
He read them all.
Read them all.
Every
all right,
precious
well.
word.
I guess Amazon doesn't deliver to the island.
Yeah, I can't imagine Smokey reading.
Mhm.
Not now. I mean, maybe in the old days when he was.
Well, what's he gonna do when he's in the cabin?
Well, I don't know.
Waiting for Block to die.
I don't know. And when he was talking to Jacob, he did say still trying to prove me wrong. So I think that indicates, their history goes back sometime before that. And although here he does say a little after my time, I don't know if he's just being being purposely understated or what, or if that's really true that he was born only a little bit before.
Well, in the grand scheme of time,
everything's a little after our time.
Yeah. So he was born shortly before that, no matter when he was born.
Yeah,
unless it was at the dawn of time or something.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, he could take it. I think he's being a little tongue in cheek.
It was any time after the origin of the human species, which which is
like a second on the timeline of time.
Yeah, very very short time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. That's sort of how I took it too. But I still can't quite speculate how old I think he is. I don't.
Yeah, I have the feeling he wasn't there much longer, much more before we see him and Jacob on the beach that time when the Black Rock is coming.
Wait, sorry, what?
I don't think he was on the island much more before than that 1800s period.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're still trying to prove me wrong is not referencing a long-standing thing, but something.
Well, yeah, I just don't. I don't see. I mean, I was going to say that I don't see Jacob bringing people to the island for too much. I want to say longer, but that seems weird. So I'm talking about the past. Too much more before this period that we see them on the island. Mm-hmm. I mean, if anything, I would say, okay, maybe it goes back to whoever built the statue. Mm-hmm. If we want to believe that that's a very old civilization or something that he first brought there. But I just want to think the main part of the story starts around that time. So.
I see.
And I think, we see him as a normal man in that period, and I think,
You're right.
I feel like they shouldn't have been too long on that island together. I don't want to believe like they've been there 1,000 years before the Black Rock shows up. Like, I want to give it 50 years max or something, maybe 100, but not much more than that.
Okay. So, all the old stuff on the island, I mean, definitely seems older than that. Isn't really consistent with 1800s.
Yeah, I mean, there's all the hieroglyph stuff. There's all that stuff.
So there's obviously been something going on the island that goes back that long. But you're just saying Jacob doesn't, and Smokey doesn't.
Jacob and Smokey, yeah. I don't know. That's my idea right now. It could change next week.
Yeah, I mean that sounds convincing. And I don't have a reason not to think that. But I do wonder what the point of showing all this old stuff is, if not to suggest that this goes back a long, long way.
Mm-hmm. Well, it could be that the history of the Protectors and the Destroyers goes a long way. You know, this could turn into some Matrix thing.
There was a pre-Jacob. Jacob was the replacement.
This could be some sort of Matrix thing where there's been other iterations.
The one.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. God, yeah. Wow. That's a really enduring concept, isn't it? I didn't really make that connection. Can't get over that.
Yep.
You're the savior. You're the person who's gotta protect whatever or save us all. Or
Mhm.
It's hard to get past that in stories, apparently.
Yeah. It's just good drama to have someone needing to protect people.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Superman?
No, who's that?
This character someone came up with. It's not a big deal. You probably haven't heard of him. I'm not surprised you haven't heard of him.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
just some silly alien guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Aliens.
Mhm.
They don't exist. We all know that.
Hey. That's all I got.
Okay. Fair enough. So okay, I'm done. I've said what I have to say then.
So, there's this line where Sawyer says, "I'm having a hard time believing that," referencing that he was just a man, or he was a man like James.
Mhm.
And he says, "You can believe whatever you want. That's the truth. I know what it's like to feel joy, to feel pain, anger, fear, to experience betrayal. I know what it's like to lose someone you love." That's like all stuff Sawyer can identify with, obviously.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how important that is in terms of what, the whole, I know it's like to lose someone you love. Like, is this going to be another one of those, like, this is what it's all about is, some former love that he's never been gotten over, and,
He's got his own Penny /
He's got
Nadia.
Nadia / Helen / anybody.
Yeah. I hope not. I can say that. I kind of think he's manipulating Sawyer to a certain extent. Yet it does seem genuine. So I guess I can say I feel like it's true, but yeah, I do kind of hope it doesn't end up centering around that. That would be pretty disappointing.
Yeah.
Unless it were just, the best romance ever committed to film.
Well, they've already done Rose and Bernard, so I'm going to get better than that.
Yeah. In general, I think I guess Sawyer has Cassidy and Juliet now, and Kate and whoever else. Got a lot of people. Cassidy would say, "Of course he does."
Of course he does. Oh, Cassidy.
That son of a bitch.
He just gave you a ton of money. I bet that money ain't even his. Oh, Cassidy, why do you have to be right all the time?
She was right. He did have money for her, though, but I don't know.
Yeah.
He didn't have time to tell Kate the account number.
Exactly. And if he would have gotten off the island, he would have got a settlement too. And blah blah blah.
Yeah. I think Lost, the writers, I think they generally do like to reach for these kind of universal themes, and they tend to not go for, more, strange motivations. And so yeah, I think they definitely bring Smokey down to a human level, and
that's what I said. Like in my summary was, he says how he can he's experienced all of these human emotions.
Mhm.
It's here's him being humanized, guys.
Right. Right.
I know what it's like to have DNA and to have fingers and to live in a house, and it's like, all right, we get it. You're not just a cloud of smoke. All right.
Yes. Yes. See, I think the writers have in mind that it's harder for humans to empathize with something that isn't like them.
Mhm.
And so if you can make, even if he is a cloud of smoke, at least he,
he's a cloud of smoke you can relate to.
Yeah.
The kind of cloud of smoke you want to have a beer with.
Exactly. Exactly. Because I think they did a similar thing with Ben. He initially was a very mysterious, malevolent character, and once you delve into his story, you find out, he's got Annie. And you remember birthdays, don't you, Richard?
Now carry my tent out of here. Be sure to get that heavy desk first. That's most important.
So we find out that, his backstory is very, relatable, and, he's motivated by the same things everybody else is, basically.
To join the others?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and to do what he does, he's got the same, pettiness and issues with his dad that all the Losties do, and
Is there one Lostie that has a good relationship with their father? Everyone I'm thinking about. I guess Saeed's dad, I was thinking about that flashback, wasn't horrible.
It wasn't horrible.
It was the other son that has a horrible relationship with his dad.
Yeah.
Whatever brother Saeed has.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, Kate and her dad, no. Kate and her stepdad, no.
Both of them.
Both of them. Jack and his dad, no, of course.
Of course not. God.
Jack has a good relationship with his stepdad, with his grandfather, though.
That's true. That's true.
Let me see. Who else? Juliet probably didn't like her parents. They got a divorce.
Right.
Her dad. Who else? You said Ben, Walt, and his dad. Michael.
Of course.
Penny and her dad.
Yeah.
A little conflict there.
A little bit, yeah.
You know, of course, Alex and her dad, Ben.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of father
when you put
issues.
it like that, it seems like they're being a bit heavy-handed on this issue.
Yeah.
We get it, guys.
Yeah.
Parents and
Carlton and Damon have daddy issues, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
If we find out Smokey is Jacob's dad, I'm out of here.
Oh man. Wow. That never occurred to me. I hope that's not true. There's no way that's true.
It shouldn't be true.
It better not be true.
That shouldn't be true. Like I said, they're brothers.
Yeah. But they had issues with their daddy, I'm sure.
Their daddy island.
Their daddy the island. God. Yikes. Yeah, of course Sawyer I mean, his dad killed his mom and himself.
Mm-hmm.
Locke, obviously.
Hurley and his dad.
Hurley and his dad. Yeah.
They eventually made up, I guess.
They eventually patched things up, but yeah, I mean, he abandoned him when he was a little kid, and
that was like after he won the lotto, right?
Yeah, it was after he won the lotto.
All of a sudden, I love you guys again.
I don't know how that works. It's weird.
Hey, where's all the money? I want to eat caviar for lunch.
But yeah, I think, I also think that anytime someone on the show, or I mean in general in anything, if they are anti-humanity, they are the villain.
Mm-hmm.
That's just
who's anti-humanity?
A standard thing. Well, I get the sense that Smokey is to a certain extent, based on his conversation with Jacob.
That he doesn't have faith in people, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, yeah, that's what you get from that scene. I wonder why, though. You know, is it he just thinks people are weak? I mean, because his whole thing was they just come here and fight or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then what is it?
And destroy.
And destroy. Well, you know, it only ends once. Any other, you know, anything before that is progress. Great lines. Have no idea what they mean.
It really is a great line, and partially because I don't know what it means.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's nice to have a line that isn't obvious.
Yeah.
You know, they're pretty straightforward writers most of the time, and I think they outdid themselves with that one. Because I really don't know what he means by that exactly.
I feel like he means that until it's all destroyed, then he's only getting closer to whatever he's trying to do. You know?
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's not over until they're all dead, or, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It only ends once. Which totally goes against the philosophy of, you know, an end is just a new beginning.
Right. Right.
But we'll see.
Yeah. I think probably by the end we'll have a better idea of what he was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it seemed to me like he was making a grand statement, but you seem to be reading it more like he's just referring to the specific project that he's engaged in, whatever that is.
Yeah,
it's weird because it seems like Jacob's
context.
only job was to find a replacement for himself.
You know, I think it's going to come down to what, you know, it seems like it's coming down to what Jacob was either told or believed his self-directed goal was, or purpose on the island was. Like, I don't want to say his only job was to find his replacement. I think it might be something more, like, bigger than that. That had to do with these candidates and them being in line to replace them and all that, but it was a much bigger thing, and I think it might just be summarized as to protect the island.
Yeah.
Now, like I was saying, what's interesting is we're getting the idea that, you know, the island doesn't need protecting, and that, you know, it comes down to, again, probably this whole choice thing of whether or not you think the island needs protected, whether or not you think the button needs to be pressed.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Because pressing the button was what? Protecting the world.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So,
yeah, and the problem with doing that is you keep doing it and you never know if you're right or not.
You don't, yeah, that's the thing. And that's, again, like, if Locke tried to test that when he was like, don't press the button, you know, let's see what happens. And again, he was wrong, and you saw what happened. And
right.
You know.
Right, but you only get to find out when it's kind of too late.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that. It's a very, fatalistic approach to it, and there's something depressing about that of, peek behind the curtain to see the truth, but then you're exposed to the truth. So
right, yeah.
Wizard of Oz reference again.
Oh,
Thought I'd bring that back.
oh, okay, sounds good.
Dramatic.
Yeah, I was thinking of a completely different movie, but I don't want to spoil it, so I won't say what it is.
The Curtain, starring Robert De Niro. Yeah, we've all seen it.
The Curtain?
Mm-hmm.
Is that real?
The 1978 classic. You never seen The Curtain?
Are you serious?
With the tagline, the truth lies behind those mini blinds. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, good. It was starting to sound plausible until you said the tagline. The truth lies behind those blinds.
Yeah.
It's weird because it's called The Curtain, but
it's
there's
called
blinds.
The Curtain. Well, it's one of those, there's blinds, but a curtain on the outside.
Oh, okay.
So you peer behind the curtain and there's blinds, and the truth is on the other side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just spoiling the whole movie. Sorry, guys.
Clearly, yeah. And it's from the 70s, so it's probably good.
Exactly. It was when he was doing good stuff.
Yeah, before he just gave up.
Yeah. Meet the Fockers, Part 5.
Oh, God. It's coming.
It is.
Get ready, America.
Anything else? I mean, there's plenty to keep talking about, but let's move on.
Yeah.
Where are we? So we're back at the beach. Ben and Alana carry Locke's body. Alana tells Ben that she brought John's body to help. That she brought John's body to the people. Sorry, that she brought John's body to the temple so the people there could see the face of who they were up against. Ben asks if Locke can change his face, and she says that he's stuck looking like John. Frank's son, Ben, and Alana reach the gravesite where so many have been buried. They bury John, and Alana shames them all into saying a few words. Ben steps up to the plate, and he says, and I'm just going to read it, "All right, I know John. John Locke was a," long pause, "a believer. He was a man of faith. He was a much better man than I will ever be, and I'm very sorry I murdered him." And then after that, Frank says, "This is the weirdest damn funeral I've ever been to." A little comic relief from Frank. Thanks, Frank.
Right, yeah.
We were all thinking the same thing.
We really were.
Although, this isn't the weirdest one we've been to. We've been to some pretty weird funerals.
What's the weirdest one? You mean America or us on the show?
On the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what's the weirdest? This might be the weirdest, but not by much.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there have been some weird ones.
Nikki and Paolo is pretty weird.
Nikki and Paul was very weird. It wasn't, yeah, good point. It's easy to forget about that. Nikki and Paolo was a dark time in the show.
It was a dark time. That whole expose, the best thing Nikki and Paolo ever gave us was Razzle Dazzle.
Yeah.
That was the best thing.
Yeah. And that episode, Expose, on its own merits, wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't.
It didn't really fit in with the show.
No.
It was a good Tales from the Crypt episode.
Yeah, they just went awry with the audience, I think, by trying to tell us that these two newcomers were not only on the island the whole time, but were involved in some mysteries that our other losties had no idea. Didn't get into the Pearl first.
Yeah, they.
I'm not gonna believe that. I just, really, you saw Ben and Juliet hanging out there, really, Paolo, and you hit some diamonds in the tank of a toilet. Who knew there was a bathroom down there?
Yeah, Paolo knew.
Don't flush the tank.
The toilet works.
Yeah, that was a dark time.
Yeah.
Season 3, right?
Yeah, early
Yeah,
season
season
3
3.
particularly.
I'm sorry. Season 3 is the worst season. I'm sorry, it is. It's got some good stuff in it, but it's the worst one.
I agree in a way. I think season 2 was the first one where they started to go off the rails.
Yeah.
There's some pretty bad episodes in season 2, but it was better and it had a very good ending, and so it sort of made up for itself. Actually, season 3 kind of pulled the same move. It sort of got back on its feet by the end.
Yeah, it was the beginning that was the worst part.
But the beginning was atrocious, and it really seemed like they made a bunch of really bad calls on what to do.
Why are Kate's hands all bruised, her wrists all bruised up? What was the answer to that? I remember we found out later.
Yeah. There's a deleted scene. That's actually the origin of us saying deleted scene for everything that seems to be missing. There's a deleted scene where they show her trying to pull her hands out of the handcuffs.
Yeah, that's what it was. Not Ben just grabbing the handcuffs and shaking them around.
No. No, that was not the deleted scene. Shake. No.
Now come to breakfast.
Yeah. And I think Nikki and Paulo really they had kind of a Frogurt presence in that they never quite felt like real characters to me. They felt like intruders into a world that on its with the real characters feels real, but when these intruders come in, it just throws off everything.
Yeah.
It's like you don't belong here. Go to some other show where you make sense.
Yeah, exactly. The Frogurt show.
Yeah. There's a show for Frogurt out there, but it's not lost.
Probably on CBS.
Yes, absolutely. Ouch.
Ouch, indeed.
And true.
What are you going to do? It's a true ouch.
Okay, so on this scene, there's two things I want to say.
You can say one of them.
Okay.
Choose wisely.
Fuck. I want to say both.
I guess you should have thought of that before, huh?
All right, well, if I'm going to say one thing, I guess I'll say the thing that's a little bit more on the mythology side, which is Alana seems to think that Smokey is stuck that way. I guess I think she's supposed to be right. On the other hand, I think Smokey appeared as Alex to Ben, which seems to contradict that. So I don't really know what to think. I think he is going to appear as Locke for most of the season, and so we can just get used to that. But I think there might be a little plot hole there.
Well,
or did it happen after he killed Jacob?
That he was stuck like that?
Yeah. Not that makes any sense, but
I'm going to say the fact that he can still turn into Smokey probably means he can look like other people, but I don't know. I mean, maybe you could say since he was maybe you could even say he wasn't Alex. Maybe Alex was whatever the little boy was. I mean, I know we see Smokey before we see Alex in that scene when Ben is being judged, but maybe we'll find that was the same entity that tells Locke not to kill Sawyer.
Telling Ben to follow Smokey's orders?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing it out there. I don't think that's true.
Okay.
But that would explain something.
Yeah, well, it would at least fill the hole, but it makes more sense for Smokey to say that.
It does, but and I got to say, they do those parts where Smokey knows he's Smokey, but we think he's Locke, and that scene where Ben tells Locke, I have to do whatever my dead daughter told me to do whatever you have to do, and Locke, pretends this is news and says, What? Oh, so you mean you have to listen to me? Therefore I won't have to convince you to kill Jacob. So those scenes like that make me want to believe he didn't really turn into Alex,
Mm-hmm.
And that he really was surprised by that. But but again, it definitely makes more sense that he did turn into Alex and do all that.
Yeah. So I mean, Smokey was down there at some point.
I want to believe Alana. I want to believe she's right, and I think she's right in the sense that he's stuck looking like Locke, like that he can't switch bodies. But I don't think she necessarily even knows that he can shapeshift. She might not know that part.
Yeah.
But I think they're trying to say he can't, for the audience, I think they're trying to say he can't just jump into another body.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Because that's what Ben says, like, what's to stop him from just changing his face?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a weird, it kind of seems like they're just filling in a plot hole, while then creating another one. Because that would be a question. I mean, we've clearly seen him appear as other people, and if everyone knows he's Locke now, why wouldn't he change it? It's not advantageous for him to be Locke anymore. He's gotten his use out of being Locke. And
he still looks like Locke all the time, which I think is, to her point, he can't change that.
Yeah.
But I think if he wanted to turn into Smokey and then shapeshift, he could probably do that.
Yeah. But somehow, maybe there's some limit on that. He can't exist like that for the way he can with Locke.
Yeah.
Because I agree. I think she's right. It's still just, yeah. I don't know. Fairly minor issue.
Yeah. So what's the other thing you wanted to say?
I
We'll permit it this time.
Okay. I really got a little bit blown away by the audacity of Ben giving the eulogy
at Locke's.
At Locke's funeral.
Locke would roll over in his grave if he wasn't just buried in it.
Exactly.
Yes, his thoughts would still be, I don't understand.
Exactly.
I think that's the kind of thing that Lost gets away with, and it's pretty incredible to see Ben have to be the one to say something and to say what he says. You know, like it's a good little eulogy. He says the things Locke would want to hear, and that he was a better man than he'll ever be. I believe Ben when he says that. I don't know what he means, but I believe that he thinks that.
Yeah.
That there was some quality in Locke that was admirable, the same way Smokey sees it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like at the end of the day, they wouldn't trade places with him. I think they're happier being who they are and getting what they can get done by the virtue of who they are versus what Locke was.
Right.
And I really like that he confessed that he murdered him.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry I murdered him. Like, he didn't say killed him.
Yeah.
He didn't say I was responsible for his death.
Right.
He said murdered. So it's pretty clear what's going on.
Yeah, everyone there at the funeral got to find out. It's just so... when he stepped up, I was just blown away. Ben, really? You're going to do this?
I'll miss you, John. I really will.
How can you like not laugh at yourself here? Like it's just so it's just so audacious of him to do this. And I just Ben as a character, I think, is probably one of the best things about the show.
Ben will have to go down in history as one of the most seminal villains of TV drama ever. What he's done on this show. Yeah. Yeah, that reminded me. That reminded me, or I should say that reminds me, since this is the present. I was thinking, I was watching the official Lost podcast, as everyone knows, fans submit questions to them. And I was thinking we should submit a question that I don't think they've had before, which is if Twin Peaks was any inspiration for what's going on here. Because, as you very well know, Twin Peaks deals with at the end. It deals with the protagonist getting taken over by the antagonist, which is a very sort of similar thing that's going on here.
That's true. That's true. I read a forum post where someone said we should have made that connection.
Someone said we should have made that connection?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
On our forum they said that?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I saw that.
Because I think we've referenced Twin Peaks before.
Oh, we have, yeah.
And they were just surprised.
Yeah, I agree. We probably should have.
And actually, I'm surprised we didn't either. It should have been that should have been the first thing that popped into my head when that ending happened, being so reminiscent of Twin Peaks. But it really wasn't until they pointed it out that I realized that it was similar.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I kind of realized it when I was, I don't know, at some point it popped in my head. But, I mean, the circumstances were definitely different, and it's only the basic idea that's kind of similar. But we could have pointed that out more, but we were busy pointing out other things. Yeah,
we pointed out a lot of things in that 20 hours.
Yeah. Look at us pointing at things.
We point all the time.
We're pointing so much, our index finger hurts.
That's right. That's a lot of pointing, folks.
It is a lot of pointing.
No, I mean, it is very different. I think the big thing about Twin Peaks is that we never really find out, what these other entities are, or what their goals are, where they come from, or anything like that. That's why I thought it was interesting in terms of Twin Peaks, is because it's like if they're fans of that, or if that's any inspiration, then it's like they get to sort of delve into that stuff the show didn't because it got canceled, Right, exactly. Yeah. We surely would have learned more if the show had gone on. But also, I think that show, particularly David Lynch is has a mode of storytelling and revealing mysteries that's very different from the Lost Writers, and I think he's much more a fan of leaving things open and ambiguous. And very willing to just introduce some entity and never tell you where they come from or what their goals are or anything about them.
It's more fun that way.
Yeah, and I think it achieves its own effect. It's there's not as much to go on really, and maybe it's harder to sort of pick it apart, but it's effective in a different way.
Yeah.
Anyway, I appreciated this scene, and it's a very short scene. I look at it in the transcript, and it's like, wow, this is like 6 lines or something.
So many of their scenes are so short. Like, if you just look at the lines, they're like 8 lines.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's the whole scene. All right.
And it really came across like they pulled some impact out of these like 7 lines. It was well done.
Sad that Sun couldn't say anything. I don't know what she would have said, but she knew him. Yeah. I don't know what Sun would have said either. I think Ben was the most appropriate person to speak, even though he was also the least appropriate person to speak. Well, I think that's why he stepped up, because he was like, well. If anyone knew John, I did.
Yeah, he really did know a lot better than anyone else there.
Like, I broke him psychologically so many times.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's why he knew him so well.
Yeah. Like, he didn't know him, like, necessarily on a personal level.
Yeah.
He read his file, and he knew all.
But he did spend a lot of time with him.
Yeah.
And I think, as we see here, and that line he didn't like, he did develop a grudging appreciation for him.
Mhm.
And I guess now that he sees how things turned out, he regrets killing him.
I'm sorry I murdered him, which allowed Smokey to take over his form and most likely doom us all.
Yeah.
Is that why he's sorry?
I think that's the subtext.
All right, next scene.
Yes.
So we flash sideways. John wakes up in his bed. He does his morning routine to get ready. Again, contemplating where it all went wrong. I like to say that. He takes out Jack's business card and calls his office. He backs out, telling Helen no one was on the phone. John tells Helen that he called Jack. He finally admits that, but that he's not going to see him. And then he reveals that he was fired. We hear a doorbell ring. Helen goes to the door, and it's John's lost luggage finally being delivered. She signs for it, then comes over to John and asks how he got fired. He tells her that he lied. He didn't go to the conference. He tells her to open up his luggage case, and then she sees it's full of horrifying knives. John tells her that they were for his walkabout, but that they wouldn't let him go. He says that he shouted at them for telling him what he couldn't do, even though they were right. He says he doesn't want her to wait for a miracle to get him out of the chair, because there's no such thing. Helen then tells John that there are miracles, and that the only thing she was ever waiting for, wait for it, was him.
Whoa!
Helen tears up the business card, and then they kiss.
Aww.
And then Al walks in and says, Peggy! Kissing.
Who is this strange man?
Where's Bud and Kelly?
Yeah, I didn't mention this yet, but again, it's weird to have Helen back after a 4-year absence.
Yeah.
I really didn't think we'd be seeing Helen again.
Helen's back.
It really is. I guess that's what they're doing this season. It's really the season to just dig deep and pull out old background characters.
Oh yeah, everyone comes back one last go round.
Yeah. I mean, I guess she was in season 2. She was like the center of a lot of Black flashbacks.
Mhm.
And I guess I thought when Abaddon took him to her grave that was the end of Helen. We weren't going to see her again. She's dead.
Mhm. That's 3 years from now, though.
That's true.
Which probably means, I would imagine she's still going to die, and he has no idea.
Yeah, I guess so. That's probably true. But I mean, of course, I didn't predict that they would do this flash sideways thing, and
I don't know why you didn't.
Yeah, me either. Anyone could have seen it.
Even you.
Even me. That's right. Yeah, and they've said this multiple times. Like I was telling them not tell me what I can't do, even though they were right.
This is like the second time they've brought that up.
Yeah,
I think it was Locke who was talking about John and saying, Smokey talking about John.
Said that, yeah.
And he was saying, yelling at the world for what he couldn't do, even though they were right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the difference. Is like before when John was yelling about that, you always wondered, well, are they right?
Yeah.
Don't tell me what I can't do, because he's really gonna do it.
Yeah, maybe if he went on that walkabout, he would have been fine, and he could have handled it somehow.
But no, he couldn't have.
Yeah, that's like
walking.
The
I'm sorry, but walking is in the title of the activity. He can't walk.
Yeah.
If it was, rollabout or something, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like the show is finally responding.
Mhm.
To what Locke said, and it's saying, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
that people were right to say that. And I also, about the funeral scene, I think it's good that Locke finally was able to get buried on the island. I think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
It wasn't the best funeral in the world. It would have been nice if someone else could have been there besides some of the people who were there. Very few people were there. Ilana doesn't know him at all. Frank barely knows him. Son, And Ben's probably the most appropriate person to be there, as I said, which is ridiculous. So that's too bad, but still, it's weird. I think I really, really believe Locke's dead at this point.
Yeah, unless he takes over the consciousness of his body.
Unless
and
that happens.
Control. Yeah.
But it is interesting that they make a connection here with what Smokey said. I don't know what to make of that. That does seem to point in the direction you're suggesting.
Keep on pointing.
Some kind of merging of their consciousnesses.
It would be interesting to me if they're they keep discounting John, they keep saying he was broken and this is the end, and then somehow and I don't think this is my theory. Like I said, it's pretty crackpot, but it would be interesting to see if somehow they surprise us and Locke they base in the end he has this strange weird fortitude of mental effort or something and somehow resurfaces his control over his body and somehow wins that way or something. We were all wrong about it. Everyone's been saying this, and we showed him being pathetic even when he seemed cool. Then we finally told everyone that he really was pathetic and not cool. He was irreparably broken. And then, you know what, by the way, he surprised us all.
Yeah.
That'd be an interesting ending for Locke if somehow they found a way to make him come back and really defeat sort of the bad guy. I don't think they're doing that, but it'd be interesting if they did.
Yeah. In season 5, I didn't really believe it. I guess most of the time we didn't think he was dead. But even at the end, they have, who is it they had ask about? Who was it that asked Jack about Locke?
If he knew Locke?
Yeah.
I think it was Richard, wasn't it?
It was Richard, that's right. Richard said he didn't see anything special about him, and Jack says something like, "Don't give up on him."
Yeah, exactly, which I thought was interesting. Why? Because they're talking to the audience as much as the characters, and it's like, "Don't give up on him." Well, can we give up now?
Yeah, exactly. When they said that, even at the end with the revelation, I wasn't ready to give up on him.
And it could be one of those many times that Jack is just wrong.
Right. Jack is definitely wrong a lot of the time. So
yeah.
Exactly. But I have given up. I really don't. I really think he's gone. But it will be a surprise to me if they actually bring him back somehow. I've just sort of dealt with the fact that it's weird, but it's been long enough, and now we've actually got a funeral and a burial, and it's official. I feel like he's gone.
Well, we'll see. We have this
conference is scheduled to be
interruption
broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
I did. We have this sideways flashing lock too, so we don't know how
that's true.
Corresponds. For all intents and purposes, it could be this, quote, the same lock,
right?
Same John. So
it's the closest we have.
Yeah, but I mean, depending on how it plays out, it could be, linearly like the same guy somehow. Like this storyline meets that other storyline, and it's supposed to be like the same John. Obviously different events, but sort of the same person.
Yeah, I see.
I didn't really like this whole, this whole don't wait for a miracle because they don't exist. And I didn't. He took his I don't want to say cowardice, but his hesitation to call Jack, and sort of, converted it into this thing about Helen and her hopes, and it's really about him. I think he's really saying, I don't want to invest in another miracle because I don't think they happen.
Yeah.
But he sort of makes it about her, and then, which makes her sort of have to prove to him that she's not interested in that, and she only wants him, and so she tears up the card, and to me it seems like he just totally diverted the issue. But it plays out like he didn't, but it's like, really, you just, it's really your thing. And
he basically projects
her.
his own feelings onto her.
Yeah, exactly, and she falls for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not believable that she was somehow trying to push him into it because she expected a miracle.
Mhm. Yeah, I also thought it was weird. I kind of made a joke in my summary, but when he tells her to open up this suitcase full of knives, and I'm just like, what is she going to expect? What is she expected to think? If someone has something weird to tell me and they say, go open up this suitcase, and it's a bunch of knives, I'm thinking she's like, okay, this is for your walkabout? Is that some sort of stabbing spree? I don't know what that is. Is that some sort of murderous rampage?
That's
I don't
what they're
know.
calling it now.
Yeah, please tell me. It was just such a weird thing because I knew it was going to be knives in there. And I'm just like, she's not going to know what to think.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It does seem like even for a walkabout, it seems like an excessive supply of knives.
I don't think you need more than one.
Yeah.
I think you're supposed to be pretty simple on these things.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah. I need my knife for the daytime. I need my knife for the nighttime. I need my knife for the noon time. I need my knife. I don't know. Like, why do I have so many? My knife for when it's cold, my knife for when it's hot.
We got the paring knife for Granny. The serrated knife for Auntie Sue.
Yeah, totally. Oh, man. Don't listen to the pan. Don't listen to the pan. I like when we make references and don't explain what they are. I think it's fun for everyone.
The pan's not magic, Nancy. It can burn you.
It can burn you. Only British people can fly.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the next scene.
All right.
So, Sawyer and Locke back on the island. They reach the edge of a cliff. Locke tells Sawyer that they're climbing down the side. Sawyer tells Locke to go first and then carefully follows him down a rope ladder. Locke climbs over to another ladder and watches as James continues to go down the first one and almost falls to his death when a rung breaks. Sawyer manages to keep hold of the ladder as he sort of careens and hits the side of the cliff. Locke rescues Sawyer. Oh, wait, I forgot that part. Oh, sorry, I skipped a line. Sawyer, okay, sorry. So he almost falls to his death when a rung breaks. Sawyer recovers, then suddenly the anchor at the top of the ladder flies off, causing Sawyer to free fall down the cliff. He manages to recover and keep hold of the ladder as he hits the side of the cliff. Locke rescues Sawyer by helping him onto the other ladder, and then they both manage to make it down to the cave. They enter the cave, which has a table on it with two rocks on a balance. Locke grabs the white rock, causing the black rock to shift the balance toward the dark side. I'm assuming that's what happened. Locke throws the white rock out into the ocean, telling Sawyer it's an inside joke. Sawyer asks if this is what he came to see, and Locke lights a torch, then shows Sawyer an inner cave, which has names etched into the ceilings and walls. That's that scene. So the two big things, of course, are the names, which we'll get to in the next scene. Come back to that.
Yeah.
And the White Rock, Black Rock. And as soon as I wrote this, I'm thinking, oh, Black Rock, like the Black Rock.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, exactly.
That connection never occurred to me until you said it just now.
Mm-hmm.
When you called it the Black Rock. Like, oh, I guess it is a Black Rock.
Yeah, isn't it? Was Desmond's boat the White Rock? I don't know. I'm looking for another ship, another boat.
Mm-hmm.
But that whole thing was interesting. I'm assuming that it doesn't mean a lot with the rocks.
Nah, I don't think so. I think it's either a reference to the two rocks in the cave that Adam and Eve had.
Yeah.
And or Locke's speech to Walt about backgammon. Is it backgammon?
Yeah, they played all the time.
Yeah. That was the one that he owed Hurley $20,000 or something.
You owe me $20,000.
Oh, Walt. Oh, someone actually asked David and Carlton if Hurley paid him back.
They said no, right?
They said no, yeah.
And I thought that's lame. Like, that would have been so cool if Hurley would have given Walt some money, considering the situation he's in.
Yeah.
And considering that not only did Hurley have millions of dollars before the crash, but he got a settlement after the crash.
Right.
And it's like it would have been some sort of nice karma to help Walt out since his dad died. And he just got screwed by on the island. So. Yeah,
he didn't get a settlement.
No, he didn't get a settlement.
For being on the plane.
He crashed in that plane as much as anybody else did.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely got the shit into things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised anyone asked about that. And now that you mention it, at the time I was like, oh yeah, whatever. He didn't give it to him, but yeah, now it seems like he should have.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Hurley.
Especially since he came to see him.
Honor your dad. Yeah.
Walt had made his grandmother go all the way across the country just to come talk to him and not to get much information. No.
Hurley was not that forthcoming.
No.
Anyway, the speech where Locke says there's two sides and one's light and one's dark, and he holds up the pieces, and that's the other thing I think they could be referencing.
Where is that from?
It's from really early in the show.
The backgammon scene.
Yeah, the backgammon scene. He's talking to Walt.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested if we see any more about this balance and scale thing, but Adam and Eve, could they be two leaders of the island? One, the dark side and on the light side or whatever, who just, fell in love or something, or I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah.
Fill in the rest for yourself.
I guess so. Even though I kind of think they're Rose and Bernard. Who I don't think were, leaders of the island or anything.
Yeah.
No offense. I'm thinking because he shrugs it off as an inside joke that's what it is, and there's not that much to it. But you could be right. I don't know. I don't know what they can really tell us about Adam and Eve at this point. It's just
maybe they're Jacob and Smokey's parents.
Oh God, they're really not old enough for that.
Why not?
Well, according
because
to
of the decay of the clothes. Come on.
They'd only been there for about 40 or 50 years. And Jack is a world-renowned clothes-aging expert.
Okay, but if you can explain, if you want to say that's Rose and Bernard, you got to take a leap of how that's true anyway.
Oh, you're right. I don't even. It doesn't even quite work.
They would have to somehow time travel to the past and die.
It's the best candidate I have. Well, I guess I'm going under the assumption that somehow they stayed in the 70s.
Oh, that they stayed in the 70s.
Yeah.
And that Jack was a little off with his 40 to 50 years.
Yeah.
Not too bad, I guess, but still.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been 30 years. Well, I guess that would mean they immediately died, and they were in the cave, so it really should be later than that. So maybe he was off by about 20 years or something.
But if they... Well, what's weird about that is why would they stay in the 70s? Because presumably, if they stayed in the 70s, then they would have went with the other timeline, right, where the island blew up? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah.
Like, how can they be in the original timeline but still be like have died in the 70s?
They can't.
Okay. All right. Well, as long as there's an answer.
Yeah, it doesn't really work. It doesn't really work. I don't really even think they are. It's just that I don't have anybody else. They're the best. They're the best guess I have.
Jacob and Smokey's parents.
Oh yeah, right.
That's all I got.
Jacob and Smokey's parents. That would mean Jack's off in a different way. He's too recent.
Mhm.
But yeah, I guess they could do that. That would be weird. I wasn't taking you seriously, and now I am.
Well, I was just going to say I'm kidding, and I don't think that's true at all.
Oh. now I'm starting to consider it.
As soon as I convince you it's the truth, I'm gonna not even believe it myself.
Now I'm thinking, they came to the island. They had their little kids, Smokey and Jacob. They had their little stones representing their natures.
You protect the island, and then they told Smokey, you destroy the island. And they died.
Yeah. I don't know. That almost seems plausible.
I think it does. Yeah, it does.
When they got to the edge of the cliff, I actually thought that Locke was going to tell Sawyer to jump off.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I thought it was going to be like a Dave situation.
Oh.
He was like, all right, let's jump off this cliff, and then we'll be off the island, because the island's all in your mind.
Oh, I see. You thought it was going to be like that?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I really did. I was like, okay, it's a cliff. What are you going to do from here? That was the only thing I could think of.
I guess that didn't come to me because I was waiting for the proof of why he was on the island, so I knew it'd be like something you could probably show him or something.
Oh, okay.
And I wasn't thinking they were trying to leave, in that instant, that they was more showing him the proof first.
Yeah. No, it makes a lot more sense. But yeah, so you think that he didn't necessarily? I mean, do you think he had anything to do with the fact that the ladder kept breaking for Sawyer?
That what kept breaking?
The ladder.
Oh, okay. So the ladder thing. So I think the way I view that scene is he wasn't trying to kill Sawyer, but he knew that the ladder. I think he knew that it had a broken rung. Mm-hmm. At a certain point, which is why I think that second ladder is there in the first place.
Right.
And so you see him sort of switch over to it, at the point that Sawyer doesn't.
Yeah.
Now, I got to say it was pretty heart-jumping, stopping when the top of the ladder just flew off of the side of the mountain.
Yeah.
It was like, why did that happen? I don't want to believe Smokey did that, but I don't know why that happened. Mm-hmm. That was I guess just the force of him dangling at the bottom from the rung breaking or something. But it was weird when it was like he recovered and all of a sudden the top just flies off.
Yeah.
It was definitely strange. I want to leave his influence he wasn't trying to kill Sawyer, but he was trying to see if Sawyer would get himself killed in almost a way of testing him.
Oh, okay.
You know, to see if he could make it himself to the end of this little journey.
Right.
That's what I think happened.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I think I agree.
All right.
Spot on.
Well, I should pay you to agree with me more often. It makes this go a lot faster.
It's not what I thought when I watched it, but when you say it, it makes sense.
Mhm.
When I think about the way it played, that actually seems right.
Cool. Yeah, that's how it came out to me. All right, next scene. We're coming back to all that.
Yes.
Next scene, we see Locke supervising a gym class, and then we see him in a classroom about to start a lecture on the human reproductive system. He makes his way down to the teacher's lounge to find a man complaining about the lack of decorum amongst the staff in regards to the social experiment that is the shared coffee pot. Locke mentions he prefers tea, and Ben, impressed by the company of another gentleman, introduces himself as a European history teacher. Locke introduces himself as the substitute.
Ah!
Wasn't until I wrote that that I realized how he connected to the title of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, he's a substitute teacher.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I was just thinking the substitute in terms of, you know, Locke on the island and being taken over and stuff.
Well, it does mean that.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, that. But then I realized, because I kind of assumed. I mean, I forgot that he says in this scene, I'm the substitute. But
yeah,
I was thinking, you know, before when I first watched it, that he just got a job as a teacher.
Right.
You know, and so I wasn't, you know. But when he says substitute, I'm like, oh, hey, that's the title, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I didn't make that connection either until I watched it the second time.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I noticed that he actually said substitute and tied it in with the title.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hurley says he's going to a temp agency. So that makes it sound like he's going to get these kind of, what do you call them?
Temporary jobs?
Yeah, thank you. Wow, why was that hard to think of? I just said the fucking word.
Yeah, like, are you trying to say the word temporary? You said most of it.
Go to a temp agency. What kind of job do they give people there?
Fuck. Is it those long-lasting, you know, tenure jobs? No, not those. What is it? So what do you get at a temp agency? I'll never figure it out.
No. Yeah. So anyway, a transient or something, I think is the word I wanted.
Mm-hmm. Vestigial, perhaps, or I should say ephemeral.
Ephemeral, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Anything more highfalutin.
Highfalutin, you gotta love that word.
I was reaching for.
So I you know, it's another one of those scenes where you see two characters interact, and which often happens in scenes, but more specifically,
does it?
More specifically, you know, two of the Losties, two of the Islanders, interacting in this different timeline, and Ben just being, you know, no matter what dimension or universe he's in, he will always be Benjamin Linus, annoyer, professional. I love him complaining about the coffee pot.
Yeah.
But don't worry, I'll do it.
Yes.
And everyone around him is just like, I don't give a shit about the coffee. He's just, there goes Linus ranting again, you know, like, no, it's like no one cares that he's ranting.
No, they're totally ignoring him.
And he doesn't care that no one's listening.
No, he's putting on his own little performance for
It is.
himself.
It's really just for him.
Yeah, you're right. In this case, it's particularly odd because it's murderer and victim meeting each other in very innocuous circumstances.
Yeah.
And, you know, of course they have more history than that, but it's so weird to see Ben in this world. I really didn't expect that we would, actually.
I didn't either. That was a surprise to see Ben, and to see Ben and Locke cross paths like this.
Yeah. It's so weird. The idea, like, Ben would just be some, like, high school teacher or something if he didn't end up on the island. And, yeah, there's definitely still traces of Ben that we know, but he's just so, you know... it's hard for me to imagine him just kind of doing a job like this. Like having Ben as a teacher.
Well, Ben, I think it is somehow fitting that he's a European history teacher. I don't know why. That just seems like something I could see him teaching. But at the same time, he's such a liar that I'm wondering if he wouldn't just lie about everything and his students don't learn anything. It's like, you know.
Right.
You know, the Civil War was fought because the King of Prussia was assassinated. That's right.
Wow. No one ever told us that before.
You know, I just wonder what Ben would lie about.
Mommy, did you know the real reason for the French Revolution?
Because I talked in class.
Yeah, that's a good question. I wonder if Ben is as much of a liar in this world as he is in ours.
Yeah. You think he doesn't really even like tea?
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to connect this coffee thing with that you don't get any coffee line from season 3.
Oh, what was that?
When he has breakfast with Kate. And she says, "What if I don't? I don't remember what."
Yeah, she's like, he wanted her to eat the breakfast, right? Or something.
Yeah.
And she's like, and what if I don't? And what did he say? No coffee for you?
Yeah, that you don't get any coffee.
It wasn't orange juice?
No.
Okay, I was thinking about orange juice.
There was orange juice, but what he referenced was the coffee. He had a French press, and he pressed it down as he says, "You don't get any coffee."
Yeah, I think that's a valid connection to make.
Yeah, it seems Ben and coffee. That's because back then we didn't know anything about Ben. Ben was mysterious, enigmatic character who seemed to know more than everyone else on the show, and he was scary and intimidating, and it's just such a petty little line. It just really stood out, and so I always think about it, even though you know,
even though I tell you not to,
things change. Yeah. But yeah, this is a good. It's a good indication of sort of Ben in an ordinary world.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has a decent relationship with his father.
Yeah.
His mother probably is still dead.
Probably, yeah. But maybe his dad didn't blame him for it. You know, and part of his bitterness seemed to be that he went to that island and just got stuck being a janitor.
Yeah.
You know, and so that didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm interested to see more of Ben in this timeline.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very odd. It's very, very odd.
Anything else for this part? We got one more scene.
I think that's it. She goes to the scene.
Last scene, drum roll, please. There we go. So we're back at the cave with Locke and Sawyer. Sawyer's looking around, looking at the names on the walls, and the names are crossed off. Locke tells, so Sawyer asks who wrote the names on the walls. Locke tells him it was Jacob, who just died yesterday. Locke tells James not all the names are crossed out. Jack, Hurley, Saeed, Sun, or Jin, Locke, and James are all have their names on the wall with numbers next to them, which we'll talk about. Locke tells Sawyer that he must have met Jacob at some point in his life, and that choices he made weren't really his, that Jacob has been pushing him towards the island. Why? Well, because Sawyer is a candidate. Jacob thought he was the island's protector, so now James has been nominated to replace him. And then the last couple lines, I'll just read them. So then Locke says, it means you have three choices. First, you can do nothing and see how all this plays out, and possibly your name will get crossed out. Second option, you can accept the job, become the new Jacob, and protect the island. James says, protect it from what? Locke says, from nothing. That's the joke. There's nothing to protect it from. It's just a damn island. And it'll be perfectly fine without you or Jacob or any of the other people whose lives he wasted. So Sawyer asks about the third choice, and Locke says that they can just leave. They can get the hell off the island and never look back. Sawyer says, how do we do that? And Locke says, together. So what do you say, James? Are you ready to go home? Hell yes.
Hell yeah. Lost.
So that's our scene. I mean, that's our show.
I was not ready for this episode to end here. When it ended, I was like, no, that won't do. I need more than that.
Back it up, guys. Back it up.
Yeah.
So can I say, okay, so we see the numbers. We see, I don't know if you can say the origin of the numbers, but we see a connection to the numbers related to different people who have been on the island, most notably the ones we mentioned earlier. And I have to say this, did no one ever, hypothesize that the numbers were kind of what we see here, which is just sort of designations for them all?
I don't remember anyone saying that.
That seems like a pretty simple theory.
Yeah.
That if you made a list of people and numbered them, you'd get people with numbers.
Uh-huh.
That, maybe this is, and the lost numbers are, 6 of those people.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like a very sensible thing to come up with, but I don't remember anyone ever saying.
I don't remember anyone ever just saying that as a crackpot theory. Maybe this. And it's funny too, considering how many times we've heard about Jacob's list.
Right.
And he may have had them on a numbered on the list at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Or for all we know, every time that that people see their names, they have numbers to them or something. But
yeah.
I thought it was a pretty shocking and interesting reveal for the connection to the losties and the numbers.
Right. Yeah. I didn't think the numbers were a thing they were really going to go out of their way to explain. Mm-hmm. I thought it was just some strange part of the show that was past its time. It does seem like a very simple explanation for the numbers, and I think there's like 20 things I want to say about this scene, and I'm having a hard time sorting them out. Okay, first thing is a minor thing. I don't know how this relates to Jacob's list or the other lists we've seen or the list they gave to the others. If that was even a list, I don't even know what was on that paper. But we did have Pickett's line saying Shepard wasn't even on Jacob's list, which seems to contradict very directly this thing here, where Shepard is definitely on the list.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what that meant back then.
I always felt like wasn't that? I feel like that's supposed to be more in context of, if I remember correctly, more to do with who they needed to kidnap or hold captive.
Yeah, I guess
like
I'm wanting to connect the two, but
yeah.
Because it just seems like they ought to be connected, but it's like Jacob had two lists, the list of the candidates and the list of the people to kidnap, and okay, but it just seems kind of odd.
Yeah, maybe Pickett was just wrong. He's really at the low end of the totem pole.
Yeah, Pickett is half a step above Aldo, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't expect him to know anything. But still, that was the first time we ever heard the name Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So, I don't know. I want to think that somehow that holds up.
It could be. I'm wondering if it could be Christian Shepard.
On the wall here?
Yeah.
I definitely don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I don't either.
I've heard that theory. I really don't believe it. I mean, I think the people on the wall, they're using last names. I think, to me, that it partially ties in with how the others call them by their last names. But I think the last names we see are the people we'd expect them to be, the characters on the show.
Yeah. I believe that too.
That's the thing about last names. They're shared, so, you know. And, of course, Christian does seem to have been kind of taken over or something.
Recruited, maybe?
Recruited, if you will. Sure. So it kind of seems like he wouldn't even need to. He's got his own role. I don't think he's a candidate, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
He's got some kind of other job. Right. So there's that. The other thing, I thought it was weird. It just struck me as weird. What's the other word? I don't know.
Strange.
Yeah, that they cut to clips of Jacob.
Oh man. You know, it's the first clip that they cut to. I'm like, you know what, guys, you didn't need to do that. Like, we know what happened.
Yeah.
It
and
was
Ross
awkward.
doesn't usually do that.
Yeah.
That's why it seems incongruous with their usual style. Like, when they talk about things like this, they usually don't sort of hammer it home with a cut to the clip of it happening.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is something they do. I mean, they do this in movies a lot, but
yeah, or lesser TV shows.
Or lesser TV shows. But it definitely it just didn't feel right. Something about it.
The pacing got off. It was really weird. I was surprised they did that. But I think, if I remember correctly, there was something about it that made it work.
What I liked about it was this thing that he says, and actually there's more I want to say about this, but this thing about how he came to you and manipulated you, and as a result choices you thought were made were not choices, and he was pushing you to the island. What I like about the clips in relation to that is that we sort of, you know, rethink what we saw, and he puts a different spin on it. And then when you look at the scenes, it seems a little less. It doesn't seem as pleasant as it did in season 5.
Like when he came to Saeed and Nadia got killed?
Well, except for that.
Oh, okay. I was just kidding. Yeah, I know what you mean. I almost want to say, more innocuous, but or less innocuous now.
Yeah.
But
he even references the thing you were saying that we talked about, I think last week, the idea that he's so big on people making choices, but he's really nudging them a particular way.
Mhm. He wants them. He wants them to choose, but he wants them to choose the way he wants. The choice that he thinks they should.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like Smokey's picked up on that.
Mhm.
And I like that. And he's really making a reasonable case against Jacob, I think.
Yeah.
Jacob really didn't justify himself. I'd like to hear what Jacob would say about this, but he never really gave a convincing reason why he had to do what he was doing.
All for the best interests of the island.
Yeah.
Have you heard that one before?
I have.
Oh.
I have, and I'd just like a better reason to believe that.
Mhm.
And Jacob.
You just have to trust him.
But I don't.
Hey, God loved you like He loved Jacob.
I'm going home.
Somehow I win. Those flashes were. I thought they worked better when the first flash of Jacob being kicked into the fire I thought was kind of weird to see because we know what happened there. But the rest of when he's seeing the names on the walls and then they flash to the people, I thought that worked fairly well. Yeah.
I mean, it did, and yet it still felt a bit off. I don't know. It was just kind of jarring. Okay, the other thing was regarding Quan and him saying, I don't know who it was. When they cut to their clip and they show Jacob touching both of them, that makes you think they're like, it's both of them. Like they're a single unit.
They're each half a character.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They'll just be like joint protectors or something.
Well, they are married.
Like I guess the writers just probably didn't want to say like one or the other, because it would be weird to say, okay, Son's going to be the protector and Jin nothing.
I would bet I would buy. They might be doing the two people thing, even though I think that's weird. That they're sort of sharing a slot, but I think they're just using it as mystery of which one it is. Because I bet one of them will die. Really? Yeah, why not? Well, I don't know why not, but for some reason I don't expect it. Yeah, I mean, they'll definitely be reunited, but I can see not making it at the end of the show. Oh, I thought Jin didn't make it a long time ago. And I actually thought that was a good ending, but we didn't get that. No, water. All right, you're in the water, fine. Wow. Water. Boat. Son make book of words to learn. Me speak English well by season 5. That's like I was doing like a Tarzan version of Jin. Yeah, so what do we have here? We got oh, can I say something about the numbers? Oh, the numbers, yes. I'm thinking, it looked like there was a lot of numbers, a lot of people written on the wall there. Yeah. But I was thinking a simple explanation for the numbers, or for the list of the people on the wall, for at least for most of the ones we see, and sort of explaining the numbers, why they're numbered, I should say, could simply be, the fact that they were all on a plane, and he maybe knew how many people were going to be on the plane, and so he just listed them, assigned each of them numbers and listed them.
All the people on the plane?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Like maybe they were all a candidate. Maybe anyone who comes to the island is a candidate or something.
Mm-hmm.
Until, proven otherwise.
Yeah. Right. But like, on the other hand, there is a notable absence from the candidates who Jacob visited.
Kate.
Kate, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't see her name on the wall. It doesn't mean she's not on the wall.
I guess not, but I think I think they should have shown us it if her name's on the wall.
Well, they should do a lot of things.
Indeed.
But that's the thing. Jacob did visit her, like he visited everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know what to make of that other than deleted scene. No, I mean, I think it is weird that Kate was left off. I wouldn't be surprised if Kate's not a candidate,
Yeah.
Other losties we've, not every lostie is, here's my question. Did we see someone for all 6 numbers? Or there was one missing, right? Locke is 4.
Yeah.
Hugo's 8.
Yeah.
Who's 15? 15 was Ford. Sorry, 15 was Ford.
Yeah.
16 is Gerard. What's Sun and Jin? Sun or Jin?
I think they were 42.
42, so 32 I think is missing.
23.
23 is Shepard.
There is no 32.
Oh, what am I? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what I was thinking, 23. So they're not. So that's everybody then.
Yeah, that's everybody.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if there was a number missing.
No, there is no number missing.
Okay. Well then, sorry, Kate. I think maybe I feel like that has something to do with who might be at the end of all this.
Yeah.
Although of course Locke is dead and Saeed is something.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so we got, Locke seems to be dead. Saeed is claimed. It looks like Sawyer is not having any part of this shit. So that brings us down to Hurley and Jack and Sun/Jen.
Yeah.
Are any of these people really going to end up being the protector of the island? Honestly, I don't buy it for any of them.
It would be so great if Jack became the protector of the island. The ultimate skeptic turns into the protector.
You think that's what they do? I can't even imagine Jack in that role.
I'm just saying it would be awesome. I don't know if they do it, but it'd be awesome. No, I don't think they're really going to get the chance. I mean, I could see Hurley maybe.
The only person I could really see doing it is Locke.
The guy who's dead?
The guy who's dead, yeah.
Yeah, of the people who are alive, I could see Hurley somehow doing something like that. I mean, not being Jacob, not doing what Jacob would do, or even what Locke would do, but somehow fulfilling that role.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, do you think that? Let's see.
So, what's strange, of course, we could talk for hours about the numbers because we've got this extra information about them from this episode, but the question, of course, is, how does it relate to the numbers printed on the swan hats?
Mm-hmm.
And those, of course, are the same numbers. That was the code for the button.
Right.
People probably know that the numbers have to do with the Valenzetti equation.
Yeah.
So it's like the number, of course, and the numbers, Hurley used the numbers for the lotto, which gave him bad luck. Then, of course, Rousseau heard the message on the radio tower. That was the numbers. So you got to wonder how that's connected. I posted, I think, on the forum, just a theory that maybe Jacob was the one who recorded the original numbers transmission
Mm-hmm.
For what? I don't know, other than to somehow beckon the Losties to the island or something.
Yeah.
Maybe even in a roundabout way, getting Hurley to the island or something. I don't know.
Right. Right. As far as the Valenzetti equation goes, I am pretty quick to discard anything from the lost experience or outside the show things for things that actually happen on the show.
I'm pretty sure they said that that's canon.
Well, they said that at one time, but
yeah.
If it begins to contradict or go against something they actually show on the show, I will prefer whatever's on the show.
Yeah.
If there seems to be no connection on the show to the Valenzetti equation, I think we can say that it is, but it sort of doesn't matter,
Yeah, well, that's my point. Is I feel like if it is canon, then they might bring it up where it might have to, it might be essential to what's going on here.
Yeah. Okay. That's true. I guess they could do that. But I guess I was thinking that they came up with a different explanation for the numbers, and this is the real one.
But see, that's the thing. I don't even think this is an explanation for the numbers. I feel like this is a connection to the numbers, but this doesn't explain to me where they came from or what they were used for. Just because Jacob assigned numbers to people doesn't tell me how it works with everything else that we see with the numbers. It doesn't tell me why, it works for the button. It doesn't tell me why they put it on the swan hatch.
So you're seeing this as, okay, I can try to make a connection there, but you're saying this is actually more like the experiences that we've seen characters have where the numbers just kind of come up, like when the numbers are on the odometer in Hurley's car.
Something like that, yeah, where this is a connection
like
to them,
but it's not
strange
coincidence that the numbers assigned to the characters we know are the numbers.
Yeah, and not that these are where they really originated from. And not that they don't have some integral connection to the Losties they're assigned to, but that this isn't necessarily where they came from in any practical sense, because we've seen them in so many different scenarios that this doesn't explain to me that this is the origin of those things.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I guess I did take it as the origin, and that I guess I thought that somehow assigning the numbers to these characters, gave the numbers this strange property that they had, and I guess I thought somehow Dharma found out about it and harnessed them or something.
Yeah, I mean, but Locke does say Jacob just had a thing for numbers. Now there could be an understatement or a lie, but I'm taking it as to mean that there's no special significance of the order or assignment of the numbers. Yeah.
That seems pretty plausible. I guess because they hadn't really. I guess because this is season 6 and it's a big revelation here, even without the numbers in it. Maybe I'm wanting it to do more work than it really is doing.
Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, exactly. I'm not counting this as this is where the numbers came from. To me, this is another occurrence of the numbers that I won't discount could have significant meaning. But to me, I don't know what the meaning is.
Right. I mean, even if this is supposed to be the origin of the numbers, it's not really that great of an explanation.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't really explain them.
No, it doesn't.
Even if that's what it's supposed to do. Still, I did think it was a nod in that direction, and now I'm doubting myself, thinking maybe I'm wrong about that.
I think you're right. It is a nod in that direction. It just, in my opinion, it's not. It's not the last we'll see of the numbers, and it's not any sort of final explanation of them or their significance. I think we will actually get more about the numbers. I think they.
Okay.
I think they can put it in the show to where it's rewarding to see, but won't be too crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So do you think Smokey is right that the island doesn't need a protector and it's just a joke and and everybody's been full of shit for this whole time?
I don't know. Are we in season 2 or something? This is very familiar. I don't know.
I didn't make that connection, but yeah, you're right. It's very
season 2.
Very reminiscent of that whole time.
It doesn't. Yeah, you don't have to press it. It's just a damn button. Like it's the same lines.
It's like the writers can't get away from themselves. They just they have this particular theme that they just keep returning to.
Mhm. It's all about choice.
And now they're building the end of the show around it.
Yeah.
But okay, I mean, so we talked about in season 2 what the button did, whether it did anything or not, etc., etc. Do you and things like is Henry Gale and other?
I hope I said yes.
I think I remember you saying no at one point. I know I did.
Yeah, who didn't at some point,
I was
right?
totally on the no side. God, he was convincing.
Yeah.
But that's Ben. So where do you come down on here? Do you think Smokey's right?
What is it? I want to believe him, and the question I would have is, what does it mean to protect the island, and what are the threats? I mean, if someone comes to the island and detonates a hydrogen bomb per se, and the island can be destroyed, I mean, does that not count as something you could protect it against? Because I think that's a real threat.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of happens. So that's
right.
why I don't really. It's hard to decide because I don't know the context of what he means. But part of me thinks he's wrong, though. Part of me thinks that he isn't really aware of everything either. That he has his limitations. And I also think he doesn't necessarily care about the island. So whether or not it needs to be protected is a different question from whether or not he cares to protect it or cares if it is safe. But in general, I think what I want to believe he means is that, well, like he says, the island will sort of take care of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like no one has to do anything.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that's interesting. I'm more curious about how these choices work, where Sawyer can, he's in line to be the next Jacob, but he could do nothing and sort of stay out of it, but still, I guess die was what he basically meant, get his name crossed off. Or he could take over for Jacob, and it's like, how does that work? Is there paperwork involved? Do you need to get a notary? So many questions.
Right. He did put it like, I mean, the problem with that is none of these people know that they're candidates to being protector for the island.
Yeah.
So how are they supposed to step up to the plate and do it if no one ever tells them, particularly Jacob? It's like he drew them to the island, but he never bothered to tell them why.
It seems like he was too busy trying to figure out who the finalists were or whatever. To me, it feels like it wasn't over yet. Like it was his test or whatever he was doing. The reason that he drew them there, like it wasn't done yet. So it wasn't time for him to tell whoever was the winner or whatever.
Mhm. Yeah, but then, I mean, Smokey makes it sound like whoever's a candidate can just step forward and do it.
Well, but that's only because Jacob is dead now. Like, Jacob didn't have a need to have anyone fulfill his role when he's still alive.
Okay.
And I think he probably thought, he would have time, before, to finish whatever he was trying to do, to decide or whatever is going on here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's the thing is now that, like he says, now that Jacob's dead, you can take over.
Okay.
But what's strange to me is it seems like any of the other people on that list could take over.
Right.
Like, it's not like he's the next on the, like, he's 15,
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he's the next in any sort of order.
Yeah, do you think that's significant, the order?
I don't.
Okay. I wanted to make something of the fact that Locke was the lowest one.
Well, I would say the lowest number.
Yeah.
I would say this, going back to my plane theory, is if somehow you ordered the number from the the front of the plane to the back of the plane, and it has something to do Final Destination wise with where everyone was sitting. Like if you just counted the seats.
Yeah.
Locke was somewhere in the front, I guess. And, a couple rows back. Row or two back is whoever 8 is.
Right.
Hurley and.
Yeah.
Saeed is on there. So I don't know. You have to look at it, I guess, to see if that makes any sense. But that's kind of the half-ass theory I've got going on.
Okay.
Like I said, it's pretty much Final Destination.
Right. I've never seen it, but
it's great.
I can imagine. Yeah, but there's all these other names. Do you think all those other names? I don't want to make too much of it either. I've been down the road of the Blastor map, and I'm not gonna obsess about this wall.
We've all been there. I'm
gonna take out of it what I think they really want to. What do they really get out of the Blastor map? The question mark in the middle. That's really all we needed to notice about it.
Yeah.
And so I think here what we need to notice is the names they show us, the people they cut to. And
that the names that everyone else is crossed off.
And that everyone else is crossed off, yeah.
And like I said, if you wrote the names and numbered of everyone who was on the plane, you'd get, 200 people or something.
Right, yeah.
That's enough to fill a cave.
Sure it is.
Now, and plus whoever else he brought to the island over the years, so.
Right. It's just kind of crazy to me that, everybody would be a candidate.
Well, I feel like everyone's not a candidate, but I feel like he doesn't. I want to believe that it's not sort of like Locke was chosen to be the leader of the others because of all this foreknowledge. That it's more like they have to prove themselves to be candidates. Like anyone who comes to the, I guess I'm contradicting myself, but anyone who comes to the island is a candidate. But of course, like I know I just said there weren't, but I'm thinking anyone who comes to the island is potentially a candidate, I should say, and that you're not going to know who the candidates are, largely until you see who's left alive.
Okay.
And I want to believe, I'm thinking it has a lot to do with, the tests and the choices that they make while they're on the island.
Right. Right.
So that's why I feel like I'm okay with the idea that he just wrote everyone who came to the island and then whittled the list down as people, did things on the island and died or didn't die or made some choice he liked or whatever the criteria would be.
Yeah.
But really, it's been an hour?
To be broken down automatically.
Apparently.
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
Right, and I did. I also remembered something from season 3 that when they go to rescue Jack from the others, and they get captured, and then the others all leave. but they leave Juliet behind.
Yeah, in the seminal episode Left Behind.
In the seminal episode Left Behind, thank you. Right. There's before that. There's a scene with Locke is with them, and that's Locke goes with the others, and that's what leads to the trip to the cabin eventually, as well as the thing with Locke's dad, and Sawyer. There's a scene with Locke and Kate where he says that he made a case for her or something, but they're not forgiving. They didn't think she was worthy or something.
Yeah.
And I think Mikhail said a line along those lines, like "you people are flawed" or something. Although I think Saeed was in that group. And Locke, for that matter, and they're both certainly flawed. That's true. Most people are, I guess, but they're particularly flawed. Anyway, I don't know. Somehow I want to tie that in. That somehow Kate's out of consideration. I don't really know why she's any worse than I don't know, Saeed, for example. But I think. I don't know. I could come up with something, but I mean, in general, I would say, she made the choice to kill someone. Yeah. And the difference between her and Saeed is did he kill anybody? He's a killer. But I mean, before he got, was a assassin for a number of years.
Well, but I mean, I was really meaning before he got to the island.
Before the island, yeah. I don't know if he primarily was a torturer.
He was a torturer, and I feel like some of that might be mitigated by the fact that it was his job. Like they might give him credit because it wasn't 100% his choice to do these things. Right. Not that excuses it, of course, but just in terms of how they weigh their system or whatever, I'm wondering if that has anything to do with it. Versus Kate, who, she was completely, she had, guilt or whatever emotion she would have about her mom being abused or whatever, but but at the same time, she did something her mom didn't even want her to do, so. Right. So I'm very curious to see if they make Kate, if like Kate and Saeed are the bad ones. Yeah. Again, I think just because Kate's name wasn't on the they didn't show her name. Maybe they didn't show her name because her name would have been a different number, and they could have only shown 6 names. Yeah. And they didn't want us to get confused when they show, like, 87 is Kate, and now we go through every scene forward and look for 87.
Yeah, that's true. I can kind of see that. Yeah. And Jacob visited her. I mean, it's,
That's the thing. If he didn't visit her, I would say she's not likely to be with everyone else. But the fact that he did,
Yeah. Yeah. He did.
And did they show it, though? Oh, they didn't show it because her name wasn't on the wall.
They didn't show it, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's why it felt odd. I mean, you're right. If they were going to put her in there, they'd have to make a new number. Maybe they just didn't want to do that because it would be kind of asymmetrical. Yeah. Still, though, it's a big revelation, and if there's somebody who's on the list that matters, and they're not going to tell us here, I mean, when are they going to tell us? Well,
they can write it into this. They could have, Sawyer's going to leave with Locke, and and do something, and to leave the island or whatever the next step for those guys is, and then he sees Kate's name.
Oh, okay. Well,
and then it's emotional or it's whatever, or they they pick up on it somehow. Yeah. So they could just be saving it. Yeah.
Okay.
Or he could say, "Where's Kate? I don't see her name." Oh, you mean Austin? She wasn't on Jacob's list.
Okay. It's also very haphazard looking. Like
I was going to say earlier, how come he just didn't write this down on a piece of paper?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like to first of all, to write on ceilings is very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
just ask Michelangelo.
Ask Michelangelo. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I felt it coming.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. You're learning.
Yay!
Like a baby. That means it's scary.
Apparently.
But yeah, I think it's way more. You know, to me, it reminds me of Dark City. You know, that scene where one of the guys had scrawled all over the room and stuff like that. But yeah, to me, it's more stylistic than practical.
Yeah, and it just kind of looks sloppy. I mean, I don't know. Jacob just didn't. From what we saw of Jacob, I just can't quite envision him making this.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem right. The stuff he was making in the statue was much more ordered and neat. You know, it didn't have this.
What did he make in the statue besides the tapestry?
The tapestry.
Oh, okay. So he made something ordered and neat, and so you think it looks ordered and neat. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, this just seems like scrawling. Like it just, you know, why would he do this? Why in this obscure cave on the side of the island he scrawls their names on the ceiling in this very.
Well, this is obviously his office.
This is his office.
This is his office.
Okay.
This is where he commutes to every day from the statue back to the cave to the statue. No traffic, though, so smooth sailing. He perchance likes to listen to a podcast or two on the way.
Perhaps even the Lost Lowdown.
Perchance the LLD. I'm getting tired. I forgot the acronym of our podcast. The lad. Wait, do we just make a connection? Jacob, Lost Lowdown, lad. Jacob as a young kid looking like a lad.
Uh-oh.
I think we just solved the mystery.
I think so. Wow.
Or are we building a mystery? I don't know. Let's ask Sarah McLachlan.
Wow.
Wait, Sarah McLachlan? Kyle McLachlan? Twin Peaks? Lost? We just did it again.
You're in a brainstorm role.
The official term, the brainstorm role.
How many connections can you string together?
How many connections you got? How many connections are there?
There's another one.
Oh, Charlotte. Oh,
Classic Charlotte.
How many languages are there? I don't know. A lot. Answer the damn question. Well, suffice it to say, I think there's a lot more to discuss about the numbers and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I was clicking around on Lostpedia, and I'm on the pregnancies page. And there's a list of all the women who've had pregnancies, and there's a lot of them. And it shows positive pregnancy. And so everyone has a positive pregnancy except for Kate, when I guess her pregnancy test was negative back in the day when she was married. Remember that whole thing?
Oh, right.
And then Sarah Shepard, Jack's wife, had a negative pregnancy test.
Right, yeah.
But then, of course, she did later have a kid.
Yes.
She's on here twice. But, yeah, there's Ana Lucia. She had her unborn baby killed. Remember that whole thing?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. There was someone named Beth who died before giving birth. I kind of remember that.
Beth?
One of the, I think she was probably one of the others or something. You know, in all those scenes when others try to have kids and they die and all that.
Oh, no. Beth was the person that Christian operated on when he was drunk that died.
Oh, really?
And Jack sort of testifies against him.
That's right. She had the baby.
I didn't remember that. I clicked on the link.
Okay, good.
Just so you know.
That makes me feel better.
I don't remember who that is. Yeah. I mean, they named her, but that's a hard thing to remember.
Mhm.
Yeah, this
is a
lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I didn't realize how many pregnancies there were.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously counting, Ben's parents, Ben's mother, I should say.
Yeah.
But, that's still a lot of pregnancies we've seen.
It is.
Amy, Eloise.
Amy. Oh, God.
Yeah, Amy was annoying.
Yeah.
What's this in my ears? Earplugs? What? How did those get in there? What convenient timing. The rest of you are knocked out.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, this was a pretty interesting episode. They brought up a lot of little things that hopefully will be answered immediately. Yes. Don't dawdle. Answer questions.
Although I think if their past performance is any indication, we won't immediately get the next step of this story.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to the temple.
Yeah,
but you know what? Most of these guys are headed to the temple anyway, so they'll probably converge. The stories will start converging, and
but I think Sawyer and Smokey as a team will not pay off in the next episode.
Yeah,
I think we'll probably get to see the temple, and the Frank and Son and the others will. Sorry, Ben. We'll get there, and I don't know what exactly is going on there. I guess we'll see what's going on with Saeed and Claire too. I guess Jin ran into Claire, so maybe they'll get back to that. That's something they didn't deal with this episode. So
yeah,
that's probably what will happen. Although who knows? I guess they have run things together before, so we'll see. I don't know. It's an exciting season. I mean, it's really serious stuff they're throwing at us now.
I always feel bad when for people who don't watch the show, because I don't think people understand. I don't think everyone who would watch Lost would like it, but I feel like if you gave it a chance, you'll probably get really hooked. Yeah. And it's such a thrill ride that I think it's a pretty special thing to. If you're into it, if you get into it, it's a pretty special thing to be into. Yeah. It's not just it's just another TV show. Yes. Yeah, it takes you over. You find yourself thinking about it just at random times. Yeah. When are they going to play golf again? I just don't know. I know, right? I'm always thinking that. Strange. When is Jin going to catch some more fish? I just hope he hasn't lost his angling skills. Please. I hope that's the right term to use. Angling? Sure, why not? It should be, if it's not. It should be. Well, let's all use it that way. Please. Be it resolved. All right, well, anything else before we wrap this up? God. Was there anything else? Let me see. Make sure I got all my nonsense out. Okay. Yeah. No, I think that'll do it for me. All right, I think that's it, yeah. The substitute. There is no substitute. For the substitute. Except no substitutes. Except no substitute. Watch The Substitute. We should do promos for ABC. We're good. Clearly, yeah. Clearly, great. We missed our calling. Speaking of ABC, real quick, I'll just throw in. I saw the last video podcast they did for the official podcast, and they show the guy who does the intro. I forgot his name now.
Yeah.
But the guy with the voice.
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah.
Wow. Can I just say, I didn't think his voice would match his appearance, but he managed to present himself physically the same way he sounds. You know, he had this weird look in his eye when he would talk, and he had his body positioned towards the camera in a weird way. I'm just like, what are you doing? Why are you like this? You're not normal. You're being too hosty or something. I don't know what you're doing, but it's weird.
He's very hosty.
Yeah.
It's like I wonder if he speaks like that in his everyday life.
He can't possibly. No one would talk to him.
Yeah.
But I mean, if I was, the host of Lost podcast, I guess I would, sort of do that maybe. Yeah, but he's he's super hosting it up, and it was just weird to see him, and it's like, that's what you look like. That's what I picture in my nightmares when I listen to your voice.
Glad you have nightmares about it. Wow.
No, he's obviously not that bad, but it's not really bad at all. It's just he stands out.
Yeah. When I first heard him, when I started listening to Official Podcast, he really bothered me because I thought he was overdoing it with that voice. That it's sort of like this. It's kind of he's almost trying to. It's like he's trying to confide in you or something. Like he's speaking quietly but with great gravity. Like
he's trying to add mystery.
Yeah, exactly. But I've seen him many times over the years, and at this point I've sort of gotten used to it. I forgot how weird his voice is.
Yeah.
I just it doesn't affect. It's like when you're in a room for a long time that smells bad, and you just don't notice it after a while.
Mhm.
And someone has to remind you.
I didn't know this room smelled like ham.
Right.
It does. The whole room.
Wow.
Yeah, that's an old one.
Wow. Thanks for reminding me of that one.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime. Anything else?
They really need to do another podcast. They did one for the first episode, but they haven't done another audio one yet. And
oh wow, yeah.
Time. I know they're not behind schedule like they were in season 4. So I don't know. I guess they're kind of in the later stages of the season, so maybe they're busy with that. But
yeah,
I like to get some podcasts. This is the last season, guys. Come on.
I know.
Doesn't take that long, does it? I mean, their podcasts are like 30 minutes long. They don't do podcasts like this.
No. They would give away too many answers.
Yeah. Oh, God.
There'd be nothing left to say but what the answers are.
It's true. They could do one podcast like we do and just completely give away the entire show.
Well, they could do a podcast that's nothing but them reading the scripts for the rest of the season.
Well, that would work. Yeah, that'd be one way to do it.
Oops. Is this a spoiler, guys? Locke says this. Jack says that. Is that a spoiler? I don't know.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Well, thanks again for listening, guys. We'll be back next week with episode 605, the title of which I won't tell you in case you consider it a spoiler.
But if you go to Wikipedia, you might see it, so be careful.
Be careful. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.